Chapter 1. Quentin rode a gray horse with white socks named Dauntless. He wore black leather boots up to his knees, different colored stockings, and a long navy blue topcoat that was richly embroidered with seed pearls and silver thread. On his head was a platinum coronet. A glittering side sword bumped against his leg, not the ceremonial kind, the real kind, the kind that would actually be useful in a fight. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on a warm, overcast day in late August. He was everything a king of Fiery should be. He was hunting a magic rabbit. By King Quentin's side rode a queen, Queen Julia. Up ahead were another queen and another king, Janet and Elliot. The land of Fiery had 4 rulers in all. They rode along a high-arched forest path littered with yellow leaves, perfect little sprays of them that looked like they could have been cut and placed by a florist. They moved in silence, slowly, together but lost in their separate thoughts, gazing out into the green depths of the late summer woods. It was an easy silence. Everything was easy. Nothing was hard. The dream had become real. "Stop," Elliot said, at the front. They stopped. Quentin's horse didn't halt when the others did. Dauntless wandered a little out of line and halfway off the trail before he persuaded her for good and all to quit walking for a damn minute. 2 years as a king of Fiery and he was still shit at horseback riding. "What is it?" he called. They all sat for another minute. There was no hurry. Dauntless snorted once in the silence, lofty horsey contempt for whatever human enterprise they thought they were pursuing. "Thought I saw something." "I'm starting to wonder," Quentin said, "if it's even possible to track a rabbit." "It's a hare," Elliot said. "Same difference." "It isn't, actually. Hares are bigger. And they don't live in burrows, they make nests in open ground." "Don't start," both Julia and Janet said, in unison. "Here's my real question," Quentin said. "If this rabbit thing really can see the future, won't it know we're trying to catch it?" "It can see the future," Julia said softly, beside him. "It cannot change it. Did you 3 argue this much when you were at Breakbills?" She wore a sepulchral black riding dress and an actual riding hood, also black. She always wore black, like she was in mourning, even though Quentin couldn't think of anyone she should have been in mourning for. Casually, like she was calling over a waiter, Julia summoned a tiny songbird to her wrist and raised it up to her ear. It chirped something, and she nodded back and it flew away again. Nobody noticed, except for Quentin. She was always giving and getting little secret messages from the talking animals. It was like she was on a different wireless network from the rest of them. "You should have let us bring Jolly by," Janet said. She yawned, holding the back of her hand against her mouth. Jollyby was master of the hunt at Castle Whitespire, where they all lived. He usually supervised this kind of excursion. "Jollyby's great," Quentin said, "but even he couldn't track a hare in the woods. Without dogs. When there's no snow." "Yes, but Jollyby has very well-developed calf muscles. I like looking at them. He wears those man tights." "I wear man tights," Quentin said, pretending to be affronted. Elliot snorted. "I imagine he's around here somewhere." Elliot was still scanning the trees. "Discreet distance and all that. Can't keep that man away from a royal hunt." "Careful what you hunt," Julia said, "lest you catch it." Janet and Elliot looked at each other, more inscrutable wisdom from Julia. But Quentin frowned. Julia made her own kind of sense. Quentin hadn't always been a king of Fiery or anywhere else. None of them had. Quentin had grown up a regular non-magical, non-royal person in Brooklyn, in what he still in spite of everything thought of as the real world. He thought Fiery was a fiction, an enchanted land that existed only as the setting of a series of fantasy novels for children. But then he'd learned to do magic, at a secret college called Breakbills, and he and his friends had found out that Fiery was real. It wasn't what they expected. Fiery was a darker and more dangerous place in real life than it was in the books. Bad things happened there, terrible things. People got hurt and killed and worse. Quentin went back to Earth in disgrace and despair. His hair turned white. But then he and the others had pulled themselves together again and gone back to Fiery. They faced their fears and their losses and took their places on the 4 thrones of Castle Whitespire and were made kings and queens. And it was wonderful. Sometimes Quentin couldn't believe that he'd lived through it all when Alice, the girl he loved, had died. It was hard to accept all the good things he had now, when Alice hadn't lived to see them. But he had to. Otherwise, what had she died for? He unslung his bow and stood up in the stirrups and looked around. Bubbles of stiffness popped satisfyingly in his knees. There was no sound except for the hush of falling leaves slipping through other leaves. A gray-brown bullet flickered across the path 100 feet in front of them and vanished into the underbrush at full tilt. With a quick fluid motion that had cost him a lot of practice, Quentin knocked an arrow and drew. He could have used a magic arrow, but it didn't seem sporting. He aimed for a long moment, straining against the strength of the bow, and released. The arrow burrowed into the loamy soil up to the feathers, right where the hare's flashing paws had been about 5 seconds ago. Almost, Janet said, deadpan. There was no way in hell they were going to catch this thing. Toy with me, would you? Elliot shouted. Yah! He put the spurs to his black charger, which whinnied and reared obligingly and hoofed the empty air before lunging off the path into the woods after the hare. The crashing sound of his progress through the trees faded almost immediately. The branches sprang back into place behind him and were still again. Elliot was not shit at horseback riding. Janet watched him go. Hi-ho, Silver, she said. What are we even doing out here? It was a fair question. The point wasn't really to catch the hare. The point was, what was the point? What were they looking for? Back at the castle their lives were overflowing with pleasure. There was a whole staff there whose job it was to make sure that every day of their lives was absolutely perfect. It was like being the only guests at a 20-star hotel that you never had to leave. Elliot was in heaven. It was everything he'd always loved about breakbills, the wine, the food, the ceremony, with none of the work. Elliot loved being a king. Quentin loved it too, but he was restless. He was looking for something else. He didn't know what it was. But when the seeing hare was spotted in the greater Whitespire metropolitan area, he knew he wanted a day off from doing nothing all day. He wanted to try to catch it. The seeing hare was one of the unique beasts of Fiery. There were a dozen of them. The questing beast, who had once granted Quentin 3 wishes, was one of them, as was the great bird of peace, an ungainly flightless bird like a cassowary that could stop a battle by appearing between the two opposing armies. There was only one of each of them, hence the name, and each one had a special gift. The unseen monitor was a large lizard who could turn you invisible for a year, if that's what you wanted. People hardly ever saw them, let alone caught them, so a lot of guff got talked about them. No one knew where they came from, or what the point of them was, if any. They'd always been there, permanent features of Fiery's enchanted landscape. They were apparently immortal. The seeing hare's gift was to predict the future of any person who caught it, or so the legend went. It hadn't been caught for centuries. Not that the future was a question of towering urgency right now. Quentin figured he had a pretty fair idea of what his future was like, and it wasn't much different from his present. Life was good. They'd picked up the hare's trail early, when the morning was still bright and dewy, and they rode out singing choruses of Kill the Wabbit to the tune of Ride of the Valkyries in their best Elmer Fudd voices. Since then it had zigzagged them through the forest for miles, stopping and starting, looping and doubling back, hiding in the bushes and then suddenly zipping across their paths, again and again. I do not think he is coming back, Julia said. She didn't speak much these days. And for some reason she'd mostly given up using contractions. Well, if we can't track the hare we can track Elliot anyway. Janet gently urged her mount off the track and into the trees. She wore a low-cut forest green blouse and men's chaps. Her penchant for mild cross-dressing had been the scandal of the season at court this year. Julia didn't ride a horse at all but an enormous furry quadruped that she called a civet, which looked like an ordinary civet, long and brown and vaguely feline, with a fluidly curving back, except that it was the size of a horse. Quentin suspected it could talk. Its eyes gleamed with a bit more sentience than they should have, and it always seemed to follow their conversations with too much interest. Dauntless didn't want to follow the civet, which exuded a musky, unequine odor, but she did as she was told, albeit at a spiteful, stiff-legged walk. I haven't seen any dryads, Janet said. I thought there'd be dryads. Me neither, Quentin said. You never see them in the Queenswood anymore. It was a shame. He liked the dryads, the mysterious nymphs who watched over oak trees. You really knew you were in a magical fantasy otherworld when a beautiful woman wearing a skimpy dress made of leaves suddenly jumped out of a tree. I thought maybe they could help us catch it. Can't you call one or summon one or something, Julia? You can call them all you want. They will not come. I spend enough time listening to them bitch about land allocation, Janet said. And where are they all if they're not here? Is there some cooler, magicaler forest somewhere that they're all off haunting? They are not ghosts, Julia said. They are spirits. The horses picked their way carefully over a berm that was too straight to be natural. An old earthwork from an ancient, unrecoverable age. Maybe we could make them stay, Janet said. Legislate some incentives. Or just detain them at the border. It's bullshit that there's not more dryads in the Queenswood. Good luck, Julia said. Dryads fight. Their skin is like wood. And they have staves. I've never seen a dryad fight, Quentin said. That is because nobody is stupid enough to fight one. Recognizing a good exit line when it heard one, the civet chose that moment to scurry on ahead. Two sturdy oak trees actually leaned aside to let Julia pass between them. Then they leaned back together again, leaving Janet and Quentin to go the long way around. Listen to her, Janet said. She has so totally gone native. I'm tired of her more Florian than thou bullshit. Did you see her talking to that fucking bird? Oh, leave her alone, Quentin said. She's all right. But if he was being honest, Quentin was fairly sure that Queen Julia wasn't all right. Julia hadn't learned her magic the way they had, coming out through the safe, orderly system of breakbills. She and Quentin had gone to high school together, but she hadn't gotten into breakbills, so she'd become a hedge which instead, she'd learned it on her own, on the outside. It wasn't official magic, institutional magic. She was missing huge chapters of lore, and her technique was so sloppy and loopy that sometimes he couldn't believe it even worked at all. But she also knew things Quentin and the others didn't. She hadn't had the breakbills faculty standing over her for 4 years making sure she colored inside the lines. She'd talked to people Quentin never would have talked to, picked up things his professors would never have let him touch. Her magic had sharp, jagged edges on it that had never been filed down. It was a different kind of education, and it made her different. She talked differently. Breakbills had taught them to be arch and ironic about magic, but Julia took it seriously. She played it fully goth, in a black wedding dress and black eyeliner. Janet and Elliot thought it was funny, but Quentin liked it. He felt drawn to her. She was weird and dark, and Fiery had made the rest of them so damn light, Quentin included. He liked it that she wasn't quite all right and she didn't care who knew it. The Florians liked it too. Julia had a special rapport with them, especially with the more exotic ones, the spirits and elementals and genies and even more strange and extreme beings, the fringe element, in the hazy zone between the biological and the entirely magical. She was their witch queen, and they adored her. But Julia's education had cost her something. It was hard to put your finger on what, but whatever it was had left its mark on her. She didn't seem to want or need human company anymore. In the middle of a state dinner or a royal ball or even a conversation she would lose interest and wander away. It happened more and more. Sometimes Quentin wondered exactly how expensive her education had been, and how she'd paid for it, but whenever he asked her, she avoided the question. Sometimes he wondered if he was falling in love with her. Again. A distant bugle sounded, 3 polished sterling silver notes, muffled by the heavy silence of the woods. Elliot was sounding a requite, a hunting call. He was no jolly-by, but it was a perfectly credible requite. He wasn't much for drafting legislation, but Elliot was meticulous about royal etiquette, which included getting all the Florian hunting protocol exactly right. Though he found any actual killing distasteful, and usually managed to avoid it. His bugling was good enough for Dauntless. She trembled, electrified, waiting for permission to bolt. Quentin grinned at Janet, and she grinned back at him. He yelled like a cowboy and kicked and they were off. It was insanely dangerous, like a full-on land speeder chase, with ditches opening up in front of you with no warning, and low branches reaching down out of nowhere to try to clobber your head off, not literally of course, though you could never tell for sure with some of these older, more twisted trees. But fuck it, that's what healing magic is for. Dauntless was a thoroughbred. They'd been starting and stopping and dicking around all morning, and she was dying to cut loose. And how often did he get a chance to put his royal person at risk? When was the last time he even cast a spell? His life wasn't exactly fraught with peril. They lay around on cushions all day and ate and drank their heads off all night. Lately, whenever he sat down, some unfamiliar interaction had been happening between his abdomen and his belt buckle. He must have gained 15 pounds since he took the throne. No wonder kings looked so fat in pictures. One minute you're Prince Valiant, the next you're Henry VIII. Janet broke trail, guided by more muffled bugle notes. The horse's hooves made satisfyingly solid beats on the packed loam of the forest floor. Everything that was cloying about court life, all the safety and the relentless comfort, went away for a moment. Trunks and spinneys and ditches and old stone walls whipped and blurred past. They dodged in and out of hot sun and cool shade. Their speed froze the falling sprays of yellow leaves in midair. Quentin picked his moment, and when they hit open meadow he swung out wide to the right, and for a long minute they were side by side, coursing wildly along in parallel. Then all at once Janet pulled up. Quickly as he could, Quentin slowed Dauntless to a walk and brought her around, breathing hard. He hoped her horse hadn't pulled up lame. It took him another minute to find his way back to her. She was sitting still and straight in the saddle, squinting off into the midday gloom of the forest. No more bugle calls. What is it? Thought I saw something, she said. Quentin squinted too. There was something. Shapes. Is that Elliot? the hell are they doing?" Janet said. Quentin dropped down out of the saddle, unslung his bow again and knocked another arrow. Janet led the horses while he walked in front. He could hear her charging up some minor defensive magic, a light ward shield, just in case. He could feel the familiar staticky buzz of it. "Shit," he said under his breath. He dropped the bow and ran toward them. Julia was down on one knee, her hand pressed against her chest, either gasping or sobbing, he couldn't tell which. Elliot was bent over talking to her quietly. His Clodhopgold jacket had been yanked half off his shoulder. "It's okay," he said, seeing Quentin's white face. "That fucking civet threw her and bolted. I tried to hold it but I couldn't. She's okay, she just got the wind knocked out of her." "You're all right." That phrase again. Quentin rubbed Julia's back while she took croaking breaths. "You're okay. I always said you should get a regular horse. I never liked that thing." "Never liked you, either," she managed. "Look." Elliot pointed off into the twilight. "That's what made it bolt. The hare went in there." A few yards away a round clearing began, a still pool of grass hidden in the heart of the forest. The trees grew right up to its edge and then stopped, like somebody had cleared it on purpose, nipping out the border precisely. It could have been ruled with a compass. Quentin picked his way toward it. Lush, intensely emerald green grass grew over lumpy black soil. In the center of the clearing stood a single enormous oak tree with a large round clock set in its trunk. The clock trees were the legacy of the Watcherwoman, the legendary, but quite real, time-traveling witch of Fiery. They were a magical folly, benign as far as anyone could tell, and picturesque in a surreal way. There was no reason to get rid of them, assuming you even could. If nothing else, they kept perfect time. But Quentin had never seen one like this. He had to lean back to see its crown. It must have been 100 feet tall, and it was massively thick, at least 15 yards around at its base. Its clock was stupendous. The face was taller than Quentin was. The trunk erupted out of the green grass and burst into a mass of wiggly branches, like a kraken sculpted in wood. And it was moving. Its black, nearly leafless limbs writhed and thrashed against the gray sky. The tree seemed to be caught in the grip of a storm, but Quentin couldn't feel or hear any wind. The day he could perceive with his 5 senses, was calm. It was an invisible, intangible storm, a secret storm. In its agony the clock tree had strangled its clock, the wood had clenched it so tightly that the bezel had finally bent, and the crystal had shattered. Brass clockwork spilled out through the clock's busted face and down onto the grass. "Jesus Christ," Quentin said. "What a monster." "It's the Big Ben of clock trees," Janet said behind him. "I've never seen one like that," Elliot said. "Do you think it was the first one she made?" Whatever it was a Fillorian wonder, a real one, wild and grand and strange. It was a long time since he'd seen one, or maybe it was just a long time since he'd noticed. He felt a twinge of something he hadn't felt since Ember's tomb, fear, and something more. Awe. They were looking the mystery in the face. This was the raw stuff, the main line, the old magic. They stood together, strung out along the edge of the meadow. The clock's minute hand poked out at a right angle from the trunk like a broken finger. A yard from its base a little sapling sprouted where the gears had fallen, as if from an acorn, swaying back and forth in the silent gale. A silver pocket watch ticked away in a knot in its slender trunk. A typically cute Fillorian touch. This was going to be good. "I'll go first." Quentin started forward, but Elliot put a hand on his arm. "I wouldn't." "I would." "Why not?" "Because clock trees don't just move like that. And I've never seen a broken one before. I didn't think they could break. This isn't a natural place. The hare must have led us here." "I know, right? It's classic." Julia shook her head. She looked pale, and there was a dead leaf in her hair, but she was back on her feet. "See how regular the clearing is," she said. "It is a perfect circle. Or at least an ellipse. There is a powerful area effect spell radiating out from the center. Or from the foci," she added quietly, "in the case of an ellipse. You go in there, there's no telling where you'll end up," Elliot said. "Of course there isn't. That's why I'm going." This was what he needed. This was the point, he'd been waiting for it without even knowing it. God, it had been so long. This was an adventure. He couldn't believe the others would even hesitate. Behind him Dauntless whickered in the stillness. It wasn't a question of courage. It was like they'd forgotten who they were, and where they were, and why. Quentin retrieved his bow and took another arrow from his quiver. As an experiment, he set his stance, drew, and shot at the tree trunk. Before it reached its target, the arrow slowed, like it was moving through water instead of air. They watched it float, tumbling a little end over end, backward, in slow motion. Finally, it gave up the last of its momentum and just stopped, 5 feet off the ground. Then it burst, soundlessly, into white sparks. Wow! Quentin laughed. He couldn't help it. This place is enchanted as balls. He turned to the others. What do you think? This looks like an adventure to me. Remember adventures? Like in the books? Yeah, remember them? Janet said. She actually looked angry. Remember Penny? We haven't seen him around lately, have we? I don't want to spend the rest of my queenhood cutting up your food for you. Remember Alice, she could just as well have said. He remembered Alice. She had died, but they'd lived, and wasn't this what living was about? He bounced on his toes. They tingled and sweated in his boots, 6 inches from the sharp edge of the enchanted meadow. He knew the others were right, this place practically reeked of weird magic. It was a trap, a coiled spring that was aching to spring shut on him and snap him up. And he wanted it to. He wanted to stick his finger in it and see what happened. Some story, some quest, started here, and he wanted to go on it. It felt fresh and clean and unsafe, nothing like the heavy warm lard of palace life. The protective plastic wrap had been peeled off. You're really not coming? He said. Julia just watched him. Elliot shook his head. I'm going to play it safe. But I can try to cover you from here. He began industriously casting a minor reveal designed to suss out any obvious magical threats. Magic crackled and spat around his hands as he worked. Quentin drew his sword. The others made fun of him for carrying it, but he liked the way it felt in his hand. It made him feel like a hero. Or at least it made him look like a hero. Julia didn't think it was funny. Though she didn't laugh at much of anything anymore. Anyway, he'd just drop it if magic was called for. What are you going to do? Janet said, hands on her hips. Seriously, what? Climb it? When it's time I'll know what to do. He rolled his shoulders. I do not like this, Quentin, Julia said. This place. This tree. If we attempt this adventure it will mean some great change of our fortunes. Maybe a change would do us good. Speak for yourself, Janet said. Elliot finished his spell and made a square out of his thumbs and forefingers. He closed one eye and squinted through it, panning around the clearing. I don't see anything. A mournful banjing came from up in the branches. Near its crown the tree had sprouted a pair of enormous swaying bronze church bells. Why not? 11 strokes, it still kept time, apparently, even though the works were broken. Then the silence filled back in, like water that had been momentarily displaced. Everybody watched him. The clock tree's branches creaked in the soundless wind. He didn't move. He thought about Julia's warning, some great change of our fortunes. His fortunes were riding high right now, he had to admit. He had a goddamned castle, full of quiet courtyards and airy towers and golden Florian sunlight that poured like hot honey. Suddenly he wasn't sure what he was wagering that against. He could die in there. Alice had died. And he was a king now. Did he even have the right to go galloping off after every magic bunny that wagged its cottontail at him? That wasn't his job anymore. All at once he felt selfish. The clock tree was right there in front of him, heaving and thrashing with power and the promise of adventure. But his excitement was slipping away. It was becoming contaminated with doubt. Maybe they were right, his place was here. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. The urge to go into the meadow began to wear off, like a drug, leaving him abruptly sober. Who was he kidding? Being king wasn't the beginning of a story, it was the end. He didn't need a magic rabbit to tell him his future, he knew his future because it was already here. This was the happily ever after part. Close the book, put it down, walk away. Quentin stepped back a pace and replaced his sword in its sheath in one smooth gesture. It was the first thing his fencing master had taught him, 2 weeks of sheathing and unsheathing before he'd even been allowed to cut the air. Now he was glad he'd done it. Nothing made you look like more of a dick than standing there trying to find the end of your scabbard with the tip of your sword. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Julia. It is all right, Quentin, she said. This is not your adventure. Follow it no further. He wanted to lean his head down and rub his cheek back and forth against her hand like a cat. I know, he said. He wasn't going to go. I get it. You're really not going? Janet sounded almost disappointed. Probably she'd wanted to watch him blow up into glitter too. Really not. They were right. Let somebody else be the hero. He'd had his happy ending. Right then he couldn't even have said what he was looking for in there. Nothing worth dying for, anyway. Come on, it's almost lunchtime, Elliot said. Let's find some less exciting meadow to eat in. Sure, Quentin said. Cheers to that. There was champagne in one of the hampers, staying magically chilled, or something like champagne. They were still working on a Florian equivalent. And those hampers, with special leather loops for the bottles and the glasses, they were the kind of thing he remembered seeing in catalogs of expensive, useless things he couldn't afford back in the real world. And now look. He had all the hampers he could ever want. It wasn't champagne, but it was bubbly, and it made you drunk. And Quentin was going to get good and drunk over lunch. Elliot climbed back into the saddle and swung Julia up behind him. It looked like the civet was gone for good. There was still a large patch of damp black earth on Julia's rump from the fall. Quentin had a foot in Dauntless' stirrup when they heard a shout. Hi! They all looked around. Hi! It was what Florian said instead of hey. The Florian saying it was a hale, vigorous man in his early 30s. He was striding toward them, right across the circular clearing, practically radiating exuberance. He broke into a jog at the sight of them. He totally ignored the branches of the broken clock tree that were waving wildly over his head. He couldn't have cared less. Just another day in the magic forest. He had a big blonde mane and a big chest, and he'd grown a big blonde beard to cover up his somewhat moony round chin. It was Jolly-Bye, master of the hunt. He wore purple and yellow striped tights. His legs really were pretty impressive, especially considering that he'd never even been in the same universe as a leg press or a stairmaster or whatever. Elliot was right, he must have been following them the whole time. Hi! Janet shouted back happily. Now it's a party, she added to the others, sotto voce. In one huge leather-gloved fist Jolly-Bye held up a large, madly kicking hare by its ears. Son of a bitch, Dauntless said. He caught it. Dauntless was a talking horse. She just didn't talk much. He sure did, Quentin said. Lucky thing, Jolly-Bye called out when he was close enough. I found him sitting up on a rock, happy as you please, not 100 yards from here. He was busy keeping an eye on you lot, and I got him to bolt the wrong way. Caught him with my bare hands. Would you believe it? Quentin would believe it. Though he still didn't think it made sense. How do you sneak up on an animal that can see the future? Maybe it saw other people's but not its own. The hare's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. Poor thing, Elliot said. Look how pissed off it is. Oh, jolly, Janet said. She crossed her arms in mock outrage. You should have let us catch it. Now it'll only tell your future. She sounded not at all disappointed by this, but Jolly-Bye, a superb all-around huntsman but no national merit scholar, looked vexed. His furry brows furrowed. Maybe we could pass it around, Quentin said. It could do each of us in turn. It's not a bone, Quentin, Janet said. No, Julia said. Do not ask it. But Jolly-Bye was enjoying his moment as the center of royal attention. Is that true, you useless animal? He said. He reversed his grip on the seeing hare and hoisted it up so that he and the hare were nose to nose. It gave up kicking and hung down limp, its eyes blank with panic. It was an impressive beast, 3 feet long from its twitching nose to its tail, with a fine gray-brown coat the color of dry grass in winter. It wasn't cute. This was not a tame hare, a magician's rabbit. It was a wild animal. What do you see then, eh? Jolly-Bye shook it, as if this were all its idea and therefore its fault. What do you see? The seeing hare's eyes focused. It looked directly at Quentin. It bared its huge orange incisors. Death, it rasped. They all stood there for a second. It didn't seem scary so much as inappropriate, like somebody had made a dirty joke at a child's birthday party. Then Jolly-Bye frowned and licked his lips, and Quentin saw blood in his teeth. He coughed once, experimentally, as if he were just trying it out, and then his head lolled forward. The hare dropped from his nerveless fingers and shot away across the grass like a rocket. Jolly-Bye's corpse fell forward onto the grass. Death and destruction. The hare called out as it ran, in case it hadn't made itself clear before. Disappointment and despair. Chapter 2. There was a special room in Castle Whitespire where the kings and queens met. That was another thing about being a king, everything you had was made specially for you. It was a marvelous room. It was square, the top of a square tower, with 4 windows facing in 4 directions. The tower turned, very slowly, as some of the towers in the castle did. Castle Whitespire was built on complicated foundations of enormous brass clockwork, cleverly designed by the dwarves, who were absolute geniuses at that kind of thing. The tower completed one rotation every day. The movement was almost imperceptible. In the center of the room was a special square table with 4 chairs. They were thrones, or throne-like, but made by someone who had the knack, pretty rare in Quentin's experience, of making chairs that looked like thrones but were also reasonably comfortable to sit in. The table was painted with a map of theory, sealed under many layers of lacquer, and at each of the 4 seats, pieced into the wood, were the names of the rulers who'd sat there along with little devices appropriate to said rulers. Quentin got an image of the white stag, and the vanquished Martin Chatwin, and a deck of playing cards. Eliot's place was the most elaborately embellished, as befitted the High King. It was a square table, but there wasn't any question which side was the head. The chairs didn't feel comfortable today. The scene of Jollyby's death was still very clear and present in Quentin's mind's eye. In fact, it replayed itself more or less constantly, with showings every 30 seconds or so. As Jollyby collapsed, Quentin had lurched forward and caught him and eased him to the ground. He groped helplessly at Jollyby's huge chest, as if he'd hidden his life somewhere about his person, in some secret inside pocket, and if Quentin could only find it, he could give it back to him. Janet screamed, a full-throated, uncontrollable horror movie scream that wouldn't stop for a full 15 seconds until Eliot grasped her shoulders and physically turned her away from Jollyby's corpse. At the same time, the clearing filled with ghostly green light, a bleak, alien spell of Julia's that Quentin still didn't get the details of, or even the broad outlines of, that was intended to reveal any bad actors who might be present. It turned her eyes all black, no whites or iris at all. She was the only one who'd thought to go on the attack. But there was no one to attack. "All right," Eliot said. "So let's talk about it. What do we think happened today?" They looked at each other, feeling jittery and shell-shocked. Quentin wanted to do something, or say something, but he didn't know what. The truth was, he hadn't really known Jollyby all that well. He was so proud, he said finally. He thought he'd saved the day. "It had to be the rabbit," Janet said. Her eyes were red from crying. She swallowed. "Right? Or hare, whatever. That's what killed him. What else? We can't assume that. The hare predicted his death, but it may not have caused it. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. It's a logical fallacy." If he'd waited even another second, he would have realized that Janet wasn't interested in the Latin name of the logical fallacy that she might or might not have been committing. "Sorry," he said. "That's my Asperger's flaring up again, but. So it's just a coincidence?" She snapped. "That he died right then, right after it said that about death? Maybe we've got it wrong. Maybe the hare doesn't predict the future, maybe it controls it. Perhaps it does not like being caught," Julia said. "I have a hard time believing that the history of the universe is being written by a talking rabbit," Eliot said. "Though that would explain a lot." It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, their regular meeting time. For the first few months after they'd arrived at Castle Whitespire, Eliot had left them to do their own things, on the theory that they'd naturally find their own courses as rulers, and take charge of the things that best suited their various gifts. This had resulted in total chaos, and nothing getting done, and the things that did get done got done twice by 2 different people in 2 different ways. So Eliot instituted a daily meeting at which they sorted through whatever business of the realm seemed most pressing as a foursome. The 5 o'clock meeting was traditionally accompanied by what may have been the most gloriously comprehensive whiskey service ever seen on any of the possibly infinite worlds of the multiverse. "I told the family we'd take care of the funeral," Quentin said. "It's just his parents. He was an only child." "I should say something," Eliot said. "He taught me bugling. Did you know he was a warlion?" Janet smiled sadly. "True story. It went on a solar calendar he changed only at equinoxes and solstices. He said it helped him understand the animals. He was hairy everywhere." "Please," Eliot said. "I would give anything to not know how you know that." "It helped with lots of things." "I have a theory," Quentin said quickly. "Maybe the Fenwicks did it. They've been pissed at us ever since we got here, but." The Fenwicks were the most senior of the several families who were running things at the time when the Breakbills returned to Fiery. They weren't happy about being kicked out of Castle Whitespire, but they didn't have the political capital to do much about it. So they satisfied themselves with making mischief around the court. "Assassination would be a big step up for the Fenwicks," Eliot said. "They're pretty small time. And why would they kill Jollyby?" Janet said. "Everybody loved Jollyby." "Maybe they were trying for one of us, not him," Quentin said. "Maybe one of us was supposed to catch the hare. You know they're already trying to put it around that we killed him? But how would they have done it?" Eliot said. "You're saying they sent a rabbit assassin?" "They could not turn the seeing hare," Julia said. Unique beasts do not intervene in the affairs of men. Maybe it wasn't the seeing hare at all, maybe it was a person in hare form. A were hare. Look, I don't know. Quentin rubbed his temples. If only they'd hunted that stupid lizard instead. He was annoyed at himself for forgetting what Fiery was like. He'd let himself believe that things were all better after Alice had killed Martin Chatwin, no more death and despair and disillusionment and whatever else the hare had said. But there was more. It wasn't like the books. There was always more. E.T. in Arcadia Ego. And even though he knew it was crazy, in a childishly elegant way, he couldn't escape a vague feeling that Jollyby's death was his fault, that it wouldn't have happened if he hadn't been tempted by that adventure. Or maybe he wasn't tempted enough? What were the rules? Maybe he should have gone into the clearing after all. Maybe Jollyby's death had been meant for him. He was supposed to go into the meadow and die there, but he didn't, so Jollyby had to instead. Maybe there isn't an explanation, he said out loud. Maybe it's just a mystery. Just another crazy stop on Fiery's magical mystery tour. No reason for it, it just happened. You can't explain it. This didn't satisfy Elliot. He was still Elliot, the languid lush of breakbills, but becoming High King had uncovered a dismayingly rigorous streak in him. We can't have unexplained deaths in the kingdom, he said. It won't do. He cleared his throat. Here's what's going to happen. I'll put the fear of Ember into the Fenwicks, just in case. It won't take much. They're a bunch of pussy dandies. And I say that as a pussy dandy myself. And if that doesn't work? Janet said. Then, Janet, you'll go lean on the Lorians. That was Fiery's neighbor to the north. Janet was in charge of relations with foreign powers. Quentin called her Fiery Clinton. They're always behind everything bad in the books. Maybe they were trying to decapitate the leadership. Stupid pseudo-Viking fuckers. Now for Christ's sake let's talk about something else for a while. But they had nothing else to talk about, so they lapsed into silence. Nobody was especially happy with Elliot's plan, least of all Elliot, but they didn't have a better one, or even a worse one. 6 hours after the fact, Julia's eyes were still flooded with black from the spell she'd cast in the forest. The effect was disconcerting. She had no pupils. He wondered what she could see that they couldn't. Elliot shuffled his notes, looking for another item of business, but business was in short supply these days. It is time, Julia said. We must go to the window. Every day after the afternoon meeting they went out on the balcony and waved to the people. Damn it, Elliot said. All right. Maybe we shouldn't today, Janet said. It feels wrong. Quentin knew what she meant. The thought of standing out there on the narrow balcony, frozen smiles on their faces, princess waving at the Felorians who gathered for the daily ritual, felt a little off. Still. We should to do it, he said. Today of all days. We're accepting congratulations for doing nothing. We're reassuring the people of continuity in the face of tragedy. They filed out onto the narrow balcony. In the castle courtyard far below, at the bottom of a vertiginous drop, a few hundred Felorians had gathered. From this height they looked unreal, like dolls. Quentin waved. I wish we could do something more for them, he said. What do you want to do? Elliot said. We're the kings and queens of a magic utopia. Cheers drifted up from far below, faintly. The sound was tinny and far away, it had the audio quality of a musical greeting card. Some progressive reforms? I want to help somebody with something. If I were a Felorian I would depose me as an aristocratic parasite. When Quentin and the others took the thrones, they hadn't known exactly what to expect. The details of what was involved were vague. There would be some ceremonial duties, Quentin supposed, and presumably a lead role in policy-making, some responsibility for the welfare of the nation they ruled. But the truth was that there just wasn't much actual work to do. The weird thing was that Quentin missed it. He'd expected Fiery to be something like medieval England, because it looked like medieval England, at least on casual inspection. He figured he'd just use European history, to the extent that he remembered it, as a crib sheet. He would pursue the standard enlightened humanitarian program, nothing extraordinary, greatest hits only, and go down in history as a force for good. But Fiery wasn't England. For one thing, the population was tiny. There couldn't have been more than 10,000 humans in the whole country, plus that many talking animals and dwarves and spirits and giants and such. So he and the other monarchs, or tetrarchs, whatever, were more like small-town mayors. For another, while magic was very real on Earth, Fiery was magical. There was a difference. Magic was part of the ecosystem. It was in the weather and the oceans and the soil, which was wildly fertile. If you wanted your crops to fail you had to work pretty hard at it. Fiery was a land of hyperabundance. Anything that needed making could be gotten from the dwarves, sooner or later, and they weren't an oppressed industrial proletariat, they actually enjoyed making things. Unless you were an actively despicable tyrant, the way Martin Chatwin had been, there were just too many resources and too few people to create anything much in the way of civil strife. The only shortage that the Felorian economy suffered from was a chronic shortage of shortages. As a result, whenever any of the breakbills, as they were called, even though Julia had never even been to breakbills, as she wasn't slow to point out, tried to get serious about something, there turned out not to be much to be serious about. It was all ritual and pomp and circumstance. Even money was just for show. It was toy money. Monopoly money. The others had all but given up on trying to make themselves useful, but Quentin couldn't quite let it go. Maybe that was what had been nagging at him, as he stood on the edge of that meadow in the woods. There must be something real somewhere out there, but he could never quite seem to get his hands on it. "All right," he said. "What next?" "Well," Elliot said, as they filed back inside. "There is this situation with the outer island." "The where?" "The outer island." He picked up some royal-looking documents. "That's what it says. I'm king of it, and even I don't know where it is." Janet snorted. "Outer is off the east coast. Way off, a couple of days' sail. God, I can't believe they even let you be king. It's the easternmost point in the Felorian Empire. I think." Elliot peered at the map painted on the table. "I don't see it." Quentin studied the map too. On his first visit to Fiery he'd sailed deep into the Western Sea, on the other side of the Felorian continent, but his knowledge of the East was pretty sketchy. "It's not big enough." She pointed to Julia's lap. "That's where it would be if we had a bigger table." Quentin tried to imagine it, a little slip of white tropical sand, embellished with a decorative palm tree, embedded in an ocean of blue-green calm. "Have you been there?" Elliot said. "No one's ever been there. It's just a dot on the map. Somebody started a fishing colony there after his ship collided with it like 1,000,000 years ago. Why are we talking about the outer island?" Elliot went back to his papers. "Looks like they haven't paid their taxes in a couple of years, but..." "So?" Janet said. "Probably that's because they don't have any money." "Send them a telegram," Quentin said. "Dear Outer Islanders, stop, send money, stop. If you have no money, then do not send money, stop." The meeting flagged while Elliot and Janet tried to outdo each other in composing the most useless possible telegram to the Outer Islanders. "All right," Elliot said. The turning tower had rotated to where the flaming Felorian sunset lit up the sky behind him. Ladders of pink cloud were stacked up above his shoulders. "I'll lean on the Fenwicks about Jollyby. Janet will speak to the Lorians." He waved vaguely. "And somebody will do something about the outer island. Who wants scotch?" "I'll go," Quentin said. "It's just there on the sideboard." "No, I mean to the outer island. I'll go there. I'll see about the taxes." "What?" Elliot sounded annoyed by the idea. "Why? It's the ass end of nowhere. And anyway, it's a treasury matter. We'll send an emissary." "That's what emissaries are for. Send me instead." Quentin couldn't have said what the impulse was exactly, he just knew that he had to do something. He thought of the circular meadow and the broken clock tree and the film clip of Jollyby dying started up again. What was the point of all this when you could just drop dead, just like that? That's what he wanted to know. What was even the fucking point? "You know," Janet said, "we're not invading it. We don't need to send a king to the outer island. They haven't paid their taxes, which by the way is like 8 fish. They're not exactly powering the whole economy. I'll be back before you know it." He could already tell he'd gotten it right. The tension inside him broke as soon as he said it. Relief was flooding through him, at what he didn't even know. Who knows, maybe I'll learn something. This would be his quest, collecting taxes from a bunch of backwater yokels. He had skipped the adventure of the broken tree, and that was fine. He would have this one instead. Could look weak, with the Jollyby thing. Elliot fingered his royal chin. "You taking off at the first sign of trouble. I'm a king. It's not like they're going to not re-elect me." "Wait," Janet said. "You didn't kill Jollyby, did you? Is that what this is about?" "Janet." Elliot said. "No, really. It would all fit together." "I didn't kill Jollyby," Quentin said. "All right. Fine. Great." Elliot ticked the item off on his agenda. Outer island, check. That's it then. Well, I hope you're not going alone, Janet said. God knows what they're like out there. It could be Captain Cook all over again. I'll be fine, Quentin said. Julia's coming with me. Right, Julia? Elliot and Janet both stared at him. How long had it been since he surprised those two? Or anybody? He must be on to something. He smiled at Julia, and she looked back at him, though with her all-black pupils her expression was unreadable. Of course I am, was all she said. That night Elliot paid Quentin a visit in his bedroom. When he first found it, the room had been stuffed with an appalling amount of hideous quasi-medieval junk. It had been literally centuries since all four of Whitespire's thrones had been filled at the same time, and in the meantime the extra royal suites had been invaded and occupied by creeping armies of superfluous candelabras, defunct chandeliers listing and deflated like beach jellyfish, unplayable musical instruments, unreturnable diplomatic gifts, chairs and tables so piteously ornamental they would break if you looked at them, or even if you didn't, dead animals ruthlessly stuffed in the very act of begging for mercy, urns and ewers and other even less easily identifiable vessels that you didn't know whether to drink out of or go to the bathroom in. Quentin had had the room cleared out to the bare walls. Everything must go. He left the bed, one table, two chairs, a few of the better rugs, and some pleasing and or politically expedient tapestries, that was all. He liked one tapestry in particular that depicted a marvelously appointed griffin frozen in the act of putting a company of foot soldiers to flight. It was supposed to symbolize the triumph of some group of long-dead people over some other group of long-dead people whom nobody had liked, but for some reason the griffin had cocked its head to one side in the midst of its rampage and was gazing directly out of its woven universe at the viewer as if to say, yes, granted, I'm good at this. But is it really the best use of my time? When it was finally empty, the room had grown by 3 times its size. It could breathe again. You could think in it. It turned out to be about as big as a basketball court, with a smooth stone floor, towering timbered ceilings where light got lost in the upper reaches and made interesting shadows, and soaring Gothic lead glass windows, a few little panels of which actually opened. It was so gloriously still and empty that when you scuffed your foot on the stone it echoed. It had the kind of hushed stillness that on earth you saw only from a distance, on the other side of a velvet rope. It was the stillness of a closed museum, or a cathedral at night. There was some murmuring among the upper servants that such a Spartan chamber was not entirely suitable for a king of Fiery, but Quentin had decided that one of the good things about being a king of Fiery was that you got to decide what's suitable for a king of Fiery. And anyway, if it was high royal style they wanted, a high king was their man. Elliot had a bottomless appetite for it. His bedroom was the gilded, diamond-studded, pearl-encrusted rococo lair of a god king. Whatever else it was entirely suitable. You know, in the Fiery books you could actually get into the tapestries? It was late, after midnight, and Elliot was standing eye to eye with the woven griffin and sipping from a tumbler of something amber. I know. Quentin was stretched out on the bed, wearing silk pajamas. Believe me, I've tried. If they really did it, I have no idea how they did it. They just look like ordinary tapestries to me. They don't even move like in Harry Potter. Elliot had brought a tumbler for Quentin too. Quentin hadn't drunk any yet, but he hadn't ruled out the possibility either. At any rate, he wasn't going to let Elliot drink it, which he would inevitably try to do when he was done with his own. Quentin made a nest for the tumbler in the blankets next to him. I'm not sure I'd want to get into this one, Elliot said. I know. Sometimes I wonder if he's trying to get out. Now this fellow, he said, moving on to a full-length portrait of a knight in armor. I wouldn't mind getting into his tapestry, if you get what I mean. I get what you mean. Pull that sword out of its scabbard. I get it. Elliot was building up to something, but there was no rushing him. Though if he took much longer, Quentin was going to fall asleep. Do you think if I did you'd see a little tapestry version of me running around in there? I don't know how I'd feel about that. Quentin waited. Since he'd made the decision to go to the outer island, he felt calmer than he had in ages. The windows were open, to the extent that they could be opened, and warm night air flowed in, smelling like late summer grass in the sea, which wasn't far off. So about this trip of yours, Elliot said finally. About it. I don't understand why you're doing this. Do you have to? Something about quests and adventures and whatever. Sailing beyond the sunset. It doesn't matter. We don't need you here for the Jollibee thing. One of us really should go out there anyway. They probably don't even know they have kings and queens again. Just pass along any prurient details as a matter of state security. Will do. But I want to talk to you about Julia. Oh. Whiskey time. Trying to drink lying down, Quentin took a bigger swallow than he meant to, and it ignited a brush fire in his guts. He suppressed a cough. Look, you're only High King, he gasped. You're not my dad. I'll figure it out. Don't get defensive, I just want to make sure you know what you're doing. And what if I don't? Did I ever tell you, Elliot said, sitting on one of the two chairs, how Julia and I met? Well, sure. Had he? The exact particulars were fuzzy. I mean, not in granular detail. The truth was that they hardly ever talked about that time. They talked around it. No good memories there for anybody. It was after the big disaster in Ember's tomb. Quentin had been half dead and had to be left in the care of some irritating but ultimately very medically effective centaurs while Elliot and Janet and the others returned to the real world. Quentin had spent a year recovering in Fiery, then he went back to Earth and gave up magic. He spent another 6 months working in an office in Manhattan until Janet and Elliot and Julia finally came and got him. If they hadn't, he'd probably still be there. He was grateful, and he always would be. Elliot stared out the window into the black moonless night, like an oriental potentate in his dressing gown, which looked too heavily embroidered to be comfortable. You know, Janet and I were in pretty rough shape when we left Fiery? Yes. Though at least Martin Chatwin hadn't chewed you practically in half. It's not a contest, but yes, that is true. But we were shaken up. We loved Alice, too, you know, in our way. Even Janet did. And we thought we'd lost you as well as her. We were well and truly done with Fiery and all its goods and chattels, I can tell you. Josh went home to his parents in New Hampshire, and Richard and Anais went off somewhere to do whatever it was they'd been doing before they went to Fiery. Not big mourners, those two. I couldn't face New York again, nor could I face my grotesque so-called family in Oregon, so I went home with Janet to L.A. That turned out to be an excellent decision. You know, her parents are lawyers? Entertainment lawyers. Fantastically rich, huge house in Brentwood, working all the time, no discernible emotional life whatsoever. So we sucked around Brentwood for a week or two until Janet's parents got tired of the sight of our post-traumatic faces shuffling off to bed as they were getting up for a pre-dawn squash match. They packed us off to a fancy spa in Wyoming for a couple of weeks. You wouldn't have heard of it, it was that kind of place. Impossible to get into and ludicrously expensive, but money means nothing to these people, and I wasn't about to argue. Janet practically grew up there, the staff all knew her from when she was a little girl. Imagine that, our Janet, a little girl. She and I had a bungalow to ourselves and positively legions of people to wait on us. I think Janet had a manicurist for every nail. And they did a thing with mud and hot stones, I swear to you there was magic in it. Nothing feels that good without magic. Of course, the terrible secret of places like that is that they're horrifically boring. You have no idea the extremes we were driven to. I played tennis. Me. They got very scoldy when it came to drinking on the court, I can tell you. I told them it's just part of my form. You can't relearn technique, not at my age. Well, by the third day Janet and I were considering having sex with each other just to relieve the tedium. And then, like a dark angel of mercy come to safeguard my virtue, Julia appeared. It was like one of those Poirot mysteries set at a posh country seat. There was some accident down by the pool, I was never clear on the details, but an enormous fuss was made. I suppose that's one of the things you pay for, first-class fuss. At any rate, the first time I laid eyes on our Julia, she was being carried through the lobby strapped to a backboard, soaking wet and cursing a blue streak and insisting that she was fine, absolutely fine. Take your paws off me, you damned dirty apes. The next day I came down to the bar around 3 or 4 in the afternoon and there she was again, drinking alone, all in black. Vodka gimlets, I believe. The mysterious lady. It was painfully obvious that she didn't belong at the spa. Her hair was a rat's nest, you literally can't imagine. Worse than now even. Her cuticles were bitten down to the quick. Shoulders hunched. Nervous stutter. And then she had no grasp of how things worked. She tried to tip the staff. She pronounced the names of French wines with an actual French accent. Of course I was drawn to her at once. I figured she must be Russian. Daughter of a jailed oligarch, that sort of thing. No one but a Russian could afford to stay there and still have hair that bad. Janet thought she was just out of rehab and from the looks of it headed right back in. Either way we fell upon her like starving people. The approach was subtle. The trick was not setting off her alarms, which were all obviously set to a hair trigger. It was Janet, that mistress of seduction, who cracked her in the end. She planted herself in a public lounge and complained loudly about a rather involved computer issue. You could watch our Julia wrestle with herself, but it was a fait accompli. After that, well, you know how it is on those vacations. As soon as you learn another person's name they become inescapable. We ran into each other everywhere. You wouldn't think a place like that was her style, would you? But there she was, up to her neck in mud, with cucumber slices over her eyes. She was constantly plunging in and out of baths and things. Once Janet tried to go in a steam bath with her, but she'd turned it up so high everybody else had to flee. Probably she had them thrash her with birch twigs. It was like she was trying to rid herself of some stubborn taint. It came out that she had a weakness for cards, so we spent hours just drinking and playing three-handed bridge. Not talking. We didn't know she was a magician, of course. How could we? But you could tell she was bursting with some terrible secret. And she had those things that one likes about magicians. She was disgustingly bright and rather sad and slightly askew. To tell you the truth, I think one of the things we liked about her was that she reminded us of you. Well, you know how in the Poirot books he always goes on vacation to get away from it all, the mysteries and whatever else, only to have a murder committed on the very island he's fled to for peace and quiet and some civilized gastronomy? It was exactly like that, except that we were fleeing magic. One night I wandered over to her bungalow around 10 or 11 at night. Janet and I had had a fight, and I was looking for someone to complain about her to. When I passed Julia's window, I saw that she was building a fire. That was odd to begin with. The fireplaces were absolutely enormous in those bungalows, but it was the middle of summer and nobody in their right mind was using them. But Julia had a roaring blaze going. She was building it very methodically, placing the logs very carefully. She marked each log before she put it on and scraped away some of the bark with a little silver knife. And then as I watched, I don't know how to describe it so you'll understand. She kneeled down in front of the fire and began putting things in it. Some of the things were obviously valuable: a rare shell, an old book, a handful of gold dust. Some of them must just have been precious to her. A piece of costume jewelry. An old photograph. Each time she put one in, she'd stop and wait a minute, but nothing happened, except that whatever it was burned or melted and gave off a nasty smell. I don't know what she was waiting for, but whatever it was, it never came. Meanwhile, she got more and more agitated. I felt utterly tawdry spying on her, but I couldn't look away. Finally she ran out of precious things, and then she started crying, and then she put herself into the fire. She crawled over the hearth and collapsed, half in and half out of the flames, sobbing her little heart out. Her legs were sticking out. It was awful to see. Her clothes went up right away, of course, and her face got black with soot, but the fire never touched her skin. She was absolutely sobbing. Her shoulders shook and shook. Elliot stood up and went to the window. He struggled with one of the little panes for a second, then he must have found a catch Quentin had never noticed because he pulled the whole window open. Quentin couldn't see how he did it. He put his glass on the sill. "I don't know if you're falling in love with her or if you just think you are or what it is you're doing," he said. "I suppose I can't blame you, you always did like to make things as hard as possible on yourself. But just listen to what I'm telling you." That was how it all started, how we knew she was one of us. The spell was something very strong. I could hear the hum of it even over the fire, and the light in the room had gone a funny color. But so much of her magic is just impossible to parse. I knew right away she'd never been to Breakbills, because it sounded like gibberish to me, and I couldn't get within 1,000 miles of how it worked or what she was trying to do, and she never said, and I never asked. But if I absolutely had to guess, I'd say she was attempting a summoning. I'd say she was trying to bring back something that she'd lost, or that was taken away from her, something that was very precious to her indeed. And if I had another guess, I'd have to say that it wasn't working. Chapter 3. The next morning, Quentin rode down to the docks in a black carriage with velvet curtains and plushly padded velvet seats. It was safe and musty inside, like a living room on wheels. Next to him, swaying loosely with the rocking of the carriage, sat Queen Julia. Across from them, their knees practically touching, was the Admiral of the Florian Navy. Quentin had decided that if he was going on a trip to the island at the ass end of the universe, he should do it properly. He should make preparations. There were rules for this kind of thing. Such as, if you were going on a journey, you needed a stout vessel. All ships were available to the crown, in theory, but most of the ones they kept just lying around on call were warships, and those turned out to be scarily Spartan on the inside. Rows of hammocks and racks of hard pallets. Not a stateroom in sight. Not really suitable at all for the voyage of King Quentin, as Elliot liked to spell Quentin's name in official documents. So they were going down to the docks to find a ship that was suitable. Quentin was feeling good. He was full of energy and a determination that he hadn't felt for a long time. This is what he'd been waiting for. The Admiral was an almost alarmingly short man named Lacquer with a thin grey face that looked like it had been hollowed out of schist by the action of 50 years of wind and spray. It wasn't that Quentin couldn't have said what he was looking for, it's just that he didn't want to, because if he did it would have been embarrassing. What he was looking for was a ship from one of the Fiery novels, specifically the Swift, which figured in the 4th book, The Secret Sea. Pursued by the watcherwoman, Jane and Rupert, he could have explained to Admiral Lacker, but didn't, had stowed away on the Swift, which turned out to be run by pirates, except they were only pretending to be pirates. They were really a party of Florian noblemen, wrongly accused, who were seeking to clear their names. You never got a particularly nautically rigorous look at the Swift, but you nonetheless came away with a powerful impression of it. It was a plucky but cozy little vessel, elegant to look at but game in a fight, with sleek lines and glowing yellow portholes through which one glimpsed snug, ship-shaped cabins. Of course, if this were a Fiery novel, the ship he needed would already be tied up at the docks, awaiting his command, just like that. But this wasn't a Fiery novel. This was Fiery. So it was up to him. I need something not too big and not too small, he said. Medium-sized. And it should be comfortable. And quick. And sturdy. I see. Will you require guns? No guns. Well, maybe a few guns. A few guns. A few guns. If you please, Admiral, don't be a cock. I'll know it when I see it, and if for some reason I don't, you tell me. All right? Admiral Lacker inclined his head almost imperceptibly to indicate that they had a deal. He would endeavor to be as little of a cock as possible. Whitespire stood on the shore of a wide, curving bay of oddly pale green sea. It was almost too perfect. It could have been carved out of the coastline on purpose by some divine being who took a benevolent interest in mortals having somewhere to put their ships when they weren't using them. For all Quentin knew, it had been. He had the driver drop them at one end of the waterfront. They clambered out, all three of them, blinking in the early morning sun after the swaying dimness of the carriage. The air was ripe with the smell of salt and wood and tar. It was intoxicating, like huffing pure oxygen. All right, Quentin said. Let's do this. He clapped his hands together. They walked, slowly, all the way from one end of the docks to the other, stepping over taut guy ropes and squashed and dried fish carcasses and weaving their way around massive stanchions and windlasses and through labyrinths of stacked crates. The waterfront was home to an astounding variety of vessels from all points in the Florian Empire and beyond. There was a gargantuan dreadnought made of black wood, with 9 masts and a bounding panther for a figurehead, and a square-snout junk with a brick-red sail crimped into sections by battens. There were sloops and cutters, galleons and schooners, menacing corvettes and tiny darting caravels. It was like a bathtub full of expensive bath toys. It took an hour to reach the far end. Quentin turned to Admiral Lacker. So what did you think? I think the Hatchet, the Mayfly, or the Morgan Downs would suffice. Probably. I'm sure you're right. Julia? Julia had said almost nothing the entire time. She was detached, like she was sleepwalking. He thought about what Elliot had told him last night. He wondered if Julia had found whatever it was she'd been looking for. Maybe she was hoping she'd find it on the outer island. It does not matter. They are all fine, Quentin. It makes no difference. They were both right, of course. There were plenty of decent-looking ships. Beautiful even. But they weren't the Swift. Quentin folded his arms and squinted down the length of the docks in the late morning glare. He looked out at the ships floating in the bay. What about those ones out there? Lacker pursed his lips. Julia looked too. Her eyes were still black from the day before, and she didn't have to shade them against the sun. She looked right into it. They are at your disposal as well, Your Highness, Lacker said. Of course. Julia walked out along the nearest pier, straight-backed and sure-footed, to where a humble fishing smack was tied up. She jumped the gap neatly and began untying it. Come on, she called. Lacker gestured to Quentin to precede him. Sometimes you just have to do things, Quentin, Julia said, as he climbed on board after her. You spend too much of your time waiting. It was good to get out on the open water, but there wasn't much wind, and as it warmed up the smack began to smell. Amazingly, its owner emerged from below decks, where he must have been asleep. He was a sun and windburned man with a gray beard, wearing overalls with nothing obviously on underneath them. Lacker addressed him in a language Quentin didn't recognize. He didn't seem at all put out or even surprised to discover that his boat had been commandeered by 2 monarchs and an admiral. As for Lacker, he looked unfairly comfortable in the heat in his full-dress uniform as they toured an even greater variety of inappropriate vessels. Most of them were out there because their drafts were too deep to anchor any farther in, a great bruiser of a ship of the line, some nobleman's bloated party yacht, a fat, butter-colored merchant tub. What about that one? Quentin said. He pointed. I beg your indulgence, Your Highness, my eyesight has suffered in the service of our great nation. You do not mean. I do. Enough with the period drama. That one. There. A flat sandbar projected from one of the horns of Whitespire's great bay. A ship lay near it in a few feet of water. The low tide had laid it gently down on one side on the sandy bottom, its underbelly exposed like a beached whale. That ship, Your Highness, has not left the bay for a very long time. Nevertheless, it was partly out of thoroughness, partly out of a perverse desire to pay the admiral back for being, his promise notwithstanding, a little bit of a cock. The owner of the smack exchanged a long look with Admiral Lacker. This man, the look said, loops his land. Let us return to the Morgan Downs. And we will, Julia said. But King Quentin wishes to see that ship first. It took 10 minutes to tack over to it, the sails flapping as the fisherman gamely worked his way upwind. Quentin reminded himself to pay the man something for this after. They circled the wreck listlessly in the shallow water. Its hull had been painted white, but the paint had been weathered and blasted down to the grey wood. There was something odd about its lines, something curiously swoopy about them. It finished in a long slender bowsprit that had been snapped off halfway. He liked it. It was neither harsh and blocky like a warship, nor soft and too pretty like a yacht. It was elegant, but it meant business. Too bad it was a carcass and not a ship. Maybe if he'd gotten here 50 years earlier. What do you think? The smack's keel scraped the sandy bottom loudly in the stillness. Admiral Lacker regarded the horizon line. He cleared his throat. I think, he said, that ship has seen better days. What do you think it was? Workhorse, the smack's owner piped up huskily. Dear class. Ran the route between here and Long Fall. Quentin hadn't even realized he spoke English. It looks nice, Quentin said. Or it looked nice. That was, Admiral Lacker said solemnly, one of the most beautiful ships that was ever made. He couldn't tell if Lacker was joking or not. Except that it was pretty obvious that he never joked. Really? Quentin said. Nothing moved like the Deer class, Lacker said. They were built to carry Bergspar from Longfall, then Cold Spice on the way back. Fast and tough. You could ride them to hell and back. Ha! So why aren't there more of them? Longfall ran out of Bergspar, the fisherman said. Now he'd gone all chatty. So we stopped sending them Cold Spice. That was the end of the Deer class. Most were broken up for the clockwood in them, sold for scrap. It was the Lowrians built them. Every shipwright in Fiery tried to copy them, but there was a trick to it. Trick's been lost. My first command, Lacker said, was a very fast picket out of Hartheim. Nothing in the service could have caught us, but I saw a Deer class blow by me once on its way north. We had studding sails set on both sides. Made us look like we were standing still. Quentin nodded. He stood up in the boat. A halo of little birds lifted off from the ship's blasted hull, stalled for a moment on a puff of wind, and then settled back down again. The smack had come around to the far side, and they could see the deck, which was stove in at least 2 places. The ship's name was painted across the stern, Muntjac. This wasn't a Fiery novel. If it were, this was the kind of boat he'd have. Well, I think that settles it, he said. Take us back to the Morgan Downs, please. The Morgan Downs, Highness. And when we get there tell the captain of the Morgan Downs to get his floating rat trap over here and haul that thing, he pointed at the Muntjac, into dry dock. We're taking it. That felt good. Some things it was never too late for. Getting the Muntjac, it turned out to be the name of a species of deer, into anything like seaworthy condition was going to take a couple of weeks, even if Quentin exercised his royal prerogatives and press-ganged all the best shipwrights in the city, which he did. But that was fine. It gave him time for more preparations. He'd been sitting on his nervous energy for so long, it was good to have something to do with it, and he was discovering how much of it he had. He could have powered a small city with it. The next day Quentin had an announcement posted in every town square in the country. He was going to hold a tournament. In all honesty, Quentin had only a very vague idea of how tournaments worked, or even what they were, except that they were something kings used to do at some point between when Jesus was alive and when Shakespeare was alive, which was as close as Quentin could get to placing when the Middle Ages had actually happened. He knew that tournaments were supposed to involve jousting, and he also knew that he wasn't interested in jousting. Too weird and phallic, plus it was hard on the horses. Sword fighting, though, that was interesting. Not fencing, or not just fencing, he didn't want anything that formal. He had in mind something more like mixed martial arts. Ultimate fighting. He wanted to know who the best swordsman in the realm was, the no-buts, fuck you, all-Fiery champion of sword fighting. So he put the word out, a week from now anyone who thought he could handle a blade should turn up at Castle Whitespire and start whacking till there was no one left to whack. Winner gets a small but very choice castle in the Fallorian boondocks and the honor of guarding the king's royal person on his upcoming journey to an undisclosed location. Elliot walked in while Quentin was clearing the grand banquet hall. A column of footmen was filing out, carrying a chair each. "Pardon me, Your Highness," Elliot said, "but what the hell are you doing?" "Sorry. It's the only room that was big enough for the matches. This is the part where I'm supposed to say, matches, what matches?" "For the tournament. Sword fighting. You didn't see the posters?" "The table goes too," Quentin said to the housekeeper who was directing the move. "Just put it in the hall. I'm having a tournament to find the best swordsman in Fiery." "Well, can't you have it outside?" "What if it rains? What if I want to eat something?" "I told them to serve dinner in your receiving room. So you'll have to do your receiving somewhere else. Maybe you can do that outside." A man was on his hands and knees on the floor ruling out the piece with a lump of chalk. "Quentin," Elliot said, "I just heard from someone in the Shipwrights Guild. Do you have any idea what that ship of yours is costing us? The Jackalope or whatever it is?" "No. The Muntjac. About 20 years' worth of outer island taxes, that's how much it's costing us," Elliot said, answering his own question. "Just in case you were curious how much it's costing us." "I wasn't that curious. But you do see the irony." Quentin considered this. "I do. But it's not about the money." "What's it about then?" "It's about observing good form," Quentin said. "You of all people know all about that, but..." Elliot sighed. "I suppose I can see that," he said. "And I need this. That's all I can tell you." Elliot nodded. "I can see that too." Contestants began trickling into the city a few days later. They were a bizarre menagerie, men and women, tall and short, haunted and feral, scarred and branded and shaved and tattooed. There was an ambulatory skeleton and an animated suit of armor. They carried swords that glowed and buzzed and burned and sang. A handsome pair of conjoined twins offered to enter individually and, in the event that they vanquished the field, gallantly declared themselves willing to fight each other. An intelligent sword arrived, borne on a silk pillow, and explained that it wished to enter, it merely required somebody willing to wield it. On the first day of the tournament there were so many pairings that some of the bouts had to be held outside after all, on wooden stages set up in the courtyards. A circus atmosphere prevailed. The weather was just turning, it was the first cold morning of the year and the fighters' breath smoked in the dawn air. They performed all kinds of weird stretches and warm-ups on the wet grass. It was everything Quentin had hoped for. He couldn't sit still long enough to watch a whole match, there was always something unmissable going on in the next ring over. Shouts and clashes and weird war cries and even less easily identifiable noises broke the early morning calm. It was like being in a battle, but minus all the death and suffering. It was 3 full days before the contestants worked their way through the draw to the final pairing. There were a few incidents and explosions along the way, where forbidden weaponry or major magic overpowered the safeguards they'd put in place, but no one was hurt too badly, thank God. Before it started he'd had a romantic idea about entering the tournament himself in disguise, but he could see now what a disaster that would have been. He wouldn't have lasted 30 seconds. Quentin oversaw the final match himself. Elliot and Janet condescended to attend, though such grunting, sweaty exercises were beneath Queen Julia's notice. Various barons and other court grandees and hangers-on sat in a row against the walls of the banquet hall, which looked woefully unmartial. He wished he'd done it outside after all. The last 2 fighters entered together, side by side but not speaking. After all that they looked oddly alike, a man and a woman, both slender, both of average height, nothing outwardly extraordinary about either of them. They were cool and serious, and they showed no obvious animosity for each other. They were professionals, drawn from the upper tiers of the Mercenaries Guild. They were just here to transact business. Whatever violence they had stored up in their lean, compact bodies was still latent for the time being, fissile but inactive. The woman was called Errol. The man's name, absurdly enough, was Bingle. Errol fought veiled and tightly swathed, like a ninja. She had a reputation as an elegant fighter who made a fetish of her technique. Nobody had been able to break her form, let alone touch her. Her sword was an oddity, it was curved slightly and then recurved, in the form of an elongated letter S, pretty but a pain to carry around, Quentin thought. You couldn't fit it in a scabbard. Bingle was an olive-colored man with hooded eyes that gave him a permanently melancholy look. He wore what might once have been an officer's uniform from which the bars and trim had been snipped, and he fought with a thin, flexible, whip-like blade with a complicated basket hilt that didn't look Fallorian. Though he'd won all his matches, the buzz on him was that he'd managed it without doing a lot of actual fighting. One infamous duel started in the morning and ran almost till sundown while Bingle engaged in an endless series of feints and evasions. The whole tournament was held up while they waited for the bracket to be filled. In another match Bingle's opponent waited till the opening bell had rung and then calmly stepped over the chalk line out of bounds for an automatic forfeit. Apparently they'd met before, and once had been enough. Quentin was looking forward to watching somebody make Bingle actually stand and fight. Quentin nodded to the master of sword to start the match. Errol began a sequence of highly stylized movements, drawing fluid shapes in the air with her recurved blade. She didn't approach her opponent. She seemed to be lost in concentration, practicing some ritualized, almost abstract martial art. Bingle watched her for a little bit, flicking the tip of his sword around uneasily. Then he joined the dance. He began performing the same movements as his opponent. They became mirror images of each other. Apparently they were adepts of the same style and had chosen to open with the same form. Laughter rippled through the crowd. And it was funny, like a mime copying a passerby. But neither of the fighters laughed. Afterward, Quentin wasn't sure exactly when this preamble ended and the fighting began. The two combatants passed too near each other, and it was like a candle flame accidentally brushing a curtain. A spark jumped the gap, the symmetry was broken, the fissile material reached criticality, and suddenly the room was full of the rapid-fire clatter of steel colliding with steel. At this level of mastery, the action went too fast for Quentin to follow. The precise details of the moves and countermoves and negotiations were lost on everybody but the combatants. Their shared style was all arcs and spins in constant motion as each side looked for openings and found only dead ends. You got the impression they were reading each other down to an atomic level, logging tiny twitches and tells and shifts of weight. The passes would start beautifully, set sequences that sometimes even included a flip or a somersault, then the flow would break and everything would be chaos until the blades tangled up and locked, and they disengaged and started all over again. Jesus, Quentin thought. And he was going to get on a boat with one of these people. It was a little too real. But it was electrifying too. These were people who knew exactly what they were meant to do and never hesitated to do it, whether they won or lost. Then all at once it was over. Errol overextended herself with a huge overhand chop that Bingle just managed to roll out from under, and by blind chance her blade stuck fast in the floor, in a crack between two flagstones. Coming up out of the roll, Bingle kicked at it, reflexively, and it snapped neatly halfway along its length. Errol stepped back, not bothering to conceal her frustration, and indicated that she conceded the match. But Bingle shook his head. Apparently he wasn't happy with the grounds of his victory. He wanted to keep fighting. He looked at Quentin for a ruling. So did everybody else. Well, if he wanted to play by good guy rules, then by all means. Quentin wouldn't mind seeing some more fighting himself. He drew his sword and offered it to Errol Hiltfirst. She felt the balance, nodded grudgingly, then resumed her fighting stance. The match recommenced. 5 minutes later, Bingle jumped a low cut and attempted some mid-air finesse move that got tangled up in Errol's ninja wrappings. He wound up right next to her, inside her guard, and she punched him savagely in the ribs, 3 times. He grunted and staggered backward toward the chalk line, and Quentin was sure he was going to ring out, but at the last second he realized where he was. He spun around and leaped balletically for the wall, pushed off it, turned head over heels, and landed lightly on his feet just in bounds. The crowd gasped and applauded. It was a circus move, stagey and over the top. Errol irritably pulled off her headscarf and shook out a surprising mass of wavy auburn hair before resuming her stance. Bet you anything she practiced that in a mirror, Elliot whispered. The dynamic of the fight had changed. Now Bingle dropped the formal, balletic style they'd both been using. Quentin had assumed that was where his training was, but it soon became apparent that he was some kind of technical freak, because he seemed to be able to shift styles at will. He went at her like a berserker, fast and furious, then cycled rapidly through a courtly dueling mode to a kind of shouting, stamping kendo style. Errol grew increasingly flummoxed trying to adjust, which was presumably what Bingle was after. Breaking her silence, she shouted something and lunged flat out. Bingle met her attack with a parry so implausible it was vaudevillian. He stopped her blade, Quentin's blade, with the tip of his, so that the two swords met point to point. They bent ominously, almost double. For an unendurably tense second, there was a worrying sawblade sound of flexed metal, and then Bingle's sword snapped with a sharp, vibrant twang. He had to jerk his head to one side to avoid a flying shard. He threw his useless hilt at Errol in disgust. The pommel clunked her on the temple, but she shrugged it off. She paused, evidently considering offering him the same largesse he'd offered her. Then, having made some inner calculation probably having to do with honor and principles and castles, she aimed an overhand cutting stroke at Bingle's shoulder, the coup de grace. Bingle closed his eyes and dropped rapidly to one knee. As the blade descended he didn't dodge, just brought his hands together smoothly and decisively in front of him. And then time stopped. At first Quentin wasn't sure what had happened, but the room exploded in amazement. He stood up to get a better view. Bingle had stopped the blade between the palms of his hands, in mid-strike, bare flesh against sharp steel. He must have calculated the move down to the last ergon arc in nanosecond. It took a moment for Errol to understand what he'd done, and Bingle didn't waste it. With the advantage of surprise, he jerked the blade toward himself, out of her grip. He flipped it smartly, the hilt smacking solidly into his palm, and placed the blade at her throat. The match was over. "Oh my God," Elliot said. "Did you see that? Oh my God." The assembled barons forgot their noble reserve. They got to their feet, huzzahing, and mobbed the winner. Quentin and Elliot cheered along with them. But Bingle didn't seem to see them. Those hooded eyes never changed their expression. He pushed his way through the crowd to Quentin's throne, where he kneeled and offered Quentin back his sword. The next time Quentin visited the waterfront, the muntjac was crawling with workmen, like piranhas on an unlucky Amazonian explorer, except in reverse. They were putting the muntjac back together, bringing it back to life. There was no part of it that wasn't being aggressively sanded or varnished or tightened or reinforced or replaced. They'd got it up into dry dock, propped it up on a forest of stilts, fixed the sprung boards, caulked and tarred and painted it. Out-of-sync hammer blows clattered from all quarters of the hull. As it turned out, the ship's structural elements had been basically sound, which was good, because the shipwrights didn't think they could have reproduced what they found. Deep in the hold, pieced into some of the complex joins near the prow, they'd found a complicated lump of wooden clockwork connected to taut lines leading off into various parts of the ship. They couldn't figure out what it was for, so Quentin told them to leave it alone. The muntjac's hull was now a smart jet black with bright white trim. Hundreds of yards of new sail were even now being sewn by an army of sailmakers, an astonishingly technical process that took place in a vast, airy sail loft the size of an airplane hangar. The sharp, honest fragrances of sawdust and wet paint bloomed in the air. Quentin breathed them in. He felt like he was coming back to life too. Not that he'd been dead, just not quite alive. Something else. With only 2 or 3 more days till the muntjac could be floated, Quentin paid a visit to Castle Whitespire's map room to see what he could learn about his destination. The outer island was the least exciting part of this whole undertaking, but he'd better at least be able to find it. After the clamor of the docks, the map room was a reservoir of cool quiet. One whole wall was windows, and the other was taken up with a glorious floor-to-ceiling map of Theory, from Loria in the north to the Wandering Desert in the south. The map was traversed by a rolling library ladder, so you could get right up close to the part you wanted to study, and the closer you looked, the more detail resolved itself, to the point where you could pick out individual trees in the Queenswood. No dryads though. The map was lightly animated by some subtle cartographical magic. You could follow tiny combers in as they pounded the swept coast, one after the other. Quentin leaned in, you could even hear them, faintly, like the roar in a shell. A line of shadow was advancing across the map, showing where it was night and where it was day in Theory. Overhead on the vaulted ceiling, tiny stars twinkled in the velvety blue-black of a celestial map that showed the Felorian constellations. This was Quentin's kingdom, the land he ruled. It looked so fresh and green and magical like this. This was Theory the way he'd thought of it as a little kid. Before he'd ever been here, it looked like the maps printed on the end papers of the Theory and further books. He could have watched it all day. The map room wasn't exactly a hive of activity. The only visible staff was a surly teenager with thick black bangs that fell over his eyes. He was bent over a table furiously working some kind of calculation using a collection of steel cartographical instruments. It took him a minute to look up and realize that he had a patron. The boy gave his name, grudgingly, as Benedict. He might have been 16. Quentin had a feeling that not a lot of people came through the map room, and still less often were those people kings. At any rate, Benedict was out of practice at showing the appropriate amount of deference. Quentin sympathized. Personally, he could take or leave the bowing and scraping. But he still needed a map. What can you show me that has the outer island on it? Benedict's eyes went blank for a second as he queried some mental database. Then he turned away and dragged himself over to a wall that was honeycombed with little square drawers. He yanked one out, they turned out to be thin but very deep, and extracted the single scroll it contained. The centerpiece of the map room was a heavy wooden table with an elaborate brass mechanism bolted to it. Benedict nimbly fitted the scroll into it and cranked a handle. It was the only thing he did with anything remotely resembling alacrity. The crank unrolled the scroll and spread it out flat so you could get a good look at the section you wanted. It was a lot longer than Quentin expected. Yards of almost blank parchment scrolled by as Benedict cranked, showing curves and arcs of latitude and longitude or whatever the Felorian equivalents were, traversing miles of open ocean. Finally he stopped at a tiny, irregular nugget of land with its name underneath it in italic script, the outer island. That must be the place, Quentin said dryly. Benedict would neither confirm nor deny this. He was painfully uncomfortable making eye contact. Quentin couldn't think who Benedict reminded him of until he realized that this was what he had probably looked like to other people when he was 16. Fear of everybody and everything, hidden behind a mask of contempt, with the greatest contempt of all reserved for himself. It looks pretty far out, Quentin said. How many days sail? Dunno, Benedict said, which wasn't quite true, because he added, obviously in spite of himself, 3 maybe. It's 477 miles. Nautical miles. What's the difference? Nauticals longer. How much? 265 yards longer, Benedict said automatically. And a bit. Quentin was impressed. Somebody must have managed to beat some information into Benedict somehow. The brass map reader had many articulated arms that extended seductively outward, each one with opposable lens on it. Quentin swiveled one around, and a magnified version of the outer island swam into view. It was roughly peanut-shaped, with a star marked on it at one end. Its border was a thick dark line, with a fainter outline around it, doubling it, as if to suggest waves, or maybe the submerged edge of the landmass under the water. It was about what he expected. A fine black thread, a single lonely stream, wandered from the interior down to the coast. Next to the star was the word outer, in smaller letters. Presumably that was the name of the island's one town. The lens failed to reveal anything else. All it did was make the fine grain of the parchment look coarse. Who lives there? Fishermen. I guess. There's an agent of the crown there. That's why it has a star. They looked at the star together. It's a shit map, Benedict volunteered. He leaned down so that his nose almost touched it. Look at the shading. Why do you want to know about it? I'm going there. Really? Why? That's actually a pretty good question. Are you looking for the key? No, I'm not looking for the key. What key? There's a fairy tale, Benedict said, as if he were explaining to a kindergartner. That's where the key that winds up the world is. Supposed to be. Quentin wasn't wildly interested in Florian folklore. Why don't you come along? He said. You could make a new map of it, if this one's so bad. Now he was a counselor of troubled youth. Something about the boy made Quentin want to shake him up. Get him out of his comfort zone so he could stop sneering at everybody else who was out of theirs. Get him thinking about something besides his own neuroses for a change. It was harder than it looked. I'm not rated for fieldwork, Benedict mumbled, dropping his gaze again. I'm a cartographer, not a surveyor. Quentin watched Benedict's eyes keep getting drawn back to the map, to that irregular peanut. Maps of places, rather than actual places, were obviously where young Master Benedict preferred to live. The linework is, he made a noise through his teeth, ch Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ was an expression the younger Florians had picked up from their new rulers. It was impossible to explain to them what it actually meant. They were convinced it was something dirty. In the name of the kingdom of Fiery, Quentin intoned, I hereby pronounce you rated for fieldwork. Good enough? Should have brought my sword. Benedict shrugged, embarrassed. It was exactly what Quentin would have done 10 years ago. Quentin almost found himself liking the kid. He probably thought nobody could possibly understand how he felt. It made Quentin realize how far he'd come. Maybe he could help Benedict. Think about it. We should bring somebody to update the maps. Though the draftsmanship looked fine to Quentin. Idly he turned the crank of the brass map viewing contraption. It really was very neat, little half-concealed gears spun, and the outer island drifted away and was rolled up on the far side of the scroll. He kept cranking. Yards and yards of creamy blank paper passed by, decorated here and there with dotted lines and tiny numbers. Empty ocean. Finally the scroll ran out, and the loose end popped out and flapped around. Not much out there, he said, since he felt like he should say something. It's the last scroll in the catalog, Benedict said. No one's even looked at it since I've been here. Can I take it with me? Benedict hesitated. It's okay. I am the king, you know. It's my map anyway, if you want to be technical about it. I still have to sign it out. Benedict carefully rolled up the scroll and placed it in a leather case, then gave him a slip of paper that allowed him to take it out of the map room. He had co-signed it. His full name was Benedict Fenwick. Benedict Fenwick. Jesus Christ. No wonder he was sulky. Quentin had an obsolete sailing ship that had been raised from the dead. He had a psychotically effective swordsman and an enigmatic witch queen. It wasn't the Fellowship of the Ring, but then again he wasn't trying to save the world from Sauron, he was attempting to perform a tax audit on a bunch of hick islanders. It would definitely do. They left Castle Whitespire 3 weeks to the day after Jollyby died. A stiff salt breeze was scouring the waterfront. The Muntjac sails looked ready to lap it up and race off over the horizon in search of more. They were a glorious white with the very pale blue ram of fiery splashed across them like a watermark, their edges snapping and vibrating with barely contained excitement. It really was a marvelous beast. A brass band played on the waterfront. The conductor was visibly urging his charges to greater and greater volumes, but the notes were whipped away by the wind the second they left the instruments. With half an hour to spare, Benedict Fenwick had turned up with the clothes on his back and an overnight bag stuffed full of clinking map-making equipment. The captain, once again, the unflappable Admiral Lacker, assigned him the last available quarters. Elliot walked out onto the dock with Quentin to see him off. "So," he said. "So?" They stood together at the foot of the gangplank. "You're really doing this? Did you think I was bluffing?" "A little bit, yes," Elliot said. "Say goodbye to Julia for me. Don't forget what I told you about her." Julia had already stowed herself in her cabin with the air of someone who wasn't planning to re-emerge till they'd made landfall. "I will. You'll be all right without us?" "Better off, Dot." "If you figure out what happened to Jollyby," Quentin said, "go ahead and kick the ass of whoever's responsible. Don't wait up for me." "Thanks. For what it's worth, I don't think it was the Fenwicks. I think they just think we're dicks." Quentin remembered the first time they'd met, how odd Elliot's twisted jaw had looked. Now it was so familiar he didn't notice it. It looked like something natural, like a humpback whale's jaw. "I suppose I could make a speech," Elliot said, "but nobody would hear it. I'll just act like you're exhorting me to further the interests of the Felorian people and show these renegade Outer Islanders, who probably just forgot to pay their taxes, if they even have anything to pay taxes on, or with, that we stand for everything that is just and true, and they'd do well to remember it." "You're actually looking forward to this, aren't you?" "If you want the truth, it's taking all my self-control just to stay standing here on the dock, Dot." "All right," Elliot said. "Go." "Oh, you've got an extra crew member. I forgot to tell you. The talking animals sent someone." "What? Who?" "Exactly. Who or what, I never know which. It's already on board." "Sorry, it was politically expedient. You could have asked me." "I would have, but I thought you might say no. I miss you already. See you in a week." Light on his feet, Quentin jogged up the plank, which was hastily withdrawn behind him as soon as he was on deck. Incomprehensible naval yells issued from all quarters. Quentin did his best to stay out of people's way as he picked his way back to the poop deck. The ship creaked and shifted slowly, ponderously, as it leaned and bore away from the wharf. The world around them, which had been fixed in place, became loose and mobile. As they cleared the harbor, the world changed again. The air cooled and the wind picked up and the water abruptly became gunmetal gray and ruffled. Massive swells came booming through underneath them. The Muntjack's enormous sails caught hold of the wind. New wood cracked and settled comfortably into the strain. Quentin walked to the very stern and looked out over the wake, swept clean and crushed into foam by the weight of their passage. He felt good and right here. He patted the Muntjack's worn old taffrail. Unlike most things and most people in Fiery, the Muntjack needed Quentin, and Quentin hadn't let her down. He stood up straighter. Something heavy and invisible had relaxed its talon grip, left its familiar perch on his shoulders and winged away on the stiff breeze. Let it weigh down somebody else for a while, he thought. Probably it would be waiting for him when he got home again. But for now it could wait. When he turned around to go below, Julia was standing right behind him. He hadn't heard her. The wind had caught her black hair and was whipping it wildly around her face. She looked outrageously beautiful. It might have been a trick of the light, but her skin had a silvery, unearthly quality, as if it would shock him if he touched it. If they were ever going to fall in love with each other, it was going to happen on this ship. They watched together as Whitespire grew smaller behind them and was finally obscured by the point. She'd come here all the way from Brooklyn, just like him, he thought. She was probably the only person in the world, in any world, who understood exactly what all this felt like to him. "Not bad, right, Jules?" he said. He breathed in the cold sea air. "I mean, this whole trip is ridiculous, basically, but look." He gestured at everything, the ship, the wind, the sky, the seascape, the two of them. "We should have done this ages ago." Julia's expression didn't change. Her eyes had never gone back to normal after the incident in the forest. They were still black, and they looked strange and ancient with her girlish freckles. "I did not even notice we were moving," she said. Chapter 4. You have to go back to the beginning, to that freezing miserable afternoon in Brooklyn when Quentin took the Brakebills exam, to understand what happened to Julia. Because Julia took the Brakebills exam that day too. And after she took it, she lost 3 years of her life. Her story started the same day Quentin's did, but it was a very different kind of story. On that day, the day he and James and Julia walked along Fifth Avenue together on the way to the boys' Princeton interviews, Quentin's life had split wide open. Julia's life hadn't. But it did develop a crack. It was a hairline crack at first. Nothing much to look at it. It was cracked, but you could still use it. It was still good. No point in throwing her life away. It was a perfectly fine life. Or no, it wasn't fine, but it worked for a while. She'd said goodbye to James and Quentin in front of the brick house. They'd gone in. She'd walked away. It had started to rain. She'd gone to the library. This much she was pretty sure was true. This much had probably actually happened. Then something happened that didn't happen. She'd sat in the library with her laptop and a stack of books and written her paper for Mr. Karras. It was a damn good paper. It was about an experimental utopian socialist community in New York State in the 19th century. The community had some praiseworthy ideals but also some creepy sexual practices, and eventually it lost its mojo and morphed into a successful silverware company instead. She had some ideas about why the whole arrangement worked better as a silverware company than it had as an attempt to realize Christ's kingdom on earth. She was pretty sure she was right. She'd gone into the numbers, and in her experience when you went into the numbers you usually came out with pretty good answers. James met her at the library. He told her what had happened with the interview, which was weird enough as it was, what with the interviewer turning up dead and all. Then she'd gone home, had dinner, gone up to her room, written the rest of the paper, which took until 4 in the morning, grabbed 3 hours of sleep, got up, blew off the first 2 classes while she fixed her endnotes, and went to school in time for social studies. Mischief managed. When she looked back the whole thing had a queer, unreal feeling to it, but then again you often get a queer, unreal feeling when you stay up till 4 and get up at 7. Things didn't start to fall apart till a week later, when she got her paper back. The problem wasn't the grade. It was a good grade. It was an A-, and Mr. K didn't give out a lot of those. The problem was, what was the problem? She read the paper again, and though it read all right, she didn't recognize everything in it. But she'd been writing fast. The thing she snagged on was the same thing Mr. K snagged on, she'd gotten a date wrong. See, the utopian community she was writing about had run afoul of a change in federal statutory rape laws, creepy, that took place in 1878. She knew that. Whereas the paper said 1881, which Mr. K would never have caught, though come to think of it he was a pretty creepy character himself, and she wouldn't be surprised if he knew his way around a statutory rape law or two, except Wikipedia made the same mistake, and Mr. K loved to do spot checking to catch people relying on Wikipedia. He checked the date, and checked Wikipedia, and put a big red X in the margin of Julia's paper. And a minus after her A. He was surprised at her. He really was. Julia was surprised too. She never used Wikipedia, partly because she knew Mr. K checked, but mostly because unlike a lot of her fellow students she cared about getting her facts right. She went back through the paper and checked it thoroughly. She found a second mistake, and a third. No more, but that was enough. She started checking versions of the paper, because she always saved and backed up separate drafts as she went, because track changes in Word was bullshit, and she wanted to know at what point exactly the errors got in. But the really weird thing was there were no other versions. There was only the final draft. This fact, although it was a minor fact, with multiple plausible explanations, proved to be the big red button that activated the ejector seat that blew Julia out of the cozy cockpit of her life. She sat on her bed and stared at the file, which showed a time of creation that she remembered as having been during dinner, and she felt fear. Because the more she thought about it the more it seemed like she had 2 sets of memories for that afternoon, not just one. One of them was almost too plausible. It had the feel of a scene from a novel written by an earnest realist who was more concerned with presenting an amalgamation of naturalistic details that fit together plausibly than with telling a story that wouldn't bore the fuck out of the reader. It felt like a cover story. That was the one where she went to the library and met James and had dinner and wrote the paper. But the other one was bat's hit insane. In the other one she'd gone to the library and done a simple search on one of the cheapo library workstations on the blonde-wood tables by the circulation desk. The search had yielded a call number. The call number was odd, it put the book in the sub-basement stacks. Julia was pretty sure the library didn't have any sub-basement stacks, because it didn't have a sub-basement. As if in a dream she walked to the brushed steel elevator. Sure enough, beneath the round white plastic button marked B, there was now also a round plastic button marked SB. She pressed it. It glowed. The dropping sensation in her stomach was just an ordinary dropping sensation, the kind you get when you're descending rapidly toward a subbasement full of cheap metal shelving and the buzz of fluorescent lights and exposed pipes with red-painted daisy wheel valve handles poking out of them at odd angles. But that's not what she saw when the elevator doors opened. Instead, she saw a sun-soaked stone terrace in back of a country house, with green gardens all around it. It wasn't actually a house, the people there explained, it was a school. It was called Breakbills, and the people who lived there were magicians. They thought she might like to be one too. All she would have to do was pass one simple test. Chapter 5. Waking up that first morning on board the Muntjac, the only thing Quentin could compare it to was his first morning waking up at Breakbills. His cabin was long and narrow, and his bed lay along it opposite a row of windows that were only a couple of yards above the waterline. The first thing he saw was those windows, speckled with droplets and bright with sunlight reflected off the water, which they were skimming over at an unbelievable clip. Bookshelves, cabinets, and drawers had been cleverly tucked in along the walls and under the bed. It was like being inside a Chinese puzzle. He swung his bare feet down onto the wide, cold planks of his little cabin. He felt the slight pitch and the even slighter roll of the ship, and the tilt that the wind had set it at. He felt like he was in the belly of some massive but friendly marine mammal whose joy in life was to lope along the surface of the sea with him inside it. Quentin was one of those annoying people who never got seasick. He got his clothes out of the miniature dresser that was built into the wall, or the gunwale, or bulkhead, whatever you call a wall on a ship. He admired the neat rows of books on the built-in shelves above his bed, which were held in place by a narrow board so they wouldn't fall off during a storm. He wasn't especially looking forward to finding out what they were going to have for breakfast, and the less said about the bathroom the better, but other than that he was in a state of grace. He hadn't felt this good in months. Years, maybe. On deck he was the only person who had nothing to do. The crew of the Muntjac was small for a ship its size, 8 hands including the captain, and all the crew members who were visible were very seriously engaged in steering the ship and splicing ropes and scrubbing the deck and climbing up and down things. Julia was nowhere in sight, and Admiral Lacker and Benedict were discussing some navigational nicety with a degree of animation Quentin hadn't thought either one of them was capable of. Quentin supposed he would consult on whether magic if any was required, but Julia was better at that stuff than he was, and anyway he couldn't imagine how even Julia could improve on what they had, which was a clear sky and a cold stiff wind out of the northwest. He decided to climb up the mast. He walked over to the last and least of the Muntjac's 3 masts, swinging his arms forward and back, loosening up his shoulders. It was probably a stupid idea. But who hadn't at some point in his life wanted to climb to the top of a sailing ship in full flight? It always looked easy in movies. The mast wasn't exactly built for climbing, there weren't any rungs or steps or spikes. He put his foot on a brass cleat. The man at the helm looked at him. "Your king is climbing a mast, citizen. And no, he doesn't know how. Deal with it." It wasn't easy, but it wasn't that hard either. Where there weren't cleats or spars there were at least ropes, though you had to be careful not to pull anything that wasn't supposed to be pulled. He skinned a knuckle, then another one, and a fat splinter stabbed straight into the soft ball of his thumb and broke off there. The mast hummed with tension, he could sense it rooted deep in the hold, taking the force of the wind and balancing it with the force of water on the keel. The thing he hadn't counted on was how cold it got, right away, like he'd climbed into another climatic zone, or maybe the lower limits of outer space. The other thing he hadn't counted on was the angle of the ship. He barely noticed it most of the time, but the farther he got from the safety of the deck the more perilously the ship seemed to be heeling over. He had to keep reminding himself that it wasn't actually in imminent danger of rolling right over and drowning them all. Probably. By the time he got to the top he was no longer over the deck at all. He could have dropped a plumb line straight down into the water, which rushed along below him, a torrent of rough green glass. A blunt-nosed, milky gray shape was keeping pace with them below the surface about 50 feet off their starboard side. It was huge. Not a whale, its tail was vertical, not horizontal. A gigantic fish, then, or a shark. Even as he watched it, it swam deeper, growing fainter and more diffuse, until he could no longer see it at all. The higher you get the more you realize how much bigger than you everything is. Going down was easier. Once he was safely on deck Quentin decided to keep going the other way, down to the hold. The noise of the bright, busy outside world vanished as soon as he stepped through the dark hatch in the deck. There wasn't far to go, 3 short flights took him to the bottom of the Muntjac's hollow little world. It was warm there. He could feel the ocean pressing in on him from the other side of the damp, sweating wood. The hold was so full of supplies there was hardly room to move. It wasn't very scenic. He was making his way back to the ladder, back up to reality, or what passed for it in theory, when a weird, furry, upside-down face loomed out of the darkness at him. He gave a high and not very kingly bark of alarm and hit his head on something. The face hung in midair. As his eyes adjusted he saw that the creature was hanging upside down from a crossbeam, so comfortably that it looked like it had been there its whole life. It had an alien, half-melted look. "Hello," it said. That was one mystery solved. Their talking animal was a sloth. It was just about the ugliest mammal Quentin had ever seen. "Hi," Quentin said. "I didn't realize you were down here." "Nobody seems to," the sloth said, with equanimity. "I hope you'll come visit often." It took them 3 days to sail to the outer island, and every day it got hotter. They left the autumn beaches and still waters of Whitespire for a more tropical zone. They did this while traveling east, instead of north or south, which was weird to the people from Earth, but none of the Felorians seemed surprised. It made him wonder whether this world was even spherical. Benedict had never even heard of an equator. The crew changed into tropical whites. Benedict stood by Admiral Lacker's side at the helm with a book of charts that laid out the approach to the outer island, page after page crowded with technical-looking dots and blobby concentric isobars. Working together they threaded their way through a maze of shoals and reefs that no one but they could see until the island was actually in sight, a little bump of white sand and green jungle on the horizon, with a modest peak in the middle, not so different from what he'd imagined. They rounded a point and entered a shallow bay. The moment they did, the wind dropped to nothing. The muntjac coasted into the center of the harbor on the last of its momentum, rippling the placid green surface as it went. The sails flapped limply in the silence. It could have been a sleepy hamlet on the Côte d'Azur. The shore was a narrow sandy strand littered with dry seaweed and the fibrous bits that palm trees constantly shed, baking in the afternoon heat. A wharf and a few low structures stood toward one end, and one rather magnificent-looking building that might have been a hotel or a country club. Not a single person was visible. Probably they were taking a siesta. In spite of himself, Quentin felt a rising sense of anticipation. Don't be an idiot. This was an errand. They were here to collect the taxes. They lowered the launch in silence. Quentin climbed in, followed by Bingle and Benedict, who lost his sullen self-consciousness for a moment in his excitement at starting his survey. At the last minute, Julia appeared from below and slipped aboard. The sloth, slung comfortably from its beam in the hold, declined to go, though it enjoined them, before closing its drooping, shadowed eyes, to remember that if they came across any particularly succulent shoots, or even a small lizard, it was an omnivore. A long, skinny, rickety pier projected from the wharves out into the water, with an absurd little cupola at the end. They rowed for it. The bay was as smooth as a pond. Throughout this entire operation they hadn't seen or heard a soul. "Spooky," Quentin said out loud. "God, I hope it's not one of those Roanoke deals where the whole place is deserted." Nobody said anything. He missed having Elliot to talk to, or even Janet. If Julia was amused, or even got the reference, she didn't let on. She'd been keeping to herself since they left Whitespire. She didn't want to talk to anyone, or touch anyone. She kept her hands in her lap and her elbows drawn in. He scanned the shoreline through a folding telescope that he'd charmed so that it would show beings both visible and invisible, or most of them anyway. The waterfront was genuinely, authentically deserted. If you adjusted the telescope, it had an extra dial. It ran the view a little ways backward in time too. Nobody had visited the beach for at least an hour. The pier creaked in the stillness. The heat was murderous. Quentin thought he should go first, as king, but Bingle insisted. He was taking his duties as royal bodyguard very seriously. He wasn't anywhere near as jolly as his name made him sound, though that would have been almost impossible since his name made him sound like a clown who entertained at children's parties. The big building they'd seen earlier was made of wood and painted white, with ionic columns out front and grand glass doors. Everything was peeling. It looked like an old southern plantation house. Bingle pushed open the door and stepped inside. Quentin pushed in right behind him. If he got nothing else out of this, he was going to get a little thrill of the unknown, however short-lived. It was pitch black inside after the glare of the afternoon, and pleasantly cool. "Have a care, Your Highness," Bingle said. As his eyes adjusted, Quentin saw a shabby but grandly appointed room with a desk in the center. At it sat a little girl with straight blonde hair coloring fiercely on a piece of paper. When she saw them, she turned around and shouted up the stairs. "Mom, my! There's people here!" She turned back to them. "Try not to get sand in the house." She went back to coloring. "Welcome to Fiery," she added, without looking up. The little girl's name was Eleanor. She was 5 and very adept at drawing bunny Pegasi, which were like regular Pegasi except instead of horses with wings they were rabbits with wings. Quentin wasn't clear on whether they were real or made up. You could never be totally sure about stuff like that in Fiery. Mommy was in her late 30s or thereabouts, pretty with thin lips and a pale untropical complexion. She descended the stairs smartly, in high heels and a vaguely official-looking jacket and skirt, and shifted Eleanor roughly out of her chair, which Eleanor accepted. She took her pictures and coloring things and ran up the stairs. "Welcome to the Kingdom of Fiery," the woman said, in a throaty alto. "I am the customs agent. Please state your names and countries of origin." She opened a very official-looking ledger and held a large purple-inked stamp at the ready. "I'm Quentin," Quentin said. "Coldwater. I'm King of Fiery." She paused, eyebrows arched, with her hand poised to stamp. She was making a good thing out of this routine, businesslike but sexy, with some nicely judged irony in there. There was something of the vamp about the customs agent. "You're the King of Fiery?" "I'm a King of Fiery. There are two." She put down the stamp. In the column marked occupation she wrote, "King." "In that case, from Fiery?" "Well, yes." She made another note. "Ah, well." She sighed and closed the ledger. She didn't get to use her stamp. "There isn't much paperwork if you're from Fiery. I thought you might have come from overseas." "Address His Highness with respect," Bingle snapped. "You're talking to the king, not some wandering fisherman." "I know he's the king," she said. "He said that." "Then address him as Your Highness." "Sorry." She turned to Quentin, trying, but not very hard, to suppress her amusement. "Your Highness. We don't get a lot of kings here. It takes getting used to." "Well, all right." Quentin let it go. "Look, Bingle, I'll take care of guarding my dignity, thanks." Then to the customs agent, "You can still stamp my form if you want to." Bingle shot Quentin a glance to the effect of, "You have no idea how to be a king, literally none." The customs agent's name turned out to be Elaine, and once she'd satisfied herself as to their immigration status, she was a gracious host. "It was usual on the outer island to have cocktails in about an hour," she explained, "but before then would they like to see something of the island?" "They certainly would. By all means, as long as they were here. Only they should be warned that someone would wind up carrying Eleanor on his shoulders. She was a sweet child but easily distracted and very lazy. She's a terrible flirt. She goes straight for the men of the party, and if she figures out you're an easy mark, you'll be carrying her around for the rest of the day." They followed Elaine through the embassy, which was what the grand building turned out to be. It was dim and surprisingly elegant, with lots of club chairs in dark wood, something like an English gentleman's club. It was hard to picture the opulent age in which all this stuff had been shipped out here and assembled. The outer island must have had a heyday. They walked out the back gate and along the cart track hacked out of the tropical greenery. Elaine picked a tangy sweet sour fruit from a low-hanging branch and offered it to Quentin. "Try this," she purred. It had dense nests of seeds inside that one spat out into the weeds. The spicy scent of the seaside gave way to the dense green chlorophyll fog of the jungle. Here and there they passed a wrought iron gate, painted white but rusting, with a path curving away back into the underbrush. Elaine discoursed about the various histories and scandals of the families that lived in the houses at the ends of the paths. She was handsome and had a bright, appealing manner. Though Quentin wondered why she wasn't more affectionate to her daughter, the helpful little Eleanor. It didn't jibe with her otherwise hospitable manner. Bingle stalked ahead of them, sword out, ready to slash or grapple any malefactors who might spring out of the jungle with designs on the king's person. Quentin thought he was being rude, but Elaine didn't seem to notice. They stopped to admire a tropical clock tree, which took the form of a palm tree instead of an oak. Quentin asked Eleanor if she could tell time, and she said that she couldn't, and what's more she didn't want to. "Aren't we being a little princess for the king?" said Elaine. Benedict sketched effortfully as they walked, trying not to blot his notebook with sweat. Julia stopped to study a weed, or maybe talk to it, and they left her behind. How much trouble could she get into? Quentin had had some half-formed idea of flirting with Elaine as a way of arousing Julia's competitive spirit, but if such a spirit dwelled within her it remained unaroused. After a half-mile they came to the center of town. The cart track performed a wobbly loop and rejoined itself. There was a market here, or at least some market stalls, with a fishy reek and a few discarded, trampled fruit of the kind they'd picked on the way there. At the head of the loop stood a grand official building of the town hall variety with a stopped clock on its pediment like a blind cyclops eye and a faded but still recognizable Florian flag hanging limp and exhausted in the damp heat. In the center of the loop stood a stone monument, a granite obelisk with a statue of a man on top. Monsoons had weathered it badly, and tropical weeds had managed to crack off a corner of the base, but you could still make out the man's heroic attitude, stoic in the face of what looked like impending misfortune. "That is Captain Banks," Elaine said. "He founded the Florian settlement on the outer island, by which I mean he ran his ship into it." Quentin wondered if there was a joke to be made about founder and founder. If there was, it had probably already made the rounds of the outer island. "Where is everybody?" "Oh, they're around," she said. "We keep to ourselves here, mostly." Eleanor tried Elaine and was cuffed away. She held up her arms to Quentin, and he hoisted her up onto his shoulders. Elaine rolled her eyes as if to say, "Don't say I didn't warn you." The sun was setting in an absolute bloodbath of a sunset behind the trees, and the evening insects were growing bolder. Eleanor squealed with delight at how tall Quentin was compared with her usual mount. She pulled the edge of her skirt down over his eyes. He gently lifted it up and she squealed again and pushed it back down. It was a game. She was surprisingly strong. Quentin supposed that there were worse things to be than an easy mark. He stood there for a long moment, in the tropical darkness that lay beneath the hem of Eleanor's skirt. Here I am, noble leader of the bold expedition to the outer island. King of all I survey. This was it, there really would be no surprise twist, no big reveal. The feeling of resignation was almost pleasurable, a mellow, numbing pleasure, like the first good, stiff drink of the evening. He sighed. It wasn't an unhappy sigh, but it included the thought, as soon as I have those taxes I am so out of here. You said something before about cocktails, he said. Dinner at the embassy was surprisingly good, a frighteningly toothy local fish served whole in a sweet preparation with some kind of mango-like local fruit. Eleanor waited on the guests with towering dignity, conveying salt shakers and glasses and other incidental items from kitchen to table with a straight back and slow, deliberate steps, toe-heel, as if she were walking a balance beam. Around 8:30 she dropped a crystal wineglass. For God's sake, Eleanor, Elaine said. Go to bed. No dessert, just go to bed. The accused wept and demanded cake, but Elaine was unmoved. Afterward they all sat on wicker couches in chairs on an upper porch and took cautious sips of some appallingly sugary local liquor. The bay was spread out in the darkness below them, with the muntjac afloat in it, illuminated by lanterns at bow and stern and at the tops of the masts. Julia contrived a spell to keep the bugs away. Quentin asked where the bathroom was and excused himself. It was a cover story. He stopped by the kitchen, where he found what was left of the cake sitting underneath a glass dome. He cut a slice and took it up to Eleanor's bedroom. "Shh," he said, closing the door behind him. She nodded seriously, as if he were a spy delivering a wartime communique. He waited while she ate the cake, then returned the evidence, the empty plate and the fork, to the kitchen. When he got back to the veranda, Elaine was alone. Julia had gone to bed. If she felt anything about him, she wasn't about to fight over him for the sake of it. His grand outing with Julia was slipping away from him. Fine if nothing happened between them, at this point he'd be happy if he could just get her to talk to him. He was worried about her. I apologize about earlier, Elaine said. Your Highness. About your being king. Forget about it. He refocused his attention on her with an effort and smiled. I'm still getting used to it myself. It would have been easier if you were wearing a crown. I did for a while, but it was incredibly uncomfortable. And it always fell off at the most inappropriate moments. I can imagine. Christenings. Cavalry charges. Under the influence of the local moonshine he was beginning to find himself insouciantly charming. Lou Roy SMUs. It sounds like a public nuisance. It was practically an enemy of the state. Now I just maintain a kingly bearing. I'm sure you noticed that. It was difficult to make out her expression in the twilight. Mobs of exotic eastern stars were filling in the black sky overhead. Oh, it was unmistakable. She began rolling a cigarette. Were they flirting? She had to be at least 15 years older than Quentin. Here he was afloat in the wild magical tropics of Fieri and he'd stumbled on the only cougar within 477 nautical miles. He wondered who Eleanor's daddy was. Did you grow up here? He asked. Oh, no. My parents were from the mainland down around the southern orchard. I never knew my father. I've been in the diplomatic service forever. This is just another posting for me. I've been all over the empire. Quentin nodded sagely. He wasn't aware that Fieri had a diplomatic service. He'd have to look into that when he got back. So do you get a lot of people coming through here? I mean from outside Fieri? Over the sea? Sadly no. Actually, I'll tell you a terrible secret. No one has ever come through here, not as long as I've been at the embassy. In fact, in the whole history of this office, 3 centuries of it, nobody has ever once passed through customs from across the Eastern Ocean. The records are completely blank. In that respect, I suppose you'd have to call it a bit of a sinecure. Well, what with there being no work and all. It's a shame. You should see the customs forms, they're really magnificent. The letterhead alone. You should take some. And the stamp, I'll stamp something for you in the morning. The stamp is an absolute masterpiece. The tip of her cigarette glowed in the dimness. Quentin was reminded of the last time he'd smoked, during the brief but vigorously hedonistic period when he'd lived in New York, 3 years ago. Her cigarette was sweet and fragrant. He asked for one. She had to roll it for him, he'd forgotten how. Or had he ever known? No, Elliot had a clever silver device that rolled them for you. I hate to bring this up, Quentin said. But there's a reason why I'm here. I thought as much. Is it that magic key business? What? Oh. No, it's not the magic key. She leaned back and put her feet up on a chest she used for a table. What then? It's about the money. The taxes. You didn't send any last year. I mean, the island didn't. She burst out laughing, a big, open-mouthed laugh. She leaned back and clapped her hands together once. And they sent you? They sent the king? They didn't send me. I'm the king. I sent myself. Right. She dabbed at her eyes with the heels of her hands. You're a bit of a micromanager, aren't you? Well, I suppose you're wondering where the money is. We should have sent it. We could have, no one's in any danger of starving on the outer island. Tomorrow I'll take you out to see the gold beetles. They're amazing, they eat dirt and poop out gold ore. Their nests are made of gold. She kicked the chest their feet were resting on. Take this. It's full of gold. I'll throw in the chest for free. Great, Quentin said. Thanks. It's a deal. Mission accomplished. He took a drag on the cigarette and stifled a cough. It had been a very brief phase, his smoking period. Maybe he'd had too much of whatever this was. Rum? It was sweet, and they were on a tropical island, so let's call it rum. We hadn't heard from you for years. There didn't seem to be any point. I mean, what do you actually do with the stuff? Quentin could have answered that, but even he had to admit that the answer wouldn't have been a very good one. Probably they used it to regild Elliot's scepter. Taxation without representation. She could start a revolution. She was right. It was all so unreal. Anyway, look what happened. They sent us a king. I think we might be forgiven for feeling a little pleased with ourselves. But why are you really here? Don't tell me that's the whole reason, it's too disappointing. Are you on a quest? I'm afraid I am going to disappoint you. I'm not on a quest. I was sure you were looking for the magic key, she said. The one that winds up the world. It was hard to tell when she was joking. To be honest, Elaine, I don't really know much about the key. I guess there's a story about it? Do you get a lot of people looking for it? No. But it's just about our only claim to fame, aside from the Beatles. A vast orange moon was rising, as orange as their cigarette tips. It was a crescent moon, hanging so low it looked like it could snag a horn in the muntjacs rigging. Theory's moon was actually crescent-shaped, not round. Once a day, exactly at noon, it passed between Theory and the sun, making an eclipse. The birds all went quiet when it happened. It still seemed to take them by surprise. Quentin was so used to it he hardly noticed it anymore. It's not here anyway, she said. I figured that. Quentin poured himself more rum from a decanter. Not that he needed it, but who cared? He wondered if they'd solved the mystery of Jollibye's death yet. It's on after. The next island farther out. Sorry, he said. I'm not following. What's where? There's an island farther out from here, called After. 2 days sail, maybe 3. I've never been there. But that's where the key is. The key. You must be joking. Am I laughing? Was she? She gave him a funny half smile. I'm thinking this is a metaphorical key. The key to life. It's a piece of paper that says haste makes waste or early to bed early to rise. No, Quentin, it's a real key. Made of gold. Teeth and everything. Very magical, or that's what people say. Quentin stared at the bottom of his glass. He needed to be thinking now, but he'd taken steps to disable his thinking apparatus. Too late. Haste makes waste. Who makes a key out of gold? He said. It makes no sense. It would be too soft. It would get bent all the time. You'd certainly have to be careful where you stuck it, but. Quentin's face felt hot. Thank God the night was cooling off, finally, and a night wind was rising in the trees around the embassy. So there's a magic golden key a couple of days' sail away from here. Why haven't you gone and gotten it yourself? I don't know, Quentin. Maybe I haven't got any magic locks. It never occurred to me that the key might be real. It was tempting. It was more than that, it was a big buzzing neon sign in the darkness that read Adventureland. He could feel the pull of it, from out over the horizon. The outer island was a bust, a red herring, but that just meant he hadn't gone far enough. Elaine sat forward on the couch, looking more sober and cogent than he felt. Probably she was used to this rum stuff. He wondered what it might be like to kiss her. He wondered what it might be like to get into bed with her. They were all alone on a sweaty tropical night. The moon was up. Though if he'd been serious about that, he probably should have stopped drinking a little sooner. And now that he did think about it, he wasn't entirely sure that he wanted to kiss those thin, smiling lips. "Will you let me tell you something, Quentin?" she said. "I would think very hard about whether you want to look for the key. This island is a pretty safe place as islands go, but it's the jumping-off point. This is the end of theory, Quentin. Out there," she pointed out to sea, past the Munchak's cozy hurricane lamps, past the faint black-on-blue outlines of the palm trees on the rim of the bay, where the hushing of distant breakers came from. "That's not theory. Your kingdom ends here. Here you're a king, you're all-powerful. You're not king of any of that. Out there you're just Quentin. Are you sure that's going to be enough?" When she said it, he saw what she meant. They were on the very rim of something, the lip. The edge of that meadow in the forest, where Jollyby died. The sill of his office window, when Elliot and the others had come to fetch him on Earth. Here he was powerful. There, he didn't know what he was. "Of course I'm not sure," he said. "That's why you go. To find out if it's enough. You just have to be sure you want to find out." "Yes, you do, Your Highness," Elaine said. "Yes, you do." Quentin was the last one to bed that night and the last one up in the morning. His sense of time had gotten pleasantly elastic in theory, since he wasn't constantly being assaulted with blinking digital clocks here the way he was in the real world, but it was late enough that the sun was already scorching. Late enough for him to feel the shame that comes with hearing other people going about their business while he was still weakly tangled up in his sweaty sheets. His room was airy and equatorial, with cool white linen and flung open windows, and it was still suffocatingly hot. The rum, which had seemed so delightful the night before, so absolutely good and necessary, had now revealed its true nature as a hideous toxin, a dryer of mouths and a ravager of brains. He cursed the earlier incarnation of himself that drank so much of it. Then he got up and went in search of water. There was plenty of it around. Probably there was a beautiful songbird somewhere around here that puked gallons of sparkling spring water every morning, to go with the gold beetles. He ran himself a cool bath and sat in it and sipped more water till his head felt better. You can't feel fresher and cleaner than when you're soaking in fresh water within sight of the ocean. Most of the night before was blotted out, or available to his memory only in the form of mental security camera footage, grainy figures with blurred voices, but one thing remained bright and clear in high definition: the golden key. She'd said it was real. He wondered what the magic was. He wondered what it opened. Had she told him, and he'd forgotten? No, that didn't sound right. But she'd told him where it was, After Island. He needed to know more. They had a choice to make: go on, or go home. But by the time he came down for breakfast, Elaine was already gone. She'd left a note reminding him to take the chest with him, the one with the taxes in it, and wishing him well. She also left him a slender gray book called The 7 Golden Keys. She didn't say where she'd gone. "I guess she won't be showing me those gold beetles after all," he thought. Or her fancy stamp. Thank God he hadn't made a pass at her. Elaine had left behind her daughter too. Eleanor was back at her mother's desk, just as they'd found her when they arrived, industriously documenting the habits of the bunny Pegasus in bright primary-colored pencils on official Outer Island embassy stationery. There seemed to be an unlimited supply of it. Quentin looked over her shoulder. The letterhead really was nice. "Good morning, Eleanor. Do you know where your mom went?" Quentin hadn't spent a lot of time with little kids in his life. He mostly fell back on treating them like adults. Eleanor didn't seem to mind. "No," she said lightly. She didn't look up or stop coloring. "Do you know when she's coming back?" She shook her head. What kind of mother would leave a 5-year-old to take care of herself? Quentin felt sorry for Eleanor. She was a sweet, earnest little girl. She made him feel paternal, which wasn't a feeling he had much experience with, but he was finding that he liked it. She obviously didn't get much attention, and what she got wasn't exactly dripping with maternal affection. "All right. We have to go soon, but we'll wait till she gets back." "You don't have to." "Well, we sort of do." "Are you still drawing bunny Pegasi?" "Yes. You know, I think they might be hare Pegasi, not bunnies. Hares are bigger, and much fiercer. They're bunnies. The eternal question. Eleanor changed the subject. I made these for you. With some effort she pulled open a desk drawer, the humidity made it stick, and when it came unstuck it pulled out all the way and fell on the floor. She rummaged in it and took out some papers, 4 or 5 of them, and handed them to Quentin. They were heavily scribbled over in colored pencil. They're passports, she said, anticipating his question. You need them if you want to leave Fiery. Who said I'm leaving Fiery? You need them if you're leaving Fiery, she said. If you're not, you don't need them. They're just in case. And then more quietly, you have to fold them in half yourself. She must have been copying from something official, because they were in their own way impressive documents. They had the Fillorian arms on the front, or a crude facsimile thereof. Inside Quentin's, once you folded it in half, there was a picture of Quentin, more or less, with a big red smile and a golden crown on his head, and some squiggly lines representing writing. On the back were the arms of the outer island, a palm tree and a butterfly. She'd made one for each of them, even the sloth, whom she had never seen but had been extremely interested in. She must be bored stiff without any other kids around, Quentin thought. She must be practically raising herself. He could relate. He was an only child too, and his parents had never paid much attention to him either. They considered their attitude toward parenting to be rather enlightened. They weren't going to be the kind of couple whose lives revolved around their child. They gave him a lot of freedom and never asked him for much. Though the funny thing about never being asked for anything is that after a while you start to feel like maybe you don't have anything worth giving. Thank you, Eleanor. That was very, very sweet of you. He bent down and kissed her on her blonde crown. It's because you brought me cake, she said shyly. I know. Poor Moppet. Maybe when he got back to Whitespire he could start up some Fillorian equivalent of child social services. We'll wait till your mom comes back before we go. You don't have to. But he did, or he waited as long as possible. They spent the day lounging around the embassy and fishing off the dock. He made another attempt to teach Eleanor to read the palm clock tree and was again rebuffed. Around 4 o'clock Quentin called it. He had Benedict take Eleanor into town over her strident objections to find somebody responsible to leave her with and ordered everybody else back on the freshly watered and provisioned muntjac. Benedict returned an hour later, haggard but victorious. They weighed anchor as the first stars appeared. Playtime was over. They set sail for Castle Whitespire. Chapter 6. A funny thing happened to Julia after that business with her fake social studies paper. A magic trick, you might even call it, where once there had been only one Julia, there were now 2 Julias, one for each set of memories. The Julia that went with the first set, the normal set, the one where she wrote the paper and went home and had dinner, did normal Julia things. She went to school. She did her homework. She played the oboe. She finally slept with James, which she'd kind of been meaning to do anyway, but for some reason had been putting off. But there was a second, stranger Julia growing inside the first Julia, like a parasite, or a horrible tumor. At first it was tiny, the size of a bacterium, a single cell of doubt, but it divided and grew. This second Julia wasn't interested in school, or the oboe, or even James particularly. James backed up the first Julia's story. He remembered meeting her in the library, but what did that prove? Nothing. It just proved that in addition to writing her paper on intentional communities for her, they'd gotten to James. And James bought the story, heart and soul. There was only one James. The problem was that Julia was smart, and Julia was interested in the truth. She didn't like inconsistencies, and she didn't let go until they were resolved, ever. When she was 5 she'd wanted to know why Goofy could talk and Pluto couldn't. How could one dog have another dog for a pet, and one be sentient and the other not? Likewise she wanted to know who the lazy fucker was who wrote her paper on intentional communities for her and used Wikipedia as a source. Granted that the answer, the nefarious agents of a secret school for wizards in upstate New York, was not a leadingly plausible answer to her question. But it was the answer that fit her memories, and those memories were getting sharper all the time. And as they got sharper the second Julia grew stronger and stronger, and every bit of strength she gained she took away from the first Julia, who got weaker and thinner, to the point where she was practically transparent, and the parasite behind the mask of her face became almost visible. The funny thing, or rather one of the many funny things in this hilarious story, was that nobody noticed. Nobody noticed that she had less and less to say to James, or that with 3 weeks to go before the holiday concert she lost first chair in the oboe section of the wolfishly competitive Manhattan Conservatory Extension School Youth Orchestra, thereby forfeiting the juicy solo in Peter and the Wolf, the Ducks theme, to the demonstrably inferior Evelyn O., whose rendition of it did, appropriately enough, sound like a quacking fucking duck, as did everything that came out of Evelyn O.'s quacking. Fucking oboe. The second Julia just wasn't that interested in James, or in playing the oboe, or in school. So uninterested in school was she that she did something really stupid, which was to pretend she'd applied to college when really she hadn't. She blew off every single one of her applications. Nobody noticed that either. But they'd notice in April, when brilliant overachieving Julia got into 0 colleges. Second Julia had planted a ticking time bomb that was going to blow up first Julia's life. That was December. By March she and James were hanging by a thread. She'd dyed her hair black and painted her nails black, in order to more accurately resemble the second Julia. James initially found this sexy and goth, and he stepped up his efforts in the sex department, which wasn't exactly a welcome side effect, but it made a break from talking to him, which was getting harder and harder. They'd never been as good a couple as they looked. He wasn't a real bona fide nerd, just nerd-friendly, nerd-compatible, and you could only explain your girdle at Escher Bach references so many times before it starts to be a problem. Pretty soon he was going to figure out that she wasn't role-playing a sexy depressed goth chick, she had actually become a sexy depressed goth chick. And she was enjoying it. She was dipping a toe in the pool of bad behavior and finding the temperature was just right. It was fun being a problem. Julia had been very good for a very long time, and the funny thing about that was, if you're too good too much of the time, people start to forget about you. You're not a problem, so people can strike you off their list of things to worry about. Nobody makes a fuss over you. They make a fuss over the bad girls. In her quiet way, second Julia was causing a bit of a fuss, for once in her life, and it felt good. Then Quentin came to visit. The question of where Quentin had gone to after first semester was one she had an inordinate amount of trouble focusing her mind on, but the mist surrounding it was a familiar mist. She'd seen it before, it was the same mist that surrounded her lost afternoon. His cover story, that he'd left high school early to matriculate at some super exclusive experimental college, smelled like first Julia stuff to her. Made up stuff. She'd always liked Quentin, basically. He was sarcastic and spookily smart and, on some level, basically a kind person who just needed a ton of therapy and maybe some mood-altering drugs. Something to selectively inhibit the voracious reuptake of serotonin that was obviously going on inside his skull 24/7. She felt bad about the fact that he was in love with her and that she found him deeply unsexy, but not that bad. Honestly, he was decent looking, better looking than he thought he was, but that moody boyman figure shit cut like zero ice with her, and she was smart enough to know whose problem that was, and it wasn't hers. But when he came back in March there was something different about him, something otherworldly and glittery-eyed. He didn't say anything, but he didn't have to. He'd seen things. There was a smell coming off his fingers, the smell you got after they ran the really big Van de Graaff generator at the Science Museum. This was a man who had handled lightning. They all went down to the boat launch on the Gowanus Canal, and she smoked cigarette after cigarette and just looked at him. And she knew, he'd gone through to the other side, and she'd been left behind. She thought she'd seen him there, at the exam at Breakbills, in the hall with the chalk clock, with the glasses of water and the disappearing kids. Now she knew she was right. But it had been very different for him, she realized. When he walked into that room he'd buckled right down and killed that exam, because magic school? That was just the kind of thing he'd been waiting to happen to him his whole life. He practically expected that shit. He'd been wondering when it was going to show up, and when it did he was good and ready for it. Whereas Julia had been blindsided. She had never expected anything special to just happen to her. Her plan for life was to get out there and make special things happen, which was a much more sensible plan from a probability point of view, given how unlikely it was that anything as exciting as Breakbills would ever just fall into your lap. So when she got there she had had the presence of mind to step back and make a full appraisal of exactly how weird it all was. She could have handled the math, God knew. She'd been in math classes with Quentin since they were 10 years old, and anything he could do she could do just as well, backward and in high heels if necessary. But she spent too much time looking around, trying to work it through, the implications of it. She didn't take it at face value the way Quentin did. The uppermost thought in her mind was, why are you all sitting here doing differential geometry and generally jumping through hoops when fundamental laws of thermodynamics and Newtonian physics are being broken left and right all around you? This shit was major. The test was the last of her priorities. It was the least interesting thing in the room. Which she still stood by as the reasonable, intelligent person's reaction to the situation. But now Quentin was on the inside, and she was out here chain-smoking on the Gowanus boat dock with her half-orc boyfriend. Quentin had passed the test, and she'd failed. It seemed that reason and intelligence weren't getting it done anymore. They were cutting, like, zero ice. It was when Quentin left that day that Julia really fell off a cliff. It was fair to call it depression. She felt like shit, all the time. If that was depression, she had it. It must have been contagious. She'd caught it from the world. The shrink they sent her to diagnosed her more specifically with dysthymia, which she defined as an inability to enjoy things that she should be enjoying. Which she recognized the justice of, since she enjoyed nothing, though there was a world of space inside that should that a dysthymic semiotician could have argued with, if she had had the energy. Because there was something she did enjoy, or would enjoy, whether or not she should. She just had no access to it. That thing was magic. The world around her, the straight world, the mundane world, had become to her a blowing wasteland. It was empty, a post-apocalyptic world, empty stores, empty houses, stalled cars with the upholstery burned out of them, dead traffic lights swaying above empty streets. That missing afternoon in November had become a black hole that had sucked the entire rest of her life into it. And once you'd fallen past that Schwarzschild radius, it was pretty damn hard to claw your way back out again. She printed out the first verse of a dawn poem and stuck it on her door. The sun is spent, and now his flasks send forth light squibs, no constant rays. The world's whole sap is sunk. The general bomb hydroptic earth hath drunk. Whither, as to the bed's feet, life is shrunk. Dead and interred, yet all these seem to laugh. Compared with me, who am their epitaph. Apparently semicolons were the hot new thing in the 17th century. But otherwise it was a pretty good summary of her state of mind. Hydroptic, it meant thirsty. The thirsty earth. The sap had sunk out of the thirsty world, leaving behind a dried husk that weighed nothing, a dead thing that crumbled if you touched it. Once a week her mother asked her if she'd been raped. Maybe it would have been simpler if she said yes. Her family had never really understood her. They'd always lived in fear of her rapacious intellect. Her sister, a timorous, defiantly unmathematical brunette 4 years younger, tiptoed around her as if she were a wild animal who would snap rapidly if provoked. No sudden movements. Keep your fingers outside the cage. As a matter of fact, she did consider insanity as a possible diagnosis. She had to. What sane person, wouldn't? She definitely looked crazier than she used to. She'd picked up some bad habits, like picking at her cuticles, and not showering, and for that matter not eating or leaving her room for days at a time. Clearly, Dr. Julia explained to herself she was suffering from some kind of Harry Potter-induced hallucination, with paranoid overtones, most likely schizophrenic in origin. Except the thing was, doctor, it was all much too orderly. It didn't have the quality of a hallucination, it was too dry and firm to the touch. For one thing, it was her only hallucination. It didn't spill over into other things. Its borders were stable. And for another thing, it wasn't a hallucination. It fucking happened. If this was madness, it was an entirely new kind of madness, as yet undocumented in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. She had nerdophrenia. She was dorcotic. Julia broke up with James. Or maybe she just stopped answering his calls and greeting him when they passed each other in the hall. One or the other, she forgot which. She did some careful calculations with her GPA, which until that point had been highly robust, and figured she could go to school 2 days out of 5, eke out straight D's, and still graduate. It was just a matter of careful brinksmanship, and the brink was where Julia lived now. Meanwhile, she continued to see the shrink regularly. He was a perfectly decent sort, nothing if not well-meaning, with a funny stubbly face and reasonable expectations of what he could hope to achieve in life. She didn't tell him about the secret school for magic that she hadn't gotten into, though. Maybe she was crazy, but she wasn't stupid. She'd seen Terminator 2. She wasn't going out like Sarah Connor. Every once in a while Julia did feel her conviction slackening. She knew what she knew, but there just wasn't a lot to go on, day to day, to keep her belief in what happened strong. The best she could hope for was that every couple of weeks Google might pop up a hit on breakbills, maybe 2, but a few minutes later it would be gone again. As if by magic. Apparently she wasn't the only person out there who had a Google alert on it, and that person was clever enough to scrub the Google cache when the alert went off. But it gave Julia something to chew on. Then, in April, they made their first wrong move. They really blew it. Blew it wide open. Because 7 envelopes arrived in her mailbox: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, Stanford, MIT, and Caltech. Congratulations, we are pleased to accept you as a member of the class of you must be fucking kidding me. She laughed her fucking head off when she saw them. Her parents laughed too. They were laughing with relief. Julia was laughing because it was so goddamn funny. She kept on laughing as she ripped the letters in half, one after the other, and fed them to the recycling bin. You goddamned idiots, she thought. Too clever for your own good. No wonder you let Quentin in, you're just like him, you can't stop outsmarting yourselves. You think you can buy off my life with this? With a bunch of fat envelopes? You are perhaps under the impression that I will accept these in lieu of the magic kingdom that is my rightful inheritance? Oh my no. Not on your life, mister. This is a standoff, a waiting game, and I've got all day. You're looking for a quick fix to the Julia problem, but no such fix exists. You'd best settle in, my friend, because Julia is playing the long game. Chapter 7. On the way home, Quentin made it his royal business to orbit the Muntjac and check in on everybody once or twice a day. The morning after they left the outer island, Quentin's first stop was Benedict. The ship was racing along under the tropical sun, its every line and sail twangingly taut and perfect, and Quentin was feeling a little silly that he'd had the Muntjac so thoroughly fitted out for what had amounted to a trip around the block. He found Benedict sitting on a stool in his cabin, hunched over his tiny fold-down writing desk. Spread out on it was a hand-drawn naval chart showing a few jagged little islands and peppered with tiny numbers that might have denoted the depths of the ocean. Somebody had gone over the shallow water with a pale blue wash to make it look more watery. Benedict hadn't warmed to Quentin any since they'd left the mainland, but Quentin found himself liking him anyway. There was something bracing about the sheer consistency of his contempt for Quentin, who was, after all, Benedict's king. It took some backbone to stick to that position. And if nothing else, Benedict was about the nerdiest person he'd met in theory, of a type that didn't really exist in the real world. He was a map nerd. So what have you been up to? He said. Benedict shrugged. Seasick mostly. He hadn't seen much of Benedict, though he'd tried a couple of times to tutor him on his math. Benedict was conspicuously skillful at doing arithmetic in his head, but Felorian mathematics weren't particularly advanced. It was amazing how far he'd gotten on his own. What are you working on? Old map, Benedict said, without looking up. Like really old. Like 200 years ago. Quentin peered over his shoulder, hands clasped behind his back. Is that from the embassy? Like I would do that. It was on the wall. In a frame. It's just that it has the outer island embassy seal on it. I copied it. You copied the seal too? I copied the map. The seal was on the map. It was a gorgeous map. If he was telling the truth, Benedict had genuine talent. It was detailed, precise, without any hesitations or erasures. That's amazing. You have a real gift. Benedict flushed at this and worked even more industriously. He found Quentin's approval and his disapproval equally unbearable. How've you found the fieldwork? Must be different from what you're used to. I hate it, Benedict said. It's a fucking mess. Nothing looks like it's supposed to. There's no math for it. His frustration brought him out of his shell a little. Nothing's ever correct, ever. There's no straight lines. I always got that maps are approximations, I just never understood how much they leave out. It's chaos. I'm never doing this again. That's it? You're giving up? Why shouldn't I? Look at that, Benedict waved at the wall, in the general direction of the heaving sea. And now look at this. He pointed to the map. This you can make perfect. That, he shuddered. It's just a mess, dot. But the map isn't real. So sure, maybe it's perfect, but what's the point? Maps don't make you seasick. The irony wasn't lost on Quentin. He's the one who turned the ship around, back toward Whitespire. He looked at the map Benedict was working on. Sure enough, one of the little islands toward the edge of the page, almost falling into the margin, had the word after written next to it in tiny calligraphic script. After Island. There it was, right there. Quentin touched it lightly with his finger. He half expected to get a shock. Is that on our way? It's east of here. It's the complete opposite of on our way. How far? 2 days, 3 days. Like I said, the map is really old. And these are outlying islands. Benedict explained, rolling his eyes practically up into his head at Quentin's ignorance, that the islands farther out in the Eastern Ocean didn't stay still once they caught on that they'd been mapped. They didn't like it, and through some kind of tectonic magic they wandered around to make sure the maps didn't stay too accurate. More chaos. Benedict whispered some calculations to himself, speed and time, then nimbly, precisely, you wouldn't think it was possible with those black bangs hanging over his eyes, he drew a perfect freehand circle around After Island in light pencil. It has to be somewhere inside this circle. Quentin gazed at the little island dot, lost in the web of curving lines of meridians and parallels. A net that wouldn't catch him if he fell. It wasn't fiery out there. But somewhere in that abyss shone a key, a magic key. He could come back with that in his hand. An image swam into his mind, an album cover from the 1970s, a painting of an old-fashioned sailing ship on the very edge of a cataract over which the green sea was roaring and pouring. The ship was just beginning to tilt, and the current was strong, but still, a bold tack in a strong wind might just save it. A sharp, barked order from the captain and it would slew around and beat back up against the current to safety. But then where would the ship go? Back home? Not yet. Mind if I borrow this? He said. I want to show it to the captain. With the course change, they left the warm blue-green ocean behind and crashed their way into a heaving black one. The temperature dropped 30 degrees. Flail blows of cold rain clattered on the deck. Quentin couldn't have pointed to the dividing line, but now the water around them seemed like a completely different element from the one they'd been sailing in before, something opaque and solid that had to be smashed and shoved aside rather than slipped silently through. The muntjac buelled its way gamely through the waves ahead of a firm, pressing salt wind. The ship had a surprise for them. Below the waterline it seemed it was hard to see clearly through the chop to have put out a pair of sleek wooden fins, unfolding from pockets in the hull, which swam them forward. Whether they were animated by magic or a mechanical arrangement, Quentin didn't know. But he felt a warm surge of gratitude. The old ship was repaying his kindness and more. He thought the sloth might know something about it, given how much time it spent down there in the hold, but when he visited he found it fast asleep, hanging by its boathook claws, rocking gently with the ship's rolling. If anything, it was more serene in the heavy weather. The air in the hold was warm and humid and slothy, and a salad of rotting fruit rinds and less identifiable debris sloshed around in the bilge. Julia, then. She might know. And he wanted to discuss the magic key with her. She was his only real peer on board the muntjac, and she had access to sources he didn't. And he was worried about her. Julia kept to her cabin even more than usual now that the weather had turned. She may have been spiritually one with Fiery, but the freezing drizzle had hounded even her below decks. Quentin lurched down the narrow passage that led to her room, with errant swells flinging him playfully against one bulkhead, then the other. Her door was shut. For a moment, just as the muntjac paused weightlessly on the crest of the wave, Quentin had a powerful sense of the romance of the scene, and his crush stirred inside him, unfolding its leathery wings. He knew it was at least partly a fantasy. Julia was so solitary, so wrapped up in Fiery, that it was hard to imagine her wanting him or anyone, or at any rate anyone human. She was missing something, but it probably wasn't a boyfriend. Then again, they were both here, far out at sea, tempest-tossed, together in a warm berth in the freezing wasteland of the ocean. It was liberating being out from under the snarky, gossipy gazes of Elliot and Janet. Surely Julia couldn't be so far gone that she didn't recognize the allure of a shipboard fling. The scene practically wrote itself. She was only human. And they would be home soon. He knocked on her door. Always at the back of his mind, never spoken but always felt, was his awareness that Julia was from before breakbills, before he knew magic was real, before everything. She'd never known Alice. If he could fall back in love with Julia, it would be like time winding itself back, and he could start over again. Sometimes he wasn't sure if he was in love with Julia or just that he wanted to be in love with her, because it would be so comforting, such a relief, to be in love with her. It seemed like such a good idea. Was there really that big of a difference? Julia opened the door. She was naked. Or no, she wasn't naked. She was wearing a dress, sort of, but only to her waist. The top half was hanging down in front of her, and her breasts were bare. They were pale and conical, neither full nor slight. They were perfect. When he was 17, he'd devoted entire months of his life to constructing a mental image of Julia's naked upper body based on forensic evidence gathered from furtive surveys of her clothed form. As it turned out, he'd been quite close. Only her nipples were different from what he'd expected. Paler, hardly darker than the pale skin around them. He closed the door again. He didn't slam it, but he closed it firmly. Jesus Christ, Julia, he said under his breath. Though he said it to himself more than to her. A long minute passed. He spent it with his back against the bulkhead next to Julia's door. He could feel his heart beating hard against the hard wood. Sure, he wanted something to happen, but not that. Or at least not like that. What the hell did she mean, waving those things around? What, was this a joke to her? He could hear her moving around in her room. He took a deep breath and knocked again, slowly. When she answered the door again, her dress was fully on. What the hell are you doing? He said. Sorry, she said flatly. She sat down on a little stool at the other end of the room, facing the windows. She didn't ask him in, but she hadn't closed the door either. Warily, he stepped inside. Julia's quarters were the mirror image of Quentin's, but due to an irregularity in the ship's plan, an errant staircase on his side, they were a little bigger, with room for 2 people to sit if one of them sat on the bed. Quentin sat on the bed. Light came from a glowing blue ball that bobbed up against the ceiling like a balloon that had lost its string, an odd casting of Julia's that looked like a trapped will-o'-the-wisp. "I'm sorry," she said again. "I forgot, Dot." "What did you forget?" It came out angrier than he meant it to. "That your arms go in the sleeves?" "Look, it's not like I don't know good end to that sentence." "Never mind." He looked at her, really looked, for the first time in a while. She was still beautiful but thin, much too thin. And her eyes were still black. He wondered if the change was permanent, and if so, what else had changed that he couldn't see. "I don't know." She stared out at the spray. "I forget what I forgot." "Well, okay, but now you remembered." "Look, I forget how things work sometimes." "All right?" "Or not so much how but why. Why people say hello, why they take baths, why they wear clothes, read books, smile, talk, eat. All those human things." She tugged her mouth to one side. "I don't understand this, Julia." The anger was gone. He kept revising how much trouble Julia was having, and every time he did he revised it upward. "Help me understand. You're human. Why would you forget that? How would you?" "I don't know." She shook her head. Then she turned those black eyes on him. "I'm losing it. It's losing me. It's going away." "What is? What happened to you, Julia? Do you need to go back to Earth?" "No," she said sharply. "I'm not going back there. Not ever." The idea seemed to frighten her. "But you remember Brooklyn, right? Where we're from. And James, and high school, and all that?" "Remembering." Her delicate mouth quirked again, bitterly. She spoke in something like her old voice, with contractions and everything. "That's always been my problem, hasn't it? I remembered breakbills. Couldn't forget it." Quentin remembered her remembering. She'd failed the entrance exam at Breakbills, which she'd passed, and she was supposed to forget about it afterwards so the school would stay secret. They'd cast spells on her to make sure. But the spells hadn't held, and she hadn't forgotten. But it had brought her here, he reminded himself. To a beautiful ship on a magical ocean. It had made her a queen of a secret world. The path was crooked, but it led to a happy ending, right? It was dawning on him that Fiery was his happy ending, but it might not be Julia's. She needed something else. She was still out there on the crooked path, and night was coming on. "Do you wish you hadn't remembered Breakbills? Do you wish you'd stayed in Brooklyn?" "Sometimes." She folded her arms and leaned back against the wall of her cabin in a way that couldn't have been comfortable. "Quentin, why didn't you help me? Why didn't you rescue me, when I came to you for help that day in Chesterton?" It was a fair question. It's not like he'd never asked himself that before. He'd even come up with some good answers. "I couldn't, Julia. It wasn't my choice. You know that. I couldn't get you into Breakbills, I barely got myself in. But you could have come to see me. Showed me what you knew. They would have expelled me, Dot. Then after you graduated. Why are we still talking about this now, Julia?" Knowing he was on shaky ground, Quentin counterattacked. "Your best defense is a good offense. Look, you asked me to tell them about you. I did what you asked. I told them. I thought they'd found you and wiped your memory. That's what they always do. But they didn't. They couldn't find me. By the time they came looking for me, I was long gone. Into thin air." She snapped her fingers. "Like magic. And anyway, Julia, how was it supposed to work? What, you were going to be the sorcerer's apprentice, like Mickey Mouse? And how do you think I felt about it? You didn't used to give a shit about me, then suddenly I'm Spelly McSpell and you're all over me. That's just not how it works. I gave a shit about you, I just didn't want to sleep with you. God." She rounded on him in the narrow space. She'd been leaning the stool back on 2 legs, and now it clunked back down onto 4. "Though by the way, I would have, if you'd just given me what I needed." "Well, you got it anyway, didn't you?" "Oh, I sure did. I got it and a whole lot more. You shouldn't be surprised about any of this, you of all people. You abandoned me out there in the real world, without magic. Everything that happened to me started with you. You want to know what it was? I'll tell you. But not until you've earned it. A heavy silence hung in the room. Outside night was falling hard on the stone-colored waves, and her little window was splashed with seawater. I never wanted this for you, Julia. Whatever it is. I'm sorry. He had to say it, and it was true. But it wasn't the only truth. There were other truths in there that weren't as attractive. Such as, he'd been angry at Julia. He'd been her lapdog in high school, trailing around after her while she screwed his best friend, and he'd quite enjoyed it when the tables turned. Was that why he hadn't rescued Julia? It wasn't the only reason. But it was a reason. I felt like myself again, she said dully. Just then. When I got angry. The window pane was beginning to mist over. Julia started drawing a shape on it, then scribbled it out. It's going now. Never mind the magic key. This was where his attention should be. Julia didn't need his love. She needed his help. Help me understand, he said. He gathered up her cold fingers in his. Tell me what I can do. I want to help you. I want to help you remember. Something else was glowing in the room, something besides the blue will-o'-the-wisp. He wasn't sure when it had started. It was Julia or not Julia, but something inside her. Her heart was glowing, he could see it right through her skin, even through her dress. I am remembering, Quentin, she said. Out here on the ocean, away from Fiery, it's coming back to me. Now she smiled, brightly, and it was worse than when she just looked blank. I am remembering so much that I never even knew before, That night, after a heavy nautical dinner, Quentin went below and unfolded his pallet from against the wall and put himself to bed. The cold, the darkness, the weather, his interview with Julia, everything had combined to accelerate time to the point where he felt like he'd been awake for a week. It wasn't the hours, it was the mileage. He stared up at the rough red-brown beams over his head in the swaying light of the oil lamp. He was cold and sticky with salt. He could have washed. He knew how to make fresh water from salt. But the spell was involved, and his fingers were stiff, and he decided he would rather live with the stickiness. He was warming up under the blankets anyway. When he'd come aboard, he'd found a regulation Navy blanket on the bed, a bristly beast that weighed about 10 pounds and could have repelled chain shot. It was like being in bed with the corpse of a wild boar. He'd swapped it out for a foot-thick down comforter that was persistently damp and thoroughly non-regulation but infinitely more comforting. Quentin waited to see if his mind would tip over into sleep. When it didn't, and it had made it clear that it wasn't going to without a fight, he sat up and looked at the books on the bookshelves. In his old life, at a juncture like this one, he would have reached for a Fiery novel, but events had overtaken that particular pleasure. But there was still the book Elaine had given him. The 7 Golden Keys. 7. That was more golden keys than he'd bargained for. He would settle for just one. The book wasn't a novel, it turned out, just a fairy tale set in large type with woodcut illustrations. A children's book. She must have filched it from Eleanor. What a piece of work that woman was. The back page bore the stamp of the embassy library. He squinched up his pillow enough to prop up his head. The story was about a man, his daughter, and a witch. He was a widower, and the daughter was hardly more than a toddler when the witch came through town. Jealous of the little girl's beauty, and with no children of her own, the witch stole her away, cackling as she did that she was going to lock her away in a silver castle on a remote island. The man could free his daughter, but only if he could find the key to the castle, which he never would, because it was at the end of the world. Undaunted, the man set out to find the key. It was hot, and he walked all day, and as the sun set he stopped by a river to refresh himself. When he bent down to drink he heard a tiny voice calling, "Open me up! Open me up!" He looked around, and soon he saw that the voice belonged to a freshwater oyster that was clinging to a rock in the river. Next to it in the river mud was a minuscule golden key. The man picked up both oyster and key, and sure enough, there was a tiny keyhole in the oyster shell, on the opposite side from the hinge. He fitted the key into the lock and turned it, and the shell began to open. He worked it farther open with his knife. As he did so the oyster died, as oysters will when their shells are opened. Inside the oyster, in the place where a pearl might have been, was another golden key, slightly larger than the first one. The man ate the oyster and took the key and went on his way. Soon he arrived at a house in a forest, and he knocked on the door to see if the owners could give him shelter for the night. The door was slightly ajar, so he pushed his way inside. He found the house full of beds, every room was crammed with them, and in each bed a man or a woman was sleeping. He strolled through the house until he finally found an empty one for himself. There was a clock on the wall that had run down. There was no key to wind it with, so he used the key he found in the oyster's shell. Then he went to bed. In the morning the clock struck 7, and he awoke. So did the other sleepers in the house? Each of them repeated the same story. They'd come to the house as strangers and taken beds for the night, but they appeared to have slept for years and years, in some cases centuries, right up until the clock struck. As the man packed up his things, he found a golden key under his pillow, slightly larger than the one he had used to wind the clock. It grew colder as the man walked. Perhaps it was colder everywhere since his daughter had been put in the castle. In time, the man met a beautiful woman sitting in a pavilion, weeping because her harp was out of tune. He gave her the golden key to tune her harp, and she gave him a larger one in exchange. That one turned out to be the key to a chest buried under a tree root, with yet another, still larger key inside, which led him into a castle, but not the castle with his daughter in it, with a key resting on a table in the highest room of the tallest tower. The man walked and walked, for weeks or months or years, he couldn't tell anymore. When he couldn't walk anymore, he sailed, and when he couldn't sail anymore, he was at the end of the world, where sat a dignified man in a dinner suit, dangling his long legs over the edge. He was patting his lapels and turning out his pockets and looking generally perplexed. "Bother," said the well-dressed man. "I've lost the key to the world. If I don't wind it up and set its clockwork going again, the sun and moon and stars won't turn, and the world will be plunged into an eternal nighttime of miserable cold and darkness. Bother." Being a hero, the man had observed, is largely a matter of knowing one's cues. Without a word, he drew out the key he'd found in the castle. "How the devil?" the man said. "Well, bother. Give it here." He took the key and lay full length on the ground, using his fine suit, and reached his arm over the very edge of the world and began winding vigorously. A loud ratcheting sound could be heard. "It's in my back pocket," he called over his shoulder as he worked. "You'll have to get it yourself." Hesitantly, the man reached into the pocket. The well-dressed man never stopped winding, and drew out the last key. He retreated to his boat and sailed back the way he came. A short time later, a surprisingly short time, he arrived at the magical castle where the witch had imprisoned his daughter. How long ago he could no longer tell. It really was an impressive affair, with gleaming silver walls that flashed in the sun, and it floated some ways off the ground, so that you had to ascend to it by way of a narrow winding silver staircase that flexed disquietingly when the wind blew. The gate was black iron. The man fitted the last key into the lock and turned it. The moment he finished, the doors sprang open to reveal a beautiful woman standing right behind him, just as if she'd been waiting there for him all along. She was as tall as he was, and she must have been doing a great deal of studying with the witch while he was gone, because she absolutely glowed with magical power. But he still recognized her. She was his daughter. "Beautiful girl," the man said, "it's me. Your father. I've come to take you home." "My father?" she said. "You're not my father. My daddy's not an old man." The beautiful woman cackled a not unfamiliar cackle. "But I am your father," he said. "You don't understand. I've been searching all this time." The woman wasn't listening. "Thank you anyway, for setting me free." She kissed him on the cheek. Then she handed him a golden key and flew away on the wind. "Wait!" he called after her. But she didn't wait. He couldn't explain. He watched her dwindle in the distance into nothing. Only then did he sit down and weep. The man never saw his daughter again, and he never used the key either. Because where could he have gone? What door could he have opened? What treasure could he have unlocked that would have been worth more to him than the golden key his daughter gave him? Chapter 8. Quentin was woken up early by the lookout calling out sonorously to the helmsman, like a subway conductor announcing the next stop, that land was in sight. He put a heavy black cloak on over his pajamas and went up on deck. His dreams had been full of the man and the daughter and the witch and the keys. The story bothered him, not least because he didn't think it really would have ended that way. Could the man really not have explained? Did his daughter really not understand what had happened? It didn't add up. If they'd talked about it and figured things out, it could have been a happy ending. People in fairy tales never just figured things out. The clouds hung low and gray and solid, barely higher than the top of the Muntjacs mainmast. Quentin squinted in the direction the lookout was pointing. There it was, the promised island was barely visible through the mist. Still hours away. Up on the forecastle deck, Bingle was going through his morning exercises. Quentin's limited interactions with him had made him worry that the greatest swordsman in all of Theory might possibly be clinically depressed. He never laughed, or even smiled. 2 swords lay beside him, still in their leather sheaths, while he performed a series of what looked like isometric exercises involving only his hands, not totally unlike the finger exercises Quentin had learned at Breakbills. He wondered how you got to be as good at fighting as Bingle. If he was going to get any further in the adventuring business, Quentin thought, he should look into it. He liked the idea of it. A sword-fighting sorcerer, the double threat. He didn't have to get as good as Bingle. He just had to get better than he was, which was none too good. "Good morning," Quentin called. "Good morning, Your Highness," Bingle said. He never made the mistake of calling Quentin Your Majesty, a form of address that was reserved for the High King. "I hate to interrupt." Bingle didn't stop his routine, which Quentin supposed meant he wasn't technically interrupting after all. He climbed the short ladder up to where Bingle was standing. Bingle knotted his hands together, then turned the position inside out in a move that made even Quentin wince. "I was thinking maybe you could give me some lessons. In swordsmanship. I've had a few already, but I haven't gotten very far." Bingle's expression didn't change. "It will be easier to protect you," he said, "if you can protect yourself." "That was my thinking." Bingle unwove his fingers, which took some careful doing, and looked Quentin up and down. He reached forward and slid Quentin's sword out of its sheath. He did this so quickly and fluidly that although Quentin thought he probably could have stopped him, he had a few inches of reach on Bingle, he couldn't have sworn to it. Bingle examined Quentin's sword, first one side then the other, felt its edge and its heft, pouting thoughtfully. "I'll provide you with a weapon." "I already have a weapon." Quentin pointed. "That sword. It's beautiful, but not right for a beginner." For a second Quentin thought he was going to do something drastic, like chuck it overboard, but he just placed it on the deck next to the two other swords. Bingle went below and returned to present Quentin with the training sword he would be using, a short, heavy weapon of oiled steel, blunt and nearly black and devoid of any adornment whatsoever. The blade and the hilt were all made out of one single unbroken chunk of metal. It was the most industrial-looking object Quentin had ever seen in theory. It weighed half again what his sword weighed. It didn't even come with a scabbard, so he wouldn't get to show off his buff sheathing-unsheathing skills. "Hold it straight out," Bingle said. "Like this." He straightened Quentin's elbow and brought his arm up parallel to the deck. Quentin was holding the thing at full extension. He could already feel his muscles starting to cramp. "Point it straight forward. Keep it out there. Long as you can, dot." Quentin was expecting further instructions, but Bingle calmly went back to his isometrics. Quentin's arm stiffened, then glowed with pain, then caught fire. He lasted about 2 minutes. Bingle had him switch arms. "What do you call this style?" Quentin asked. "The mistake people make," Bingle said, "is thinking that there are different styles. All right. Force, balance, leverage, momentum, these principles never change. They are your style." Quentin was pretty sure his knowledge of physics exceeded Bingle's by a couple of orders of magnitude, but he'd never thought of applying it that way. Bingle explained that rather than practice a single fighting technique, his technique was to master all techniques and to deploy them as the circumstances and terrain required. A single grand meta technique, if you will. He'd wandered fiery in the lands beyond for years, seeking out martial monks in mountain monasteries and street fighters in crowded Medinas and extracting their secrets, until he became the man Quentin saw before him, a walking encyclopedia of swordsmanship. Of the oaths he had made and broken, the beautiful women he had seduced and betrayed to obtain these secrets, it was best not to speak. Quentin switched arms again, and then again. It reminded him of his days as a semi-pro sleight-of-hand magician. The beginning, the laying down of the fundamentals, was always the worst part, which he supposed was why so few people did it. That was the thing about the world, it wasn't that things were harder than you thought they were going to be, it was that they were hard in ways that you didn't expect. To take his mind off it, he watched Bingle, who was now stalking the deck, staring accusingly ahead of him, whipping his own blade in a complicated pattern, drawing ampersands and Cal's knots in the air with it. A frigid spitting mist was blowing in from the ocean. He could see After Island clearly now, they'd be landing soon. He decided he was done. He should at least change out of his pajamas before he set off in search of the golden key. "I'm knocking off, Bingle," he said. He placed his practice blade on the deck next to Bingle's other two. His arms felt like they were floating. Bingle nodded, not breaking his own rhythm. "Come back to me when you can do half an hour," he said. With each arm. He performed a spectacular no-handed roundoff that looked like it was going to take him right off the forecastle deck, but somehow he swallowed his inertia just in time to stick the landing. He finished with his blade jammed between the ribs of some imaginary assailant. He withdrew it and cleaned the blade on his pants leg. That was probably a few more lessons down the track. "Be careful what you learn from me," he said. "What is written with a sword cannot be erased." "That's why I have you," Quentin said. "So I won't have to write anything. With my sword. Sometimes I think I am Fate's sword. She wields me cruelly." Quentin wondered what it was like to be so unself-consciously melodramatic. Nice, probably. Right. Well, there won't be much cruelty on this trip. We'll be back at Whitespire pretty soon. Then you can go check out your castle. Bingle turned to face the wind. He seemed to be living out some story of his own in which Quentin was just a minor character, a chorus member, without even a name in the program. I shall never see Fiery again. In spite of himself, Quentin felt a chill. He didn't like the feeling. He was chilly enough as it was. After Island was a low strip of grey rocks and thin grass flocked with sheep. If the outer island was a tropical paradise, After could have passed for a stray member of the Outer Hebrides. They circled it, hugging the shore, until they found a harbor and dropped anchor. A couple of rain-ravaged fishing boats were moored there, and a handful of empty buoys suggested that more were out to sea. It was a hell of a dreary spot. A more enterprising king might have tried to claim it for Fiery, Quentin supposed, except that it didn't really seem worth it. Not exactly the jewel in the crown. There was no wharf, and the bay was crowded with surly breakers. They barely managed to get the launch in past the surf without swamping. Quentin jumped out, wetting himself to the waist, and wallowed up onto the rocky beach. A couple of fishermen watched them, smoking and mending a vast tangled net that was stretched out around them on the shale. They had the brick-red complexions of lifelong outdoorsmen, and they shared the same thick-head look. They didn't seem to have enough forehead, their hairlines were pulled down too low over their eyebrows. Quentin would have put their age at anything between 30 and 60. "Ahoy there," he said. They nodded at him and grunted. One of them touched his cap. Over a few minutes' parley, the friendly one was persuaded to divulge the general direction of the nearest and probably only town. Quentin, Bingle, and Benedict thanked the men and slogged their way up the beach through the cold white sand scalloped with black tide marks. Julia trailed silently behind them. Quentin had tried to persuade her to stay on board, but she insisted. Whatever else was going on with her, she was still up for a party. "You know what I'm waiting for on this trip?" Quentin said. "I'm not waiting for somebody to be happy to see us. I just want someone to look surprised to see us." The weather deepened to a light wuthering rain. Quentin's wet pants chafed. The sand gave way to dunes capped with sawgrass and then to a path, grassy sand, then sandy grass, then just grass. They tramped through humpy, unfenced meadows and low hills, past a lost, orphaned well. He tried to summon a heroic feeling, but the setting wasn't especially conducive. It reminded him of nothing so much as walking along Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn in the freezing rain with James and Julia on the day he took his Brakebills exam. In olden times there was a boy, young and strong and brave-o. The town, once they found it, was a thoroughly medieval affair of stone cottages, thatched roofs, and mud streets. Its most marked characteristic was the thorough lack of interest the locals showed in the oddly dressed strangers in their midst. A half-dozen of them were sitting at an outdoor table in front of a pub. They were eating sandwiches and drinking beer out of metal tankards in the face of weather Quentin would have made it a major priority to get out of. "Hi," he said. Chorus of grunts. "I'm Quentin. I'm from Fiery. We've come to your island in search of a key." He glanced at the others and coughed once. It was pretty much impossible to do this without sounding like he was reciting a Monty Python sketch. "Do you know anything about that? A magic key? Made of gold?" They looked at each other and nodded, agreed, "We all know what he's talking about." They shared a family resemblance. They could all have been brothers. "Aye, we know the one you mean," one of them said, a large, brutal-looking man encased in a huge woolly coat. His hand on his knee was like a piece of pink granite. "It's down T Road." "Down the road," Quentin repeated. "Right. Of course. The golden key is down the road. Where else would it be?" He wondered where this feeling was coming from, that he was improvising his part in a play that everybody else had a script for. "Aye, we know it." He jerked his head. "Down T Road. All right. Down the road it is. Well, thank you very much." He wondered if it was ever warm and sunny here, or if they lived in the permanent equivalent of a New England November. Did they know they were 3 days' sail from a tropical zone? The travelers set off down the road. They would have looked nobler if they'd been riding horses instead of wallowing through the mud like a bunch of peasants, but the muntjac wasn't set up for horses. Maybe they could hire local horses. Shaggy, sturdy ponies resigned to always being cold and damp, and to never being sleek and beautiful. He missed Dauntless. The street changed to cobbles, rounded cubes that turned slick and ankle-breaking in the drizzle. It wasn't much of a setting for a quest or an adventure or even an errand. Maybe Bingle was right, maybe they were just minor characters in his drama. Benedict wasn't even taking notes the way he usually did. "I'll just remember it," he said. There you had it, an island not even Benedict would bother to map. It wasn't a large town, and it wasn't a long road. The last building on it was a stone building like a church, though it wasn't a church, just a boxy structure 2 stories high, built up out of flat gray local stones, unmortared. It had a blank facade that looked unfinished, or maybe whatever ornamentation had once been there had been stripped away. Quentin felt like the little boy at the beginning of the Lorax, at the mysterious tower of the dismal Onceler. They should have been facing down bellowed challenges from black knights bearing the Vergescu, or solving thorny theological dilemmas posed by holy hermits. Or at the very least resisting the diabolical temptations of ravishing succubi. Not fighting off seasonal affective disorder. If he'd had to put his finger on it, he would have said that more than anything else the rhythm of it was wrong. It was too soon. They shouldn't have found it this quick, nor should they obtain it without a fight. But fuck it. Maybe he was just lucky. Maybe it was destiny. In spite of everything, he felt a rising excitement. This was it. The doors were enormous and made of oak, but there was a smaller, man-sized door set in one of them, presumably for days when you couldn't be bothered to fling open an entire grand double-height oaken portal. The doorway was flanked by empty niches for statuary, past or future but not present. They straggled to a stop in front of it, a brave company of knights assembled before the chapel perilous. Which of them would brave what lay within? Quentin's nose was running. His hair was wet from the rain. He did have a hat, but he felt an obstinate urge to face whatever suffering was available for him to face, and that was a cold drizzle. He and Julia sniffled at the same time. In the end they all braved the chapel, if only to get in out of the wet. It was no warmer inside than outside. The atmosphere was of an old country church from which the verger had stepped away for a few minutes. The air smelled like stone dust. Diffuse gray light misted in through a few narrow, high windows. A collection of rusty gardening implements resided in one corner, a hoe, a shovel, a rake. In the center of the room stood a stone table, and on the stone table lay a worn red velvet pillow, and on the pillow lay a golden key, with 3 teeth. Next to it was a yellowed slip of paper on which was neatly printed. Golden key. The key wasn't bright, and it wasn't tarnished. It had the deep matte patina of an authentically old thing. Its dignity was undisturbed by its humble surroundings, the stillness in the room seemed to come from it. Probably the rubes around here just didn't know enough to take it seriously. Like some European village with a cannon as a war monument, and no one realizes it still has a live round in the chamber, until one day. Bingle picked up the key. Jesus. Quentin said. Careful. The guy must have a death wish. Bingle turned it over in his hands, examining both sides. Nothing happened. Quentin realized what was going on. He'd been given a do-over. He was back on the edge of that meadow in the forest, but this time he was going in. There was more to life than being fat and safe and warm in a clockwork luxury resort. Or maybe there wasn't more, but he was going to find out. And how did you find out? You had an adventure. That's how. You picked up a golden key. Let me see it, he said. Satisfied that it wasn't lethal, or at least not instantly, Bingle passed it to Quentin. It didn't buzz, and it didn't glow. It didn't come alive in his hand. It felt cool and heavy, but not cooler and heavier than he imagined a golden key should feel. Quentin, Julia said. There is old magic on that key. A lot of it. I can feel it. Good. He grinned at her. He felt elated. You do not have to do this. I know. But I want to do this. Quentin. What? Julia offered him her hand. God bless Julia. Whatever else she had lost, she still had a hell of a lot of human kindness inside her. He took her hand, and with the other he felt around in the air with the key. Maybe if he? Yes. He felt it click against something hard, something that wasn't there. He lost it for a second, he waved the key around but couldn't find it. And then he had it again, the clack of metal on metal. He stopped with the key resting on it, then pushed and it slipped in, ratcheting past an invisible tumbler and fitting firmly. Experimentally he let go of it. It stayed there, a golden key suspended in midair, parallel to the ground. Yes, he whispered. This. He took a breath, tremblier than he wanted it to be. Bingle did an odd thing, which was to place the point of his sword on the ground and drop to one knee. Quentin gripped the key again and turned it clockwise. Running on instinct, he felt for a doorknob and found it. He could picture it in his mind's eye, cold white porcelain. He turned it and pulled, and an immense cracking, tearing sound filled the room. Not a terrible sound, a satisfying sound, the breaking of a seal that had been intact for centuries, waiting to be breached. Julia's soft hand tightened on his. Air rushed from the room behind him out through the crack he was opening, and hot light flooded over him. He was opening a door in the air, tall enough for him to walk through without stooping. It was bright in there, and there was warmth, and sunlight, and green. This was it. Already the gray stone of the After Island looked insubstantial. This was what he'd been missing, call it adventure or whatever you wanted to. He wondered if he was going somewhere in Fiery or somewhere else entirely. He stepped through onto grass, leading Julia through after him. There was light all around them. He blinked. His eyes began to adjust. Wait, he said. This can't be it. He lunged back for the doorway, but it was already gone. There was nothing to lunge through, no way back, just empty air. He lost his balance and caught himself with his hands, skinning both his palms on the warm concrete sidewalk in front of his parents' house in Chesterton, Massachusetts. Book 2. Chapter 9. Okay, he said. Okay. It's disappointing. He sat on the curb, elbows on his knees, staring up at the power lines, and attempted to reason with himself. His scraped hands smarted and throbbed. It felt like late summer. For some reason it was the power lines more than anything else that looked weird, after 2 years in Fiery. That and the cars. They looked wrong, like animals. Angry alien animals. Julia was sitting on the grass, hugging her knees and rocking slightly. She looked worse off than he did. Quentin's heart was sinking out of his chest and out of his body and down into the dirt of this goddamned useless planet. I was a king. I had a ship. I had a beautiful ship, my own ship. It was like somebody was trying to send him a message. If so, he got it. Message received. I get it, he said out loud. I hear you. I get it already. I am a king, he thought. Even in the real world I'm still a king. Nothing can take that away. It's all right, he said. We're going to make this all right. It was an experiment in saying what he wanted to be true, to see if that would make it any truer. Julia was on all fours now. She heaved up something thin and bitter onto the grass. He went over and knelt beside her. You're going to be all right, he said. I don't feel well. We're going to fix this. You'll be all right. Stop saying that. She coughed, then spat on the lawn. You do not understand. I cannot be here. She paused to rummage for words. I should not. I have to go. Tell me about it. I have to leave. Did the key think he wanted to go home? This wasn't his home. Quentin looked up at the house. There were no signs of life. He was relieved. He wasn't in the mood to talk to his parents right now. It was a fancy suburb, with big houses that could even afford to have some lawn around them. A neighbor was peering out at them from her living room window. Hi. He waved. How's it going? The face disappeared. Its owner drew the curtain. Come on, he said to Julia. He breathed out decisively. Let's be brave. Let's go inside, get a shower. Maybe change clothes. They were in full Fillorian drag. Not inconspicuous. She didn't answer. He was fighting off panic. Jesus, it had taken him 22 years to get to Fiery the first time. How was he going to do it again now? He turned back to Julia, but she wasn't there. She was up and walking unsteadily down the wide, empty suburban road away from him. She looked tiny in the middle of all that asphalt. That was another weird thing. Asphalt really wasn't like anything in nature. Hey. Come on. He stood up and trotted after her. There's probably mini Dove bars in the freezer. I cannot stay here. I can't either. I just don't know what to do about it. I am going back. How? She didn't answer. He caught up, and they walked together in the fading light. It was quiet. Multicolored light from giant televisions flickered in the windows. When had TVs gotten that big? I only knew one way to get to Fiery, and that was the magic button. And Josh had that, last we saw. Maybe we can find him. Or maybe Ember could summon us back. Other than that, I think we're kind of screwed. Julia was sweating. Her walk had a slight stagger to it. Whatever was wrong with her, this wasn't making it any better. He made a decision. We'll go to Breakbills, he said. Somebody there will help us. She didn't react. I know it's a long shot. I do not want to go to Breakbills. I know, Quentin said. I don't especially want to go there either. But it's safe, they'll feed us, and somebody there will have a line on some way to get us back. Privately, he doubted any of the faculty had a clue about getting around the multiverse, but they might know how to find Josh. Or Lovelady, the junk dealer who'd found the button in the first place. Julia stared fixedly ahead. For a minute Quentin didn't think she was going to answer. "I do not want to go," she said. But she stopped walking. A sparkly blue muscle car sat parked by itself at the curb, a snouty, low-slung vehicle with a turbo hood in front and a rear spoiler. Some rich douchebag's 16th birthday present. Julia looked around for a minute, then stepped onto the lawn, where a landscaper had laid down a row of head-sized boulders. She picked one up like a medicine ball, hefting it surprisingly easily in her stick-thin arms, and half dropped it through the muscle car's driver's side window. Quentin didn't even have time to offer advice or an opinion, something along the lines of, "Don't throw the rock through the car window." It had already happened. It took 2 tries to get it all the way through. The safety glass starred and stretched before it gave way. The alarm was deafening in the suburban stillness, but incredibly no lights came on in the house. Julia reached through the hole and deftly popped the door open, then heaved the rock back out onto the asphalt and slid herself into the black vinyl bucket seat. "You've got to be kidding me," he said. She picked up a shard of glass and nicked the pad of her thumb with it. Whispering something under her breath, she jammed her bloody thumb tip up against the ignition. The alarm stopped. The car rumbled into life, and the radio came on, Van Halen, Pound Cake. She lifted up her ass and brushed the rest of the glass off the seat underneath her. "Get in," she said. "Sometimes you just have to do things." Quentin walked around to the other side. For form's sake he really should have slid across the hood, and she peeled out before he even had the door closed. They drove away from his parents' block at speed. He couldn't believe nobody had called the police, but he didn't hear any sirens. It was either really good magic or very dumb luck. She didn't turn the Van Halen off, or even down. The gray street poured along underneath them. It beat a carriage, anyway. Julia rolled down what was left of the broken window so that it didn't look so broken. "How the hell did you do that?" he said. "You know about hot wiring?" she said. "That is not wiring. That is what we used to call it, in the old days." "In what old days did you go around stealing cars? And who is we?" She didn't answer, just took a corner too fast, so that the car heeled over on its ridiculously too bouncy suspension. "That was a stop sign," Quentin said. "I still think we should go to Breakbills. We are going to Breakbills. You changed your mind. It happens." Her thumb was still bleeding. She sucked it and wiped it on her pants. "Can you drive?" "No. I never learned." Julia swore. She turned up the radio. It was 4 hours from Chesterton to Breakbills, or as close as you could get to Breakbills by car. Julia did it in 3. They shot west across Massachusetts the long way, whipping along old New England interstates that had been cut through pine forests and blasted through low green hills, the sides of which showed bare red rock. The rock faces were slick with water from underground springs exposed by the blasting. The sun set. The car smelled of its owner's cigarette smoke. Everything was toxic and chemical and unnatural: the plastic walnut trim, the electric lights, the burning gasoline that was shoving them forward. This whole world was a processed petroleum product. Julia kept the radio on classic rock the whole way. It would be an exaggeration to say that she knew every single lyric of every single song that came on, but not by much. They crossed the Hudson River at Beacon, New York, and turned off the interstate onto a 2-lane local highway, winding and humped up with old frost heaves. Apart from Julia's singing, they didn't speak. Quentin was still trying to make sense of what had just happened to them. It was too dark to make the trek to Breakbills tonight, so Julia showed him how to extract cash without a card from an ATM at a bug-swarmed gas station. They bought sunglasses for her, to hide her weird eyes, and they spent the night separate rooms at a motel. Quentin mentally dared the clerk to say something about their clothes, but no dice. In the morning Quentin took a genuine hot shower in an actual Western-style bathroom. Score 1 for reality. He stayed there till all the sea salt was finally out of his hair, even though the tub was made of plastic and there were spiders in the corners and it reeked of detergents and fresheners. By the time he cleaned up, checked out, and harvested a bona fide actual 16-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola from the vending machine, Julia was waiting for him, sitting on the hood of their car. She'd skipped the shower, but she'd doubled up on the Coke. The car spit gravel on its way out of the parking lot. "I thought you did not know where it was," Julia said. "That was what you told me when I asked you." "I told you that," Quentin said, "because it's true. I don't know where it is. But I think there's a way to find it. At least I know someone who did it once." He meant Alice. She'd done it as a high school senior, so they ought to be able to manage it. Strange to think of it now. He was going to follow in her footsteps. "We'll have to walk a couple of miles through the woods," he said. "That does not bother me. A vision spell should reveal it. It's veiled, but just to keep civilians out." There's an Anasazi spell. Or man. Maybe just a man reveal. I know the Anasazi. Okay. Great. Then I'll let you know when. Quentin kept his tone carefully neutral. Nothing made Julia angrier than the feeling that she was being condescended to by a Breakbills graduate. At least she wasn't blaming him for getting them shunted back to Earth. Or probably she was, but she wasn't doing it out loud. It was a hot late August morning. The air was saturated with bronze sunlight. A mile off, at the bottom of the valley, they caught glimpses of the huge blue Hudson River. They parked at a bend in the road. He got that it hurt her pride, and maybe something even more vital, to be dragged back to Breakbills begging for help. It didn't change the fact that it was their first and best and possibly only option. He was not fucking staying on Earth. He wanted a quest? Now he had one. The quest was to get back to where he was when he started his goddamned quest. That ought to learn him, but good. Before they set off, Julia spent 15 minutes on a spell that she curtly informed him would cause the car to wait an hour and then drive itself back home to Chesterton. Quentin didn't see how that was even remotely possible, on any number of levels, but he kept his doubts to himself. If he thought to keep more of the glass, he could have at least fixed the window, but he hadn't, so hard cheese on whoever's muscle car it was. He tucked $200 in 20s into the glove compartment, then they drank the rest of the coke and climbed over the sheet metal guardrail. These weren't recreational woods, meant to be hiked through and picnicked in. They hadn't been curated and made user-friendly by helpful park rangers. They were dense, and the light was dim, and walking through them wasn't fun. Quentin was constantly ducking his head too late to avoid being slashed across the face by a branch. Every 5 minutes he was convinced that he'd walked through a spiderweb, but he could never find the spider. And he wasn't sure what would happen if they walked into the Breakbills perimeter without knowing it. Nothing in theory, of course, but Quentin had watched Professor Sunderland lay down the barrier after the beast attacked. He'd seen some of the things she'd ground into those powders. Any second they could be running smack into it. The idea made his face tingle. After half an hour he called a halt. The woods were still. There was no sign of the school, but he felt it somewhere around here, as if it were hiding behind a tree waiting to jump out at him. And he imagined he could feel older tracks running through the woods too. Like Alice's, poor cursed teenage Alice, wandering all night looking for the way in. It would have been better for her if she'd never found it. Careful what you hunt, lest you catch it. Let's try it here, he said. Julia launched into the Anasazi spell in her rough, fierce casting style, clearing invisible layers away from the air in a square in front of her, like wiping fog off a windshield. He winced, inwardly, to watch some of her upper hand positions, but it didn't make her castings any less forceful. Sometimes it seemed to make them more so. He began work on the man instead. It was a lot easier, but it wasn't a contest. Best to diversify. He never finished. He heard the usually imperturbable Julia squeak and skip a step backward. Suspended in the air in front of her, in the square she'd cleared, was a face. It belonged to an older man with a goatee wearing a royal blue tie and an appalling yellow blazer. It was Dean Fogg, the head of Breakbills. His face was in the square because he was standing right in front of Julia. "Sue," the dean said, drawing out the vowel until he practically burst into song. "The prodigal has returned." Not 5 minutes later they were walking across the sea, which was as lush and green and immense as ever. It rolled out around them, the size of half a dozen football fields. The summer sun beat down on them from directly overhead. It was June here, inside the magic walls. It was incredible. Quentin hadn't been back here for 3 years, not since he'd gone to Fogg and asked to be stricken from the roles of the magical world, but nothing had changed at all. The smells, the lawns, the trees, the kids, this place was like Shangri-La, forgotten by time, abiding in an eternal present. "We were watching you from when you left the road. The defenses go far beyond what we had in your day. Far beyond. Double-braided lines of force. We have a remarkable young man in our theoretical department, even I don't understand half of what he does. You can see a map of the entire forest now, in real time, showing anybody in it. It's even color-coded by their intentions and state of mind. Remarkable. Remarkable." Quentin felt shell-shocked. On his other side Julia said nothing. God knew what she was feeling, he couldn't have guessed within 1,000 miles. She hadn't been here since her failed exam in high school. She hadn't spoken since Fogg had appeared, though she had managed to shake his hand when being introduced. Fogg rattled on about the school and the grounds and Quentin's classmates and all the impressive and respectable things they were up to. None of them seemed to have gotten themselves accidentally exiled to the wrong dimension. There was plenty of hot local news too. Breakbills had become a force to be reckoned with on the international welter circuit, thanks to the efforts of one especially sporty young professor. One of the topiary animals, an elephant calf, had broken free of its hedge and was running amok around the grounds, albeit very slowly, at the rate of about a yard a day. The natural group was laboring mightily to corral it and bring it to justice, but no luck so far. The library was still plagued by outbreaks of flying books. 3 weeks ago a whole flock of Far Eastern atlases had taken wing, terrifyingly broad, muscular volumes like albatrosses, and wrecked the circulation area, sending students crawling under tables. The books actually found their way out through the front door and roosted in a tree by the welter's board, from which they raucously heckled passers-by in a babble of languages until they got rained on and dragged themselves sulkily back to the stacks, where they were being aggressively rebound. All Quentin could think was how weird it was that all this was still going on. It shouldn't be possible, it must violate a law of physics. A few students dotted the grass, girls mostly, sunning their light-starved bodies to the extent that the school uniform would permit. Classes were out for the semester, but the seniors hadn't graduated yet. If Quentin were to turn left here and walk 5 minutes, past that stand of live oaks, he'd get to the cottage. And it would be full of strangers, lolling in the window seats, drinking the wine, reading the books, screwing each other in the beds. He'd wondered if he would want to see it, but now that he was here he really didn't. The students watched the three of them pass, propped up on their elbows, full of lofty pity for those who had been stupid enough to graduate and get older. He knew how they felt. They felt like kings and queens. Enjoy it while it lasts. I wasn't sure we would ever see you again. Fogg was still talking. After your, what shall we call it, your retirement. Not many people who make that choice ever come back, you know. When we lose them forever. But you, I take it you saw the, how shall I put it, the error of your ways? Fogg had evidently decided to take the high road, and it certainly sounded like he was enjoying the view from up there. They left the burning expanse of the sea for the cool paths of the maze, which opened up at unexpected intervals into little squares and circles inside of which were nestled pale stone fountains. The same fountains he'd lounged around with Alice, though the paths were different. The maze would have been redrawn since his day, once a year every year. He followed Fogg's lead. I had a change of heart. The high road was wide enough for two. But it was very generous of you to accommodate me, in my, what shall I call it, my hour of need? Just as you say. Fogg removed a handkerchief from inside his lapel and patted his forehead with it. He did look older. The goatee was new, and it was mostly white. He's been here all this time, every day, doing what he'd always done, to other kids who then moved on and left. Quentin felt claustrophobic after only 5 minutes. Fogg still saw him as the boy he used to be, but that boy was gone. They walked into the house and up to Fogg's office. Before Quentin followed him inside he turned to Julia. Do you want to just wait out here? Fine. Might be better tactically for me to do this man-to-man. Julia formed a mirthless OK sign with her thumb and forefinger. Great. She seated herself on the bench beside Fogg's door, the one usually reserved for naughty and or failing undergraduates. She'd be fine. He hoped. The dean sat down and clasped his hands in front of him on the desktop. The rich, leathery, familiar smells clawed at Quentin, trying to drag him back into the past. He wondered what he would say if he could talk to the boy he had been, sitting in what looked like this exact same chair, all those years ago, wearing the rumpled clothes that he'd slept in, joggling his knee with nerves, and trying to figure out if this was all a joke. Proceed with caution? Take the blue pill? Maybe something more practical. Don't sleep with Janet. Don't go touching strange keys. And what would his younger self say? He would look back at him the way Benedict looked at Quentin and say, like I would do that. So, Fogg said. What can I do for you? What brings you back to your humble alma mater? The problem was how to ask for help without giving away more than he should about Fiery. Its existence, its reality, was still a secret, and Fogg was the last person he wanted to know about it. If he found out, then everybody would hear about it, and next thing you know it's the hotspot for Breakbill's kiddies on spring break, the Fort Lauderdale of the magical multiverse. But he had to start somewhere. Just pretend to be as ignorant as he is. Dean Fogg, how much do you know about travel between worlds? A little. More theory than practice, of course. Fogg chuckled. Some years back we had a student with an interest along those lines. Penny, I think his name was. Can't have been his real name. He was in my year. William was his real name, but. Yes, he and Melanie, Professor van der Wegge, spent quite a bit of time working on that very subject. She's retired now, of course. What would be the nature of your interest, exactly? Well, I always liked him, Quentin said, improvising haplessly. Penny. William. And I've been asking around, but nobody's seen him in a while. since he got his hands bitten off by an insane godling. And I thought you might have some idea about where he is. You thought he might have crossed over? Sure. Why not? Yeah. Well, Fogg said. He stroked his goatee, mulling, or appearing to mull. No, I can't go around handing out information about students left and right without their consent. It wouldn't be proper. I'm not asking for his cell number. I just thought you might have heard something. The springs of Fogg's chair squawked as he leaned forward. My dear boy, he said, I hear all sorts of things, but I can't repeat them. When I arranged for you to recuse yourself with that firm in Manhattan, you don't suppose I went around telling people where you'd ended up? I suppose not. But if you're really interested in Penny's whereabouts, I'd advise you to start your search in this reality, dry chuckle, rather than some other. Will you be staying for lunch? Julia was right. They shouldn't have come. Obviously Fogg didn't know anything, and being around him wasn't good for Quentin. He could feel himself regressing in the direction of an adolescent tantrum. It was like trying to talk to his parents. He lost all perspective on who he was and how far he'd come. He really couldn't believe the awe in which he used to hold this man. The towering, Gandalfian wizard he once cowered before had been swapped out and replaced with a smug hidebound bureaucrat. I can't. But thanks, Dean Fogg. Quentin clapped his hands on his knees. Actually, I think we'd better be moving on. Before you do, Quentin. Fogg hadn't moved. I'd like to prolong this conversation a little further. I've heard some pretty exotic rumors about what you and your friends have been up to these past few years. The undergraduates talk about it. You're quite the campus legend, you know. Now Quentin did stand up. Well, he said. Kids. Don't believe everything you hear. I assure you I don't. Fogg's eyes had regained their old flinty spark from somewhere. But a word of advice from your old dean, if I may. Notwithstanding my regrettable ignorance of interdimensional travel, I don't know what your interest in Penny might be, but I do know perfectly well that you never liked him. And no one's heard from him in years. No one's heard from Elliot Waugh or Alice Quinn in years, either. Or Janet Pluchinski. Quentin noticed that Josh didn't figure in Fogg's memory. He should have asked about Josh first. Though he probably would have gotten the same answer. And now you've turned up dressed very oddly, and you've brought a civilian onto the grounds, one of our rejections if I'm not mistaken, which is, well, it's just not something we ordinarily tolerate. I don't know what you're mixed up in, but I've put myself out for you over the years, quite a bit, and I have the reputation and the security of the school to think of. Aha! There's the Fogg he used to know and fear. Not gone, he'd just been playing possum. But Quentin wasn't the naughty schoolboy he used to be. Oh, I do know that, Dean Fogg. Believe me. Well, good. Don't go digging too deep, Quentin. Don't stir. Shit. Up. Fogg enunciated the obscenity crisply. Right now you have the air of somebody who thinks he knows better. Humility is a useful quality in a magician, Quentin. Magic knows better, not you. Do you remember what I told you the night before you graduated? Magic isn't ours. I don't know whose it is, but we've got it on loan at best. It's like what poor Professor March used to say about the turtles. Don't bait them, Quentin. One world ought to be enough for anyone. Easy for you to say. You've only ever seen one. Thank you. I'll try to remember that. Fogg sighed tragically, like Cassandra warning the Trojans, destined never to be heeded. Well, all right. Professor Geiger should be in the junior common room, if you need a portal. Unless you'd rather walk out the way you came. A portal would be great. Thank you. Quentin stood up. By the way, that rejection sitting in the hall? She's a better magician than most of your students. Most of your faculty too. Quentin walked with Julia down to the junior common room. He had to get out of here. Everything was smaller than he remembered it. It was like Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and he'd drunk the magic tonic. He felt like his head was sticking out the chimney, and his arm was out the window. Not going here? He said. You didn't miss much, Dot. Really? Julia said. You did. Chapter 10. Julia was playing the long game. But the problem with the long game, it turned out, was that it was long. They knew she was out here, and sooner or later they would have to deal with her. All she had to do was wait them out. But meanwhile weeks passed. People graduated. Julia included, probably, although she didn't go to the ceremony. The summer turned her darkened room into a convection oven, baking its contents to a hard hydroptic crisp, and then fall came and the weather relented. The ivy that ran up the house in back of them changed color and ruffled in the wind, and rain spattered the window. She could feel the neighborhood empty out as her classmates all went off to college. She didn't. She was 18 now, a responsible adult. Her coming-of-age story was over. Nobody could make her do anything anymore. She could breathe easier with all her old friends, first Julia's friends, out of town, but at the same time it made her nervous. She was all alone on this one. Very alone. She had made her way out to the edge of the world, hung by her fingers from the lip, and let go into free fall. Would she fall forever? Julia would do anything to make the time pass. She killed time, murdered it, massacred it, and hid the bodies. She threw her days in bunches onto the bonfire with both hands and watched them go up in fragrant smoke. It wasn't easy. Sometimes it felt like the hours had ground to a halt. They fought her as they passed, one after the other, like stubborn stools. Online Scrabble helped ease them on their way, and movies. But you could only watch The Craft a finite number of times, and that number turned out to be about 3. And yes, alright, she did spend 6 weeks in an insane asylum. There, she said it. It was awful, but she knew it was probably coming, and you couldn't blame her parents, not really. They gave her a choice, junior college or the Laughing Academy, and she picked door number 2. What could she say? She thought they were bluffing, and she called them on it. Read M and weep. So that happened. Bad as she thought it was going to be, it was worse. 6 weeks of bad smells, bad food, and listening to her roommate, whose arms were crocheted with razor scars from cuffline to armpit, toss and turn and talk in her sleep about Transformers, everything is a transformer, why won't they just transform? Who's crazy now? Those movies were even worse than The Craft. So she talked her shrinks in circles and took her meds, which helped to nudge the calendar along. Time sure flies when you're having fun, and by fun she meant Nardole. Sometimes she really did think death would be preferable, except she wasn't going to give those bastards the satisfaction. They couldn't wear her down. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. Eventually she was simply returned to sender. The doctors couldn't keep her. She was no danger to herself or to others. She just wasn't that crazy. So that was another exclusive institution she'd been kicked out of. Badum Ching. Thanks very much, you've been a great audience. I'll be here all week, all month, all year, indefinitely, until further notice. Eventually, given that she had a little spare time on her hands, she opened up another front in the war. If magic was real, it stood to reason that some genuine information about how to work it must be in circulation. The breakbills couldn't have it all to themselves. It was inevitable, anybody who knew anything about information theory would know that. You just couldn't contain a body of data that large completely hermetically. There would be too much of it, and too many pores it could leak out through. She would start tunneling from her side of the wall. She began a systematic survey. It was good to give her always hungry brain something to chew on. It kept it, if not happy, then at least busy. She drew up a list of the major magical traditions, and the minor ones. She compiled bibliographies of the major texts for same. She then read every one in turn, centrifuging out the practical information and ditching all the rest, the matrix of useless mystical crap in which it was suspended. This required some leaving of the house, some furtive forays into the big blue room. But that had the extra effect of placating her parents a bit, so whatever, it's all good. She ground and boiled. She sniffed and daubed. It was fun, like a scavenger hunt. She haunted head shops and organic herb sections and familiarized herself with the restaurant supply stores on Bowery, a great source for cheap hardware, and online mail-order laboratory supply houses. It was amazing what they would send you through the mail if you had a fake ID, a PayPal account, and a P.O. box. If this magic thing didn't pan out, she could definitely go into domestic terrorism. Once she spent a solid week tying like 1,000 knots in a piece of string before she read ahead and realized that the string was supposed to have a strand of her hair woven into it, and she had to do it all over. She had always been a workaholic, she just couldn't get enough of that workahol, was James's joke, but even she had her limits. Twice she even killed something small, a mouse and a frog, quietly, in the backyard, under the cover of darkness. Hey, it was the circle of life. Hakuna Matata. Which by the way is a Swahili phrase of modern origin and does absolutely fuck all no matter how many times you chant it. In fact, everything did fuck all. It continued to do fuck all as she moved out of her parents' house to a studio apartment above a bagel store, which she had to attempt to pay for, but it meant she had more space to lay out pentagrams, and her sister wouldn't steal her charms and bang on her door and run away while she was chanting. The fear effect having somewhat abated, unfortunately. It did fuck all even after she jacked off a simian 20-something who couldn't believe his luck in the bathroom at a party just because he said he could get her into the Prospect Park Zoo after hours, the zoo being like one-stop shopping for some of those African preparations, let me tell you. And besides, she needed some semen for a couple of things, though fortunately for the zookeeper neither of them worked. One time, only once, did she ever get a whiff of something real? It didn't come out of a musty old codex, it came off the internet, though it was ancient by online standards, the internet equivalent of a musty old codex bound in finest fetal calfskin. She'd been trolling through the archives of an old BBS run out of Kansas City in the mid-1980s. She was trying the usual search keywords, as one does, and getting the usual mountain of junk, as one does. It was like combing through stellar radiation for signs of extraterrestrial life. But one hit looked suspiciously like signal and not noise. It was an image file. In the bad old days of 2400 baud modems, image files had to be posted in hexadecimal code in tranches of 10 or 20 parts, since the amount of data in an image was many times the allowable length for a single post. You saved all the files together in a folder and then used a little utility to zip them together into a single document and decode them. Half the time a character or two got cut off along the way, and the entire frame got thrown off, and you ended up with nothing. Noise, static, snow crash. The other half of the time you wound up with a photograph of a 30-something stripper with baby fat and a cesarean scar, wearing only the bottom part of a high school cheerleader's uniform. But if she was going to crack the magic racket, it wasn't going to be by half measures. What this image was, once she had zipped and decoded it, was a scan of a handwritten document. A couplet, 2 lines of words in a language she didn't recognize, transcribed phonetically. Above each syllable was a musical staff indicating rhythm and, in a couple of cases, intonation. Below it was a drawing of a human hand performing a gesture. There was no indication of what the document was, no title or explanation. But it was interesting. It had a purposeful quality, draftsmanlike and precise. It didn't look like an art project, or a joke. Too much work, and not enough funny. She practiced them separately first. Thank God for 10 years of oboe lessons, on the strength of which she could sight sing. The words were simple, but the hand positions were murder. Halfway through she went back to thinking it was a joke, but she was too stubborn to quit. She would have even then, but as an experiment she tried the first few syllables, and she discovered that something was different about this one. It made her fingertips feel hot. They buzzed like she'd touched a battery. The air resisted her, as if it had become slightly viscous. Something stirred in her chest that had never stirred there before. It had been sleeping her whole life, and now somehow, by doing this, she had poked it, and it stirred. The effect went away as soon as she stopped. It was 2 a.m, and she had a word processing shift at a law firm in Manhattan at 8. Word processing was all she got anymore. She could type like a demon, but her appearance and phone manner had degenerated to the point where at her last receptionist assignment they'd shit-canned her on site. She hadn't showered or slept in 2 days or washed her sheets in 2 months. Her eyes were full of sand. She stood at her desk and tried it again. It was 2 more hours before she got all the way through it for the first time. The words were right, and the pitch, and the rhythm. The hand positions were still a joke, but she was onto something. This was not fuck all. When she stopped, her fingers left trails in the air. It was like a hallucination, the kind of optical effect you'd get from botched laser surgery, or maybe from staying up all night 2 nights in a row. She waved her hand and it left streaks of color across her vision, red from her thumb, yellow, green, blue, and then purple from her pinky. She smelled that electric smell. It was Quentin's smell. Julia went up to the roof. She didn't want to touch anything with the spell going, it was like having fresh fingernail polish on, but she had to go somewhere, so she climbed the steel ladder and cracked the trapdoor and emerged out into the jungle of tar paper and air conditioners. She stood on the roof and made rainbow patterns with her hands against the rapidly bluing pre-dawn sky until it stopped working. It was magic. Real magic. And she was doing it. Hakuna fucking Matata. Either she wasn't crazy, or she'd finally gone well and truly around the bend, and she wasn't coming back. Either way she could have died for joy. Then she went downstairs and slept for an hour. When she woke up she saw that her fingers had left multicolored stains on the sheets. Her chest felt painfully hollowed out, as if somebody had gone in and scraped out all the organs with a table knife, like scraping the pith out of a jack-o'-lantern. It wasn't until then that she thought to try to trace the poster from the BBS, but when she checked the archive the post was already gone. But the spell still worked. She set it going again, and it worked again. Then, careful not to touch her face with her candy-colored fingers, she put her head down on her desk and sobbed like a child who'd been beaten. Chapter 11. Quentin had Professor Geiger send them back to Chesterton. They materialized smoothly in the center of town. Geiger, a middle-aged woman, cheerfully overstuffed, had offered to send them directly to Quentin's house, but he'd forgotten his parents' address. It was the middle of the afternoon. Quentin didn't even know what day it was. They sat on a bench on a historic green where a minor battle had been fought in the Revolutionary War. Sunday's tourists drifted past them. It was not a time for able-bodied 20-somethings like him to be out and about with nothing to do. He should have been at the office, or acquiring a graduate degree, or at the very least playing touch football stoned. Quentin felt the daylight bleaching the energy out of him. God, he thought, looking down at his leggings. I really have to get out of these clothes. Though Chesterton was one of the East Coast's premier venues for colonial reenactments. That ought to make them a little less conspicuous. So that went well, he said. Starbucks? Julia didn't laugh. They were becalmed. They sat in silence under the old oaks, the king and queen of Fieri, with nothing to do. The air was full of weird modern hums and drones he never used to notice before he lived in Fieri: cars, power lines, sirens, distant construction, planes in the jet stream laying double-rolled lines across the clear blue sky. It never stopped. He'd met Julia here once, he reminded himself, or not that far from here, in the graveyard behind the church. That was when she told him that she still remembered breakbills. You do not have a plan, do you? Julia stared straight ahead. No. I do not know why I thought you would. That haughty anger was back. She was waking up again. You have never really been here. Out here in the real world. Well, I've visited. You think magic is what you learned at breakbills. You have no idea what magic is. Okay, he said. Let's say I don't. What is it? I am going to show you. Julia stood up. She looked around, as if she were sniffing the wind, then set off abruptly across the street at a scary angle. A silver Passat honked and scritched to a stop to avoid hitting her. She kept walking. Quentin followed more cautiously. She led them away from Chesterton's main drag, such as it was. The neighborhood turned residential fast. The din of traffic and commerce died away, and big trees and houses bloomed on either side of the street. The sidewalk became bumpy and irregular. Julia was paying a lot of attention to the telephone poles for some reason. Every time they passed one she stopped and studied it. Been a while since I did this, she said, mostly to herself. Has to be one around here somewhere. One what? What are we looking for, Dot? I could tell you. But you would not believe me. She was full of surprises, was Julia. Well, he happened to have some free time just now. 5 more minutes went by before she stopped at one particular telephone pole. It had a couple of blobs of fluorescent pink spray paint on it, which might have been left there by a sloppy lineman. She stared at it, her lips moving silently. She was reading the world in a way that he, Quentin, could not. Not ideal, she said finally. But it will do. Come on. They kept walking. We are going to a safe house, she added. They walked for literally 2 miles through the suburban afternoon light, in the process crossing the town line from Chesterton into the less posh but still desirable town of Winston. Children trailing home from school eyed them curiously. Sometimes Julia would stop and study a chalk mark on a curb, or a stray spray of roadside wildflowers, then she would press on. Quentin didn't know whether to feel hopeful or not, but he would wait for Julia's plan to unfurl itself, especially since he didn't have any suggestions of his own. Though his feet hurt, and he was on the point of suggesting they steal another car. Except that would have been wrong. Like Chesterton, Winston was an old Massachusetts suburb, and some of the houses they passed were not just colonial style but genuinely colonial. You could recognize them because they were more compact than the other kind, denser and set back from the road in damp, rotting pine hollows, where raggedy grass lawnlets were locked in an endless running battle with encroaching rings of pines armed with their acid needles. The newer houses, by contrast, the colonial-inspired McMansions, were bright and enormous, and their lawns had gone completely chacano on the pine trees, of which one or at most 2 examples still stood, shivering and traumatized, to provide compositional balance. The house they stopped at was the first kind, authentically colonial. It was starting to get dark out. Julia had logged another couple of telephone pole paint blobs, one of which she'd stopped and studied quite closely using some kind of visual cantrip that he hadn't caught because she hadn't wanted him to catch it. She actually hit it with one hand as she cast it with the other. The driveway dived down sharply into the hollow. Generations of kids must have murdered themselves on skateboards and scooters trying to go down it and stop before they slammed into the garage. Student drivers must have martyred themselves on it practicing hill starts in standard transmission cars. They clomped down it on foot. Quentin felt like a Seventh-day Adventist, or an overaged trick-or-treater. At first he thought the lights were off, but when he got close enough he saw that they were in fact all on. The windows were papered over with butcher paper to keep them dark. "I give up," Quentin said. "Who lives here?" "I don't know," Julia said brightly. "Let's find out." She rang the doorbell. The man who opened the door was in his mid-20s, tall and fat, with a hair helmet and a red caveman face. He wore a t-shirt tucked into sweatpants. He played it cool. "What up?" he said. By way of answering, Julia did an odd thing. She turned around and pushed up her long, wavy black hair with one hand, giving the man a quick look at something on the nape of her neck. "A tattoo?" Quentin didn't catch it. "All right," she said. It must have been because the bouncer grunted and stepped aside. When Quentin followed, the man narrowed his already piggy eyes further and put a hand on Quentin's chest. "Hang on." He took up a pair of ridiculously tiny opera glasses, toy-like, that hung on a thong around his neck, and studied Quentin through them. "Jesus." He turned to Julia, genuinely aggrieved. "Who the hell is this?" "Quentin," Quentin said. "Cold water." Quentin stuck out his hand. The man, whose t-shirt said Potions Master on it, left him hanging. "He is your brand new boyfriend," Julia said. She took Quentin's hand and dragged him inside. Bass was bumping somewhere in the house, which had been a nice house before somebody did a profoundly shitty renovation job on its interior, and then somebody else beat the crap out of the shitty renovation. Said renovation must have happened in the 1980s, as that was the era of chic on offer: white walls, black and chrome furniture, track lighting. The air was heavy with stale cigarette smoke. There were chips and divots in the plaster everywhere. This didn't look like a place where he wanted to spend a lot of time. He was doing his best to remain hopeful, but it was hard to see how this was getting them any closer to Fiery. Warily, Quentin followed Julia up a half-flight of stairs and into the living room, which contained a weird assortment of people. The place could have passed for a halfway house for teenage runaways if it weren't also a halfway house for 20-something, middle-aged, and elderly runaways. There were your standard goth casualties, pale and skinny and worryingly scabby, but there was also a guy with 5 o'clock shadow and erect business suit of not negligible quality talking on a cell phone, saying yeah, in a tone of voice that suggested that there was actually somebody on the other end who cared whether he said aha or nah. There was a 60-something woman with an Arctic white Gertrude Stein haircut. An old Asian guy was sitting on the floor with no shirt on, all by himself. In front of him on the white pile carpet stood a burned-out brazier surrounded by a ring of ashes. Guess the cleaning lady hadn't come today. Quentin stopped on the threshold. "Julia," Quentin said. "Tell me where we are. Have you not guessed yet?" She practically glittered with pleasure. She was relishing his discomfort. "This is where I got my education. This is my break bills. It is the anti-break bills. These people do magic? They try. Please tell me you're joking, Julia." He took her arm, but she shook it off. He took it again and pulled her back down the stairs. "I'm begging you. But I am not joking." Julia's smile was wide and predatory. The trap had sprung and the prey was writhing in it. "These people can't do magic," he said. "They're not, there's no safeguards. They aren't qualified. Who's even supervising them? No one. They supervise each other." He had to take a deep breath. This was wrong, not morally wrong, just out of order. The idea that just anybody could mess around with magic, well, for one thing it was dangerous. That's not how it worked. And who were these people? Magic was his, he and his friends were the magicians. These people were strangers, they were nobody. Who told them they could do magic? As soon as Breakbills found out about this place, they'd shut it down with a goddamned vengeance. They'd send a SWAT team, a flying wedge with Fogg at the head of it. "Do you actually know these people?" he said. She rolled her eyes. "These guys?" She snorted. "These guys are just losers." Julia led the way back into the living room. The only thing the denizens of the safe house had in common, besides their general seediness, was that a lot of them had the same tattoo, a little blue star, 7-pointed, the size of a dime. A heptagram, but solid, colored in. It winked at Quentin from the backs of their hands, or their forearms, or the meaty part between their thumb and forefinger. One of them had 2, one on each side of his neck, like Frankenstein's neck bolts. The shirtless Asian guy had 4. As Quentin watched, he started in on some involved casting Quentin didn't recognize, staring lazily through the web of his working hands. Quentin couldn't even look. A red-headed man with freckles, a pint-sized Dennis the Menace type, was sitting up on the gray slate mantelpiece by himself, monitoring the scene, but when he saw them he boosted himself down and strutted over. He wore an oversized army jacket and carried a beat-up clipboard. "Hi folks," he said. I'm Alex, welcome to my dojo. You are? I am Julia. This is Quentin. Okay. Sorry about the housekeeping. Tragedy of the commons. In contrast to everybody else in the room, Alex was chipper and businesslike. Check your stars, please? Julia did the thing again where she showed him the nape of her neck. Right. Alex's ginger eyebrows went up. Whatever he saw impressed him. He turned to Quentin. And you? He does not have any, Julia said. I don't have any. He could speak for himself. So did he want to take the test? Because otherwise he can't stay here. I understand, Julia said. The really incredible thing was that she wasn't even mouthing off to this guy. She was being civil. She, a queen of theory, respected the fucked up protocol of this place. Quentin, he wants you to take a test, she said. To show you do magic. I want lots of things too. Do I have to do it? Yes, you have to fucking do it, she said evenly. So do it. It is just the first level, everybody who comes here does it their first time. You just make a flash. You probably have a fancy name for it. Show me. Julia ran through 3 well-rehearsed hand positions, lickety-split, snapped her fingers, and said, Isaac. The snap produced a little pop of light, like a flashbulb. Okay? Hang on, Quentin said. Those hand positions weren't quite generic. Can you? Come on, people, Alex said, not so chipper now. Are we doing this? Quentin saw now that Alex had 8 stars, 4 on the back of each hand. That must make him king of the Flophouse. Come on, Quentin. Okay. Show me again. She did the spell again. Quentin came at it, trying to crook his fingers the way she did. Breakbills taught you all straight lines, your hands approximating platonic geometry, but these positions were loose and organic. Nothing lined up. And it had been 2 years since he'd worked with real-world circumstances. He tried it once, snap, and got nothing. Then nothing again. This earned him a round of ironic applause. The locals were taking an interest in this transaction. I'm sorry, one more try and then you're out, Alex said. You can come back in a month. Julia began to show him again, but Alex put a hand over hers. Just let him try. The bouncer, Potion's master, had come in from the front door and was watching with his arms folded. Quentin could hear other people saying Isaac. Every time they did, a flashbulb would go off. Screw this. He wasn't going to pick up some corrupt hedgewitch spell in 30 seconds that would probably screw up his technique. He was classically trained, and a master sorcerer, and a king to boot. Let there be light. He said. Let's see who here's got good Aramaic. He closed his eyes and clapped his hands loudly. The light was white and blinding, a flashbulb at close range, right up in your face. For a second the whole room, shitty carpet, listing torchieres lamps, staring faces, was frozen, all the color driven out of it. Quentin had to blink his vision back to normal, and he'd had his eyes closed. There was a beat of silence. Holy someone said. Then everybody started talking at once. Alex didn't look happy, but he didn't throw them out either. Sign in, he said. He blinked and blotted his eyes on his sleeve. I don't know where you learned that, but just get your flash working next time. Cheers, Quentin said. Alex peeled a blue star sticker off a sheet and stuck it on the back of Quentin's hand. Then he handed Quentin the clipboard. Where it said name he wrote King Quentin and handed it to Julia. When she was done, Quentin dragged her out through the kitchen, with its bumpy linoleum floor and its 15-year-old easy-bake-looking range and its countertops crowded with a multicolored metropolis of unwashed glassware. Enough was enough. What the hell are we doing here? He hissed. Come on. She led him deeper into the house, down a hall that in another, saner universe would have accessed Daddy's study and a TV room and a laundry room, until she found the cheap holocore door that opened on the basement staircase. He closed it behind them. The chilly, mildewed silence of suburban basements everywhere embraced them. The stairs were unfinished pine planks, shaggy with cobwebs. I don't understand this, Julia, he said. You don't belong here any more than I do. You're not like these people. You didn't learn what you know from a bunch of unlicensed losers in a frat house. You can't have. They were alone except for a roomful of taped-up cardboard boxes, a dead TV the size of a washing machine and half a ping-pong table. Maybe I am not who you think I am. Maybe I am an unlicensed loser too. That's not what I'm saying. Was it? He was still trying to get his head around this place. I can't believe they haven't burned this whole house down by now. I think what you are trying to say is that you do not think they are good enough. They do not meet your standards. This isn't about standards, Quentin said, though he felt the ground getting marshy under him. This is about, look, I paid my dues, that's all I'm saying. You have to earn this kind of power. You don't just pick it up at the 7-Eleven with your big gulp and your Pokemon trading cards. And what did I do? You think I did not pay dues? I know you paid your dues. He took a deep breath. Slow down. This place wasn't the problem. The problem was getting back to Fiery. What did he call this house? A dojo? Dojo, safe house, same thing. They are safe houses. He is just a dork. Are there a lot of them? 100 maybe, in this country. There are more on the coasts. Jesus Christ. It was an epidemic. What was that test back there? You mean the one you flunked? That is the test to be a first-level magician. You have to be one to come in here. You pass the test, you get a star tattooed on you, you can stay. Most people get them on their hands, somewhere obvious. The more tests you pass, the more levels you go up, the more stars you get. But who runs all this? That Alex guy? He is just a den mother. Takes care of the house. The ranking system is self-policed. Any magician can ask another magician of equal or lower level to demonstrate the test corresponding to their level or any of the levels below that, she recited. To prove they know their shit. If you do not know your shit, you get busted down pretty fast. Ha! He wanted to find fault with the idea but couldn't quite do it on the spur of the moment. He filed it away for later discrediting. So what level are you? By way of an answer she turned around and showed him what she'd shown the doorman, and Alex. There was a blue 7-pointed star tattooed on the nape of her neck. Its upper points disappeared into the roots of her hair, she must have had to shave to get it done. It was like the ones he'd seen upstairs except bigger, a silver dollar, and it had a circle in the middle. Inside the circle was a number 50. Wow. He couldn't help but be impressed. Ginger balls back there only had 8. So you're a 50th level magician? No. She took hold of the hem of her blouse, crossing her arms in front of her. Wait a minute. Relax, Playa. She yanked the back of her shirt up, but only halfway. It was covered in blue stars, dozens of them in neat straight rows. He counted 10 across, there must have been at least 100. She dropped her blouse and turned back to him. What level am I? I am the best there is, that is what level I am, and fuck you for asking. Come on. I am getting us back to Fiery. She knocked on a heavy fireproof door, the kind that in most basements leads to a furnace room. It slid sideways on rollers. The man sliding it sideways looked like a by-the-numbers prepster, with short blonde hair and a salmon-colored polo shirt, except that he was only about 4 feet tall. Dry prickly heat billowed from the room. What can I do for you this fine evening? He said. His teeth were bright and even. We need to go to Richmond. The small man wasn't completely solid either. He was translucent around the edges. Quentin didn't notice at first, until he realized that his eyes were tracking things behind the man's fingers that he shouldn't have been able to see. They were well and truly through the looking glass now. Full fare tonight, I'm afraid. It's the weather. Stresses the lines. He had the twinkly mannerisms of an old-timey train conductor. He gestured for her to come inside. Only the lady, please, said the translucent prepster. Not the gentleman. Deference to Julia's secret extra break bills magic scene notwithstanding, enough was enough. Quentin's grasp of real-world circumstances was rusty but not that rusty. He whispered a quick, clipped series of Chinese syllables, and an invisible hand gripped the man by the back of the neck and yanked him back against the cinderblock wall behind him so that his head bonked against it. If Julia was surprised, she didn't show it. The man just shrugged and rubbed the back of his head with one hand. I'll get the book, he managed. You have credit? It was a furnace room, hot and made of unplastered cinder blocks. There was an actual furnace in it, with a fire bucket full of sand next to it, but there were also 2 old-looking full-length mirrors leaning against one wall. They looked like pier glasses that had been salvaged from an old house, fogged in places, with wooden frames. Julia had credit. The book was a leather-bound volume in which she wrote something, stopping in the middle to do mental arithmetic. When she was finished, the man looked it over and handed them each a string of paper tickets, the kind you'd get if you won at skee-ball at a carnival. Quentin counted his 9. Julia took hers and stepped into the mirror. She disappeared like she'd been swallowed by a bathtub full of mercury. He thought she would. Mirrors were easy to enchant, being somewhat unearthly by nature anyway. Now that he looked at them more closely, he saw the telltale sign. They were true mirrors that didn't invert right and left. Even though he'd just seen Julia walk right through it, he couldn't help closing his eyes and bracing himself to bang his forehead against it. Instead, he passed through with an icy sensation. Crude, he thought. A cleanly cast portal shouldn't make you feel anything. What followed had the feeling of a movie montage, a series of shabby, nondescript back rooms and basements, with an attendant in each one to take one of their tickets, and another portal to step through. They were traveling on a makeshift magical public transit system, basement to basement. These amateurs must have ginned it up piecemeal. Quentin prayed that somebody out there was doing quality assurance on something other than a strictly voluntary basis, so they wouldn't end up materializing 2 miles in the air, or directly into the mesosphere 2 miles underground. That would be a real tragedy of the fucking commons. In some cases, whoever set the portal up had a sense of humor. One was in a TARDIS-style English phone booth. One portal had a mural on the wall around it, a giant circus fat lady bending over and lifting up her dress, so that you had to step right into her ass. One stop was completely unlike the others, a hushed executive suite somewhere high up in a skyscraper in some unidentifiable nighttime metropolis. From this height, at this hour, it could have been anywhere, Chicago or Tokyo or Dubai. Through a smoky pane of glass, possibly one way, Quentin and Julia could see a room full of men in suits deliberating around a table. There was no attendant here. You were on the honor system, you dropped your ticket into a little bronze idol with an open mouth, and you hit the mirror. There are rooms like this all over the world, Julia said as they walked. People set them up, keep them running. Mostly they are fine. Sometimes you get a bad one. Jesus. They'd done all this, and nobody at Breakbills had a clue about it. Julia was right, they wouldn't have believed it was possible. Who was that see-through prepster guy? Some kind of fairy. Lower fairy. They are not allowed upstairs. Where are we going? We are going my way. Sorry, that's not good enough. He stopped walking. Where, specifically, are we going, and what are we doing there? We are going to Richmond, Virginia. To talk to somebody. Good enough? It was. But only because the bar for good enough had gotten very, very low. One portal was unexpectedly dead, the room empty and dark, the mirror smashed. They backtracked and haggled with an attendant who rerouted them around the dead node. They gave the last of their tickets to a meek, pretty young flower child with dishwater hair, center-parted. Julia marked the woman's ledger. Welcome to Virginia, she said. They'd slipped in time as well as space somehow. When they came upstairs, the first thing they saw was morning sunlight in the windows. They were in a big house, nicely appointed and immaculately kept, with a Victorian feel, lots of dark wood and oriental carpets and comfortable silence. They'd definitely traded up from the Winston house. Julia seemed to know the layout. He followed her as she prowled through empty rooms as far as the doorway of a generous living room, which revealed another face of what Quentin had mentally tagged as the underground magic scene. An older man in jeans and a tie was holding court from an overstuffed couch to 3 teenagers, undergraduate-type girls in yoga pants who watched him with expressions of awe and adoration. My God, he thought. These people were absolutely everywhere. Magic had gotten out. The antimatter containment field had collapsed. Maybe there had never been one. The man was demonstrating a spell for his audience, simple cold magic. He had a glass of water in front of him, and he was working on freezing it. Quentin recognized the spell from his first year at Breakbills. Having completed it, in what Quentin thought was a basically correct but overly showy style, the man cupped his hands around the glass. When he took them away, it had a skim of ice on it. He'd managed not to break the glass, which the expanding ice often did. Now you try it, he said. The girls had their own glasses of water. They repeated the words in unison and tried to imitate his hand positions. Predictably, nothing happened. They had no idea what they were doing, their soft pink fingers were nowhere near where they needed to be. They hadn't even cut their nails. When the man noticed Julia standing in the doorway, his face went to shock and horror for about a half-second before he was able to bring up a facsimile of delighted surprise. He might have been 40, with carefully mussed brown hair and a fringe of beard. He looked like a large, handsome bug. Julia! He called. What an amazing surprise! I can't believe you're here. I need to talk to you, Warren. Of course. Warren was working hard to seem like the master of the situation, for the benefit of the room, but it was clear that Julia was very low on his list of people he wanted surprise visits from. Hang tight for a minute? He told his acolytes. I'll be right back. When his back was to the undergrads, Warren dropped the smile. They crossed the hall into a den. He had an odd, rolling gait, as if he were managing a clubfoot. "What's this all about, Julia?" "I've got a class," he said. "Warren," he added to Quentin, with a wary smile. They shook hands. "I need to talk to you." Julia's tone was stretched thin. "All right." And before she could answer, he said under his breath, "Not here. In my office, for God's sake." He ushered Julia toward a door across the hall. "I'll just wait in the hall," Quentin said. "Call me if. Julia closed the door behind them. He supposed it was fair play, considering that he'd parked Julia in the hall outside Fogg's office. This must be as weird for her as going back to Breakbills had been for him. He couldn't make out what they were saying, not without putting his ear to the door, which would have attracted even more attention from the girls in the living room, who were peering at him curiously, probably because he was still dressed in the raiment of a Fellorian king. "Hi," he said. They all found something else to peer at. Raised voices, but still indistinct. Warren was placating her, playing the reasonable one, but eventually Julia got under his skin and he got loud too. "Everything I taught you, everything I gave you." "Everything you gave me?" Julia shouted back. "What I gave you." Quentin cleared his throat. "Mommy and Daddy are fighting." The whole scene was starting to seem funny to him, a clear sign that he was becoming dangerously detached from reality. The door opened and Warren appeared. His face was flushed, Julia's was pale. "I'd like you to leave," he said. "I gave you what you wanted. Now I want you out of here." "You gave me what you had," she spat back. "Not what I wanted." He opened his eyes wide and spread out his arms. "What do you want me to do?" "Just set the gate," she said. "I can't afford it," he said, through his teeth. "God, you are pathetic." Julia walked stiff-legged back through the house, back the way they came, with Warren trailing after. Quentin caught up with them in the mirror room. Julia was scribbling furiously in the ledger. Warren was busy with his own issues. Something odd was happening to him. A long twig was poking through his shirt at the elbow. It seemed to be attached to him. It was like a dream that just went on and on. Quentin ignored it. They seemed to be leaving anyway. "You see what you do to me?" Warren said. He was trying to twist and snap off the twig, but it was green and bendy, and there seemed to be another branch sticking out from his ribs, under his shirt. "Just by being here, you see what you do?" He finally wrenched it off and waved it at her, accusingly, in his fist. "Hey," Quentin said. He stepped in front of Julia. "Take it easy." They were the first words Quentin had addressed to him. Julia finished writing and stared at the mirror. "I cannot wait to get out of here," she said, not looking at Warren. The meek dishwater woman looked horrified by all this. Another of Warren's acolytes, without a doubt. She had faded even farther into her corner. "Come on, Quentin." He got the freezing shock again, and this time when they stepped through the transition wasn't instantaneous. They were somewhere else, somewhere dim and in between. Beneath their feet was masonry, old stone blocks. It was a narrow bridge with no guardrails. Behind them was the bright oblong of the mirror they'd come through. Ahead of them, 20 feet away, was another one. Beneath them and on either side was only darkness. "Sometimes they pull apart like this," Julia said. "Whatever you do, do not lose your balance." "What's down there?" "Under the bridge?" "Trolls." It was hard to tell if she was joking. The room they emerged into was dark, a storeroom full of boxes. There was barely room for them to push their way out of the mirror. The air smelled good, like coffee beans. No one was there to meet them. The coffee smell explained itself when he found a door and opened it onto a cramped restaurant kitchen. A cook barked at them in Italian to move along. They squeezed past him, trying not to burn themselves on anything, and out into the dining room of a cafe. Threading their way out through the tables, they emerged onto a wide stone square. A beautiful square, defined by sleepy stone buildings of indeterminate age. "If I didn't know better, I'd think we were in Fieri," Quentin said. "Or the Netherlands. We are in Italy. Venice. I want some of that coffee." "Why are we in Venice?" "Coffee first. Bright sunlight on paving stones. Clumps of tourists standing around, taking pictures and studying guidebooks, looking both overwhelmed and bored by it all at the same time. 2 churches fronted the square, the other buildings were a weird Venetian jumble of old stone and old wood and irregular windows. Quentin and Julia walked over to the other cafe on the square, the one out of whose kitchen they had not just magically burst. It was an oasis of bright yellow umbrellas. Quentin felt like he was floating. He'd never been through so many portals in one day, and it was disorienting. They'd already ordered before they realized they had no euros. Fuck it, Quentin said. I woke up in fury this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, either way I need a macchiato. Why are we in Venice? Warren gave me an address. Someone who might be able to help us, a fixer, kind of. He can get things. Maybe he can get us a button. So that's the plan. Good. I like it. He was up for whatever as long as coffee was involved. Great. After that we can try your amazing plan which you do not have. They sipped their coffee in silence. Dreamily Quentin studied the chaotic surface of his macchiato. They hadn't drawn a milky leaf on it the way they would have in America. Pigeons strutted in between the cafe tables, picking up unspeakably soiled crumbs, their clawed toes looking livid in pink this close up. Sunlight washed over it all. The light in Venice was like the light in Fieri, stonelight. The world had changed again. It wasn't as neatly divided as he remembered it, between the magical and the non-magical. There was this grubby, anarchical in between now. He didn't much care for it, it was chaotic and unglamorous and he didn't know the rules. Probably Julia didn't like it either, he reflected, but she hadn't gotten to choose, not the way he did. Well, his world hadn't done them any good. They would go rooting around in hers for a while. So who was that Warren guy? Quentin said. Seems like you guys have some history. Warren is nobody. He knows a little magic, so he hangs around the college and tries to impress undergraduates and teach them some things so he can bang them. Really? Really? What happened to him at the end there? With his arm, what was that? Warren is not human. He is something else, with spirit of some kind. He just has a thing for humans. When he gets upset he cannot keep up the disguise. So did Warren bang you? He said. Who knew where it came from? It just bubbled up out of nowhere, a flash of jealousy, sour and hot like acid reflux. He didn't see it coming. He'd had a lot to absorb in one day, or night, whatever it had just been, and it was just a little too much too fast. It spilled over. Julia leaned across the table and slapped Quentin. She only did it once, but she did it hard. You have no idea what I had to do to get what was handed to you on a plate, she hissed. And yeah, I banged Warren. I did a lot worse things too. You could almost see the waves of anger coming off her, like fumes off gasoline. Quentin touched his cheek where she'd hit him. I'm sorry, he said. Not sorry enough. A few people looked over, but just a few. It was Italy after all. People probably hit each other all the time. Chapter 12. It was another year and a half before Julia saw Quentin again. He'd become a hard boy to find. He didn't seem to have a cell phone, or even a phone, or even an email address. His parents talked in vaguenesses. She wasn't convinced that even they knew how to find him. But she knew how to find them, and he had to come back home once in a while, like a dog to its vomit. Quentin wasn't close to his parents, but he wasn't the type to cut them off all the way. Frankly, he wouldn't have the stones for it. Julia, though. Julia had the stones for it. She was a flight risk, no strong ties to the community. When she heard that the Coldwaters had sold up and moved to Massachusetts, she pulled up stakes and followed them. Even a suburban cultural sump like Chesterton had internet connections and temp agencies, no, especially a suburban cultural sump like Chesterton, and that was all she needed to get by. She rented a room over a garage from a retired guy with a janitor mustache who probably had a webcam hidden in the bathroom. She bought a beat-up Honda Civic with a wired-shut trunk. She didn't hate Quentin. That wasn't it. Quentin was fine, he was just in the way. He had gotten it so easy, and she had it so hard, and why? There was no good reason. He passed a test, and she failed it. That was a judgment on the test, not on her, but now her life was a waking nightmare, and he had everything he ever wanted. He was living a fantasy. Her fantasy. She wanted it back. Or not even that. She wasn't going to take anything away from him. She just needed him to confirm that Breakbills was real, and to open a chink in the wall of the secret garden just wide enough for her to squeeze through. He was her man on the inside. Though he didn't know it yet. So here's how it worked. Every morning before work she drove past the Coldwaters' house. Every night around 9 o'clock she drove by again, and got out and quietly walked the perimeter of the lawn, looking for traces of her quarry. A McMansion like that, all double-glazed picture windows, broadcast the goings-on inside it out into the night like a drive-in movie. It was summer again, and the summer night smelled like murdered grass and sounded like crickets fucking. At first all she learned was that Mrs. Coldwater was a predictable but technically sound amateur painter in a sadly dated pop art mode, and that Mr. Coldwater had a weakness for porn and crying jags. It wasn't till September that the beast showed himself. Quentin had changed. He'd always been lanky, but now he looked like a skeleton. His cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones jagged. His clothes hung on him. His hair, cut your fucking hair already, you're not Alan Rickman, was lank. He looked like shit. Poor baby. Actually, what he looked like was Julia. She didn't approach him right away. She had to psych herself up for it. Now that she had him where she wanted him, she was suddenly afraid to touch him. She quit taking temp assignments and went full-time on Quentin. But she stayed under the radar. Around 11 every morning she watched him slam out of the house in a brown study and was into town on a hilariously antique white 10-speed. She followed him at a distance. Good thing he was completely oblivious and self-obsessed, or he would have noticed a red Honda with a death rattle shadowing his every move. There he was, the living, breathing forensic trace of everything she'd ever wanted. If he couldn't help her, or wouldn't, it would be over. She'd have given 2 years of her life for nothing. The fear of finding out paralyzed her, but every day she waited. The risk that he would vanish again grew and grew. She would be back to square zero. All Julia could think was that if it came right down to it, she would sleep with him. She knew how he felt about her. He would do anything to sleep with her. It was the nuclear option, but it would work. No risk. It was her ace in the hole. So to speak. Who knows, it might not even be so bad. Different, doubtless, from James's smartly paced gymnastic exhibitions. She didn't even know anymore why she was so determined not to like Quentin. Maybe he'd been right, maybe he was the one for her after all. It was hard to know anymore, it was tangled up with everything else, and she was out of practice at having feelings for other people. At this point it had been a long time since anybody had even touched her. Not since the zookeeper in the bathroom at the party, and that was mostly just spastic overclothes pawing, entirely clinical in its intent. The patient struggling under the knife, while she performed the operation. She felt out of touch with her body, with pleasure of any kind. Dr. Julia noted, purely for the record, that it was scary how unloving she'd become, and how unlovable. She'd locked all that stuff away and melted down the key for scrap. It was in a cemetery behind a church, whither Quentin had retired for more sulking, that she sprang the trap. Looking back on it, she was proud of herself. She could have lost it, but she didn't. She got it out. She said her piece, and hung on to her pride, and showed him that she was every bit as good as he was. She made the case. She even showed him the spell, the one with the rainbow trails, which she'd gotten down pat over the previous 6 months. Even those murderous hand positions, even the one with the thumbs, she had hit with icy precision. She'd never shown it to anybody before, and it felt great to finally unveil it for an audience. She took that beach like a goddamned Marine. And when it came down to the nuclear option, when the red phone rang in the war room, Julia hadn't flinched. Oh, no. She took that call. If that's what it took, she would go there, sister. But here was the thing, he wouldn't. She hadn't counted on that. She'd offered, as plainly as she knew how. She'd run herself through with the hook and dangled herself before him, pink and wriggling, but he hadn't taken the bait. Julia knew she'd let herself go a bit looks-wise, but still. Come on. It didn't add up. The problem wasn't her, it was him. Something or someone had gotten to him. He wasn't the Quentin she remembered. Funny, she'd almost forgotten people could change. Time had stopped for her the day she'd gotten her social studies paper back from Mr. Karras, but outside the dark, musty interior of her room, time had gone on hurtling forward. And in that time Quentin Makepeace Coldwater had managed to get a boner for somebody else besides Julia. Well, good for him. When he left she lay down on the cold, soft, wet grass of the graveyard. It rained on her and she let it. It wasn't that she was wrong. She'd been right. He'd confirmed everything that she'd ever suspected, about breakbills and magic and everything else. It was all real, and it was extraordinary. It was everything she wanted it to be. Her theoretical work had been admirably rigorous, and she had been rewarded with full experimental validation. It was just that there was nothing he could do for her. It was all real, it wasn't a dream or a psychotic hallucination, but they weren't going to let her have it. There was a place out there that was so perfect and magical that it had made even Quentin happy. There wasn't just magic there, there was love too. Quentin was in love. But Julia wasn't. She was out in the cold. Hogwarts was fully subscribed, and her eligibility had lapsed. Hagrid's motorcycle would never rumble outside her front door. No creamy enveloped letters would ever come flooding down her chimney. She lay there thinking, on the rich, wet graveyard grass, before the tomb of some random parishioner, beloved son, husband, father, and what she thought was this: she'd been right about almost everything. She'd gotten nearly full marks. A minus again. Blue only one question. Here's the one thing I got wrong, she thought. I thought that they could never wear me down. Chapter 13. Shoplifting a city map from a tourist trap wasn't a particularly spiritually enlarging activity. Where was Benedict when you needed him, and the magic involved was trivial. But it gave Quentin enough time to pull himself together. He wished he hadn't said that about Warren. He wished he weren't so tired. And so stupid. He wished he could either fall back in love with Julia or get over her all the way. Maybe he was stuck in between forever, like the space between the portals. Food for the trolls. Quentin took a deep breath. He was surprised at himself. He knew that he was being weird and kind of a dick. So what if she'd slept with Warren and whoever and whatever else? She didn't owe him anything. God knows he was in no position to judge her. It was partly his fault that she had to do what she did. He could have used someone stable to hang on to right now, but as it happened, through no particular fault of her own, Julia was not a person one could hang on to. She needed one of those warning decals that they put on airplane parts, no step. He would have to be that person, the stable, reliable person, the one who had his shit together, for both of them. They could either do this together or separately, except they had to do this together, because he was out of leads and she was very nearly out of her mind. It wasn't a particularly glamorous role, it wasn't the Bingle role, but it was his role. It was time he accepted it. Though so far she'd been a lot more help than he had. When he got back to the table at the cafe, she had undergone yet another unexpected transformation. She was smiling. You look happy. He sat down. Maybe you should slap me more often. Maybe I should, she said. She sipped her coffee. This is good. The coffee. I had forgotten how good it can be. She turned her pale face into the light and closed her eyes, like a cat sunning herself. Did you ever miss it? Being here? I honestly never did. Me neither. Not until now. I had forgotten. Warren had written the address on a blue post-it, which Julia had kept clutched in her fist all the way from Richmond. Now they pored over the city map together, like all the other tourists in the square were doing, until they'd figured out where they were and where they were going. Their destination was in a neighborhood called Dorso Duro, on a street a block off the Grand Canal. Not far. A bridge crossing away. Quentin guessed it was probably only around 9 or 10 at night by their internal clocks, but it was mid-afternoon in Venice, and he felt like they'd been up for days. It was hot in the square but cool up on the bridge, in the seaborne jet stream that blew down the Grand Canal, so they stopped there to orient themselves. There were no cars in Venice, or not in this part anyway. The bridge was a wooden footbridge, disappointingly modern. It would be 100 years at least until it started looking like it belonged in Venice. Beneath them oily black gondolas pulled along, spinning off miniature spiral whirlpools after them, and sturdy vaporetti chugged, and long thin barges glided, roiling the green water behind them into milky smoothness. Debauched, listing palazzi lined the canal, all tiles and terraces and colonnades. Venice was the only city he'd ever seen that looked the same in real life as it did in pictures. It was consoling that something in this world met expectations. The one factoid Quentin remembered about the Grand Canal was that after Byron was done screwing his mistresses, he used to like to swim home along it, carrying a lighted torch in one hand so that boats wouldn't run him over. He wondered what was happening in Fieri. Would they wait around on After Island for them? Hold an investigation? Put the locals to the sword? Or would they go back to White Spire? The truth was, whatever was going to happen had probably already happened. Weeks could have gone by already, or years, you never knew how the time difference would work. He could feel Fieri floating away from him, into its future, leaving him behind. Hell must have broken loose when they vanished, but life would go on, they'd get back to normal. Right now Janet and Elliot could be growing old without him. They'd miss him but they'd live. Quentin, king of Fieri, needed Fieri more than Fieri needed him. In Dorso Duro the streets were narrow and quiet. It was less like a stage set and more like a real city than the part they'd come from. People actually seemed to live and work here, they weren't just putting on a show for the tourists. As much as Quentin wanted to hurry through it, to get on with getting back to Fieri, even he couldn't ignore how conspicuously beautiful Venice was. People had been living here for what, 1,000 years? More? God only knew whose crazy idea it was to build a city in the middle of a lagoon, but you couldn't argue with the results. Everything was made of old brick and stone, with carved blocks of even older stone stuck into the walls at random intervals as ornaments. Old windows had been bricked up, and then new windows had been bashed through the brick, affording glimpses of silent, secret courtyards. Every time they thought they'd left the sea behind, they'd stumble on it again, a dark angular vein of water branching in between the buildings, lined on both sides with bright-colored skiffs. Just being here made Quentin feel better. It was more suitable for a king and a queen than suburban Boston. He didn't know yet whether they were getting any closer to Fiery, but he felt closer. Julia kept her pace brisk and her eyes fixed straight ahead. It should have been a short walk, 10 minutes at most, but the street plan was so chaotic they had to stop at literally every corner to reorient themselves. They took turns snatching the map from each other and getting lost and having it snatched back. Only about one building in 5 had a number on it, and the numbers didn't even seem to be in sequential order. It was a city built for wandering, which was all well and good unless you had urgent business at one very particular location. Finally they stopped at a wooden door, painted brown, that was barely as tall as they were. It was an open question whether they were on the right street, but if nothing else the door had the right number on a little stone plaque above it. It had a tiny window set in it, which had been painted over. There was no knob. Quentin put his hand on the warm stone wall next to it. He counted a rhythmic sequence under his breath, and a thick fabric of lines, the deep orange of a heating filament, flashed for a minute over the old stone. "The wards on this place are ironclad," he said. "If your fixer doesn't live here, whoever does knows what they're doing." Either they were about to improve their situation or significantly worsen it. There being no buzzer, Quentin knocked. The door didn't resonate under his knuckles, there could have been a solid mile of rock behind it. But the window swung open promptly. "See, darkness inside." "We'd like to talk to your boss," Quentin said. The window shut immediately. He looked at Julia and shrugged. What else was he supposed to say? She looked back at him impassively from behind her black glasses. Quentin wanted to walk away. He wanted to go back, but there was no back to go to. The only way out was through. Onward and downward. The street was silent. It was narrow, practically an alley, with buildings going up 4 stories on either side. Nothing happened. After 5 minutes Quentin muttered some words in Icelandic and held his palm an inch away from the door. He felt the wall around it, which was in the shade but still warm. "Stand back," he said. Whoever made the wards knew what they were doing. But they didn't know everything Quentin knew. He moved the heat from the wall, all of it, into the little glass window, which expanded, as glass will when it's heated. The wards were good enough that the heat didn't want to go, but Quentin had ways of encouraging it. When the glass couldn't expand anymore, it popped with a ping like a light bulb. Warren's students would have been impressed. "Stronzo!" he called through the empty frame. "Facci parlor conchuo direttor del caso." A minute passed. Quentin's thermal transfer spell had made a sheen of frost appear on the old stone wall. The door opened. It was dark inside. "See?" he said. "I did learn something in college." A short, heavy-set man met them in the foyer, a tiny room lined with brown ceramic tiles. He was surprisingly gracious. They must have to replace that little window a lot. "Prego." He ushered them up a short flight of stairs into one of the most beautiful rooms Quentin had ever seen. He'd been snowed by Venice's bizarre topography. He'd assumed they'd be shown into some crap Eurotrash crash pad, with white walls and uncomfortable couches and tiny geometrical lamps, but the building's exterior was pure camouflage. They were in one of the big palaces on the Grand Canal. They'd come in the back way. The entire front wall was a row of tall windows with Moorish peaks, all looking out onto the water. The obvious intention was to awe guests into a state of trembling submissiveness, and Quentin surrendered immediately. It was like a full-scale mural, a Tintoretto maybe, with vivid green water and boats of all shapes and sizes, imaginable and unimaginable, crossing back and forth. 3 hideous, glittering Murano chandeliers lit the room, translucent octopuses dripping with crystals. The walls were stacked with ranks of paintings, classical landscapes and scenes of Venice. The floor was old marble tiles, their lumps and scars smothered under overlapping oriental carpets. Everything in the room was very much just so. It was the kind of room you wanted to spend years in. It wasn't fiery, but things were definitely looking up. It felt like Castle Whitespire. Their escort departed, and for the moment they were left to their own devices. Quentin and Julia sat on a sofa together, its legs were so deeply carved it looked like it was going to walk away. There were 4 or 5 other people in the room, but it was so huge that it seemed private and empty. 3 men in shirt sleeves were talking in low tones over a tiny table, sipping something clear out of tiny glasses. A broad-shouldered old woman stared out at the water with her back to them. A butler, or whatever they were called in Italy, stood at the foot of the stairs. Everyone ignored them. Julia squished herself into one corner of the couch. She pulled her feet up, putting her shoes on the nice antique upholstery. "I guess we take a number," Quentin said. We have to wait, Julia said. He will call us. She took off her glasses and closed her eyes. She was starting to withdraw again. He could see it. It seemed to come in waves. Maybe it was because she felt safe here, she could let herself go for a while. He hoped so. He would take it from here. I'm going to get you some water. Mineral water, she said. Fizzy. And ask him for rye. If there was one thing being a king prepared you for, it was talking to domestic staff. The butler had both mineral water, frizzant, and rye. He brought the rye neat, which seemed to be how Julia wanted it. She ignored the water. He worried about her drinking. Quentin liked to drop here and there, God knew, but the volume of alcohol Julia could consume was heroic. He thought of what Elliot told him, about what he'd seen at the spa. It was like Julia was trying to anesthetize herself, or cauterize a wound, or fill in some part of her that was missing. Warren's fixer must be pretty good at fixing things, Quentin said. This place is nice even by magician standards. I cannot stay here, was all Julia said. She sat there sipping the rye and shivering, cupping it between her hands as if it were a magic healing cordial. She drank without opening her eyes, like a baby. Quentin had the butler bring her a wrap. She had the butler bring her another rye. I can't even get drunk anymore, she said bitterly. After that she didn't speak. Quentin hoped she could rest. He occupied the other end of the couch, sipping a Venetian spritz, prosecco, Aperol, soda water, twist of lemon, olive, and looking out at the canal and not thinking about what they'd do if this didn't work out. The palace directly opposite them was pink, the setting sun was turning it salmon. Its windows were all shuttered. Over the years it had settled unevenly, one half had sunk slightly while the other half stayed where it was, creating a fault line up the middle. It must have run through the whole building, all the rooms, Quentin thought. People were probably always tripping on it. Stripy poles stuck up at odd angles from the water in front of the pink palace. It was strange to be in a place and not be king of it. He'd gotten out of the habit. It was like Elaine had said, nothing made him special here. Nobody noticed him. He had to admit it was strangely relaxing. It was an hour, and Quentin had cut himself off after his third spritz, before a small, intense young Italian in a pale suit, no tie, came and invited them upstairs. It was the kind of outfit an American couldn't have gotten away with in a million years. He showed them into a small all-white salon with 3 delicate wooden chairs set around a table. There was a plain silver bowl on the table. No one sat in the third chair. Instead, a voice spoke to them out of the air, a man's voice, but high and whispery, almost androgynous. It was hard to tell where it was coming from. Hello, Quentin. Hello, Julia. That was creepy. He hadn't told anybody their names. Hi. He didn't know where to look. Thanks for seeing us. You're welcome, the voice said. Why have you come here? I guess he doesn't know everything. We'd like to ask for your help with something. What would you like me to help you with? Showtime. He wondered if the fixer was even human, or some kind of spirit like Warren, or worse. Julia was doing her 1,000-yard stare, a million miles away. Well, we've just come from another world. From Fiery. Which, as it turns out, is a real place. You probably knew that. Ahem. Start again. We didn't mean to leave, it was kind of an accident, and we want to go back there. I see. Pause. And why would I want to help you with that? Maybe I can help you too. Maybe we can help each other. Oh, I doubt that, Quentin. The voice dropped an octave. I doubt that very much. Okay. Quentin looked behind him. Right, look, where are you? He was starting to feel painfully aware of how vulnerable they were. He didn't have much of an exit strategy. And the fixer shouldn't have known their names. Maybe Warren had called ahead. That wasn't a comforting thought. I know who you are, Quentin. There are circles in which you are not a very popular man. Some people think you abandoned this world. Your own world. All right. I wouldn't say abandoned, but okay. And then Theory abandoned you. Poor little rich king. It doesn't seem like anyone wants you, Quentin. You can look at it like that if you want. If we can just get back to Theory, everything will be fine. Or at any rate, it's not your problem, is it? I will be the judge of what is and is not my problem. The back of Quentin's neck prickled. He and the fixer weren't getting off to a roaring start. He weighed the advantages of laying on some basic defensive magic. Prudent, but it might spook the fixer into trying a preemptive strike. He shot Julia a glance, but she was barely following. All right. I'm just here to do business. Look in the bowl. Looking in the silver bowl at this juncture seemed like a bad idea. Quentin stood up. Listen. If you can't help us, fine. We'll go. But if you can help us, give us a price. We'll pay it. Oh, but I don't have to give you anything at all. I did not invite you here, and I will decide when you can go. Look in the bowl. Now there was steel in that high, whispery voice. Look in the bowl. This was going south fast. It felt all wrong. He took Julia's arm and pulled her to her feet. We're leaving, he said. Now. He backhanded the silver bowl off the table and it clanged against the wall. A slip of paper fluttered out of it. Against his better judgment, Quentin glanced at it. There were spells you could set off just by reading them. The paper had the words "I owe you one" magic button written on it in crude magic marker. The door opened behind them, and Quentin scrambled to get them both behind the table. Oh, shit. He looked in the bowl. The voice was a lot lower than the one that had been speaking before. It was a voice Quentin knew well. It belonged to Josh. Quentin hugged him. Jesus. He said into Josh's broad, comforting shoulder. What the hell, man? He didn't understand how it was even possible that Josh was here, but it didn't matter. Probably it would, but not yet. He didn't even care that Josh had messed with their heads. What mattered now was that they weren't going to have a new disaster. They weren't going to have a fight. Quentin's knees were shaking. It was like he'd sailed so far from the safe, orderly world he knew that he was coming back around the other way, from the other side, and there was Josh, an island of warmth and familiarity. Josh disengaged himself tactfully. So, he said, welcome to the suck, man. What the hell are you doing here? Me? This is my house. What are you doing here? Why aren't you in Fiery? He was the same Josh, round-faced, overweight, grinning. He looked like a beer-brewing abbot, not visibly older than the last time Quentin had seen him, which was more than 3 years now. Josh carefully closed the door behind him. Can't be too careful, he said. Got an image to protect. Kind of a Wizard of Oz thing going on, if you see what I mean. What's with the bowl? I didn't have a lot of time. I just thought it was creepy. You know. Look in the bowl, he did the voice. Josh, Julia. You guys know each other. They'd met once before, in the chaotic run-up before the great return to Fiery, before Josh had set off into the Netherlands on his own. Hi, Julia. Josh kissed her on both cheeks. He must really have gone Euro over here. Hi. Josh waggled both eyebrows at Quentin lewdly in a way that didn't seem like it should be physically possible. It was starting to sink in for Quentin just what a colossal stroke of luck this was. Josh would have the magic button. He was their ticket back to Fiery. Their wandering days were over. So listen, he said. We've got some problems. Yeah, you must if you came here. We don't even really know where here is. You're in my house, that's where here is. Josh waved his arms grandly. Here is a huge fuck-off palazzo on the Grand Canal. He gave them the tour. The palazzo was 4 floors, the lower 2 for business, the upper 2 for Josh's private apartments, to which they retreated. The floor was massive pink-swirled marble slabs, the walls crumbling plaster. All the rooms were odd sizes and seemed to have been built as they were needed, on a series of whimsical impulses that it was now impossible to reconstruct. All glory to the great quest for Fiery, but they needed a break. Julia requested a hot bath, which frankly she badly needed. Quentin and Josh retired to the tremendous dining room, which was lit by a single modest chandelier. Over plates of black spaghetti, Quentin explained as best he could what had happened and why they were here. When he was done, Josh explained what had happened to him. With Quentin, Elliot, Janet, and Julia safely installed on the thrones of Fiery, Josh had taken the button and embarked on an exploration of the Netherlands. He'd seen as much as he ever wanted to see of Fiery, and it hadn't been pretty, and anyway he was sick of scraping along in the others' shadows. He didn't want to be co-king of Fiery, he wanted to do his own thing his own way. He wanted to find his own Fiery. He wanted to get laid. Josh could be careless about a lot of things, what he ate, wore, smoked, said, did, but you don't get into breakbills without being a genius of some kind or another, and given the right stakes he was fully capable of being highly methodical, even meticulous. In this case the stakes were just right. He began a careful survey of the Netherlands. This was not a thing to be undertaken lightly. As far as anyone knew, the squares and fountains of the Netherlands extended an infinite distance in all directions, never repeating themselves, and each one led to a different world, and maybe a whole different universe. It would take no effort at all to get so lost that you could never find your way home. Josh had it in mind to go to Middle-earth, as in the setting of Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Because if Fiery was real, why not Middle-earth? And if Middle-earth was real, that meant a lot of other things were probably real. Lady Elves and Lemba's wafers and pipeweed and Aeroelevator knew what else. But practically speaking, anywhere would have done as long as it was reasonably warm and life-supporting and inhabited by people endowed with the appropriate organs and a willingness to make them available to Josh. The multiverse was his TGI Fridays. He had it in mind to spiral outward from Earth's fountain, square by square, mapping carefully as he went. He wouldn't need much. You didn't really get hungry in the Netherlands. He brought a loaf of bread, a good bottle of wine, warm clothes, 6 ounces of gold, and a stun gun. The first world was a complete bust, he said. Desert everywhere. Incredible dunes, but no people at all that I could find, so I buttoned right back out of there. Next one was ice. Next one was pine forest. That one was inhabited, sort of a Native American thing. I stayed there 2 weeks. No love, but I lost about 10 pounds. Also scored a fuck ton of wampum. Wait, hang on. These worlds were the same all over? Like each one had a single climate and that's it? Well, I don't know. I don't even know if these other worlds are spheres, you know? Or disk worlds or ring worlds, whatever else. Maybe they don't work the same way. Maybe they don't have latitude. But I wasn't about to hike to another climatic zone just to find out. Much easier just to hit the next fountain. God, the things I saw. Really, you should do it sometime. Some days I would hit a dozen worlds. I was just like free-falling through the multiverse. A giant tree that didn't have any beginning or end. A sort of magnetic world, where everything stuck to you. One was all stretchy. One was just stairs, stairs and stairs and stairs. What else? There was an upside-down one. A weightless one, where you drifted around in outer space, except that space was warm and humid and smelled sort of like rosemary. And you know what's real? Teletubbies. I know, right? Crazy, crazy stuff. You didn't. No, I did not hit that shit. Totally could have. Anyway. Not everything was that exotic. Sometimes I'd find a world that was just like ours, only one tiny thing would be different, like the economy was all based on strontium, or sharks were mammals, or there was more helium in the air so everybody had little high voices. I did meet a girl, after all that. Man, it was so beautiful. This world was mostly mountains, like one of those Chinese paintings, just rising out of the mist, and actually everybody looked kind of Asian. They lived in these ornate hanging pagoda cities. But there were hardly any of them left. They were always fighting these endless wars with other people on other mountains, for no special reason. Plus they fell off cliffs a lot. I was probably the fattest person they'd ever seen, but they didn't care about that. I think they thought it was hot. Like it meant I was a good hunter, something like that. They'd also never seen magic before, so that went a long way. I was kind of a celebrity for a while. I started hanging out with this one girl, big-time warrior for one of the cities. She was very into the magic thing. And also I guess their menfolk weren't especially well endowed in the hardware aisle, if you take my meaning. I believe I grasped the essence of it, yes, Quentin said. Anyway, she died. Got killed. It was awful. Really, really sad. At first I wanted to stay and fight and try to get the people who killed her, but then I couldn't do it. It was all so stupid. I just couldn't get into the war thing the way they did, and that was shameful to them, I guess, so they kicked me out. God. I'm sorry. Poor Josh. The way he talked all the time, you sometimes forgot he had feelings. But they were all there, if you dug deep enough. No, it doesn't matter. I mean it did, but what can you do? It was never going to work out. I think she wanted to die that way. Those people weren't that into life, or maybe they were and that's what life is, I don't fucking know. That's when it all went to shit. All the fun was gone. I went to this kind of Greek world, all white cliffs and hot sun and dark seas. I slept with a harpy there. You had rebound sex with a harpy? I don't know if that's what she was. Wings for arms, basically. Her feet were kind of Talon too. Right, dot. She practically took off in the middle of it. Feathers going everywhere. Way more trouble than it was worth. I still have a scar from where she clawed me. I don't want to see it. Josh sighed. All the humor had drained out of his face, leaving it gray under the stubble. Now Quentin saw those years that he'd missed before. I mean, all I was looking for basically was some kind of The Last Man setup, right? Where I was the only dude in a world of chicks. I know it's out there. They could even all have been lesbians, and I would just watch. I'd be good with whatever. Anyway, after that I started just sliding through worlds. Worlds. I stopped caring. It was like when you've surfed too much porn on the web and none of it seems real but you keep going anyway. I'd get to a world and immediately start looking for any excuse to quit and go on to the next one. As soon as I'd see one wrong thing, oh, this one has flies, or the sky is a weird color, or no beer, anything that wasn't perfect, I'd bail. Then one of those times I came back and the whole Netherlands was busted. What? How do you mean, busted? Broken. Fucked up. Do you know about this? If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. He drained his wineglass. A man came to refill it, and Josh waved him off. Whiskey, he said. He went on. At first I thought it was me, I must have broken it. I used it too much, something like that. When my head broke the water that last time, it was like the cold punched me in the face. The air was freezing, and the wind was just whipping this dry powdery snow through the squares. How is that even possible? Quentin said. I didn't think the Netherlands even had weather. It made him think of that silent storm, the one that had thrashed the clock tree back in Fiery. Maybe it was the same wind. Something's deeply messed up there, Quentin. Something's wrong, something basic. Like systemic. Half the buildings were in ruins. It looked like the place had been bombed. All those beautiful stone buildings just laid open to the sky. Do you remember how Penny said once that they were all full of books? I think he was right, because the air was full of pages, blowing along through the city. Josh shook his head. I guess I should have grabbed a few, to see what was on them. You would have. I never even thought of it till after. You know what I was thinking about? Not dying. I was pretty far from the Earth Fountain at that point, a mile maybe. I'd brought warm clothes, but I ditched them when I met the harpy. It was hot as hell there. And she kinda tore at my clothes a lot of the time anyway. So I was practically naked, and a lot of my landmarks were gone. A lot of the fountains were gone too. Some of them were leveled, some of them were frozen. You know how you can't really do magic there? A couple of times I just squatted down in a corner. I thought maybe I'd wait out the storm, but really I just wanted to go to sleep. I didn't think I could go on. I could have died, easily. I was out there for about half an hour. It's a miracle I found the Earth Fountain at all. I really thought I wouldn't make it. It's incredible that you did. Good old Josh. Just when you were ready to write him off, he kicked into gear, and when he did, he really was indomitable. Like that time in Fiery, when he'd beaten the red-hot giant with his black hole spell. He'd probably outlive them all. I keep trying to figure it out, Josh said. It was like somebody'd attacked the Netherlands, or cursed it, except who could do that? I didn't see anybody there. It was just as empty as it always was. I thought maybe, I know it's silly, I thought maybe I'd see Penny. Yeah. I mean, not that I wanted to. I couldn't stand that guy. But it'd be nice to know he's not dead. Yeah. It would. Quentin was already trying to calculate whether this meant he and Julia couldn't get back to Fiery through the Netherlands. It was still possible, in theory. They'd just suit up for cold weather. Bring an ice axe. I always thought the Netherlands were invulnerable, Quentin said. They felt like they were outside time, I didn't think they ever changed. But it sounds like an earthquake hit them, an earthquake and a blizzard at the same time. I know, right? What are the odds? I don't suppose you noticed whether the Fiery Fountain was still there? Quentin said. I thought maybe we'd go back that way. Back to Fiery. No. So you are going back? I didn't exactly pop in while I was passing through. But listen, I don't know if you can go back that way anyway. Why not? I realize the Netherlands is a disaster area, but it's worth a try. You got back to Earth. You seem pretty settled here. We'll just borrow the button and be on our way. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Josh didn't meet Quentin's eyes. He studied a painting hanging on the flaking wall behind Quentin as if he'd never seen it before. What? I don't have the button anymore. You don't? Yeah. I sold it. I didn't realize you still wanted it. Quentin could not be hearing this. You didn't. Tell me you did not do that. I totally did. Josh said, indignant. How the hell do you think I could afford a fucking Venetian palazzo,